Well, hello again, friends. Welcome to another. What is this? Our second after show of the day. I'm
second of the day, third of the weekend.
Second of the day, third of the weekend. My name is Louie. This is the lovely Sharifa, and we are back again to guide you all through what I would say, in my humble opinion, and I'd like to get your opinion on this, Sharifa, one of the best minis that I've seen for sure.
I said this before on our broadcast. It was all-star quality. It was really all-star quality. And I wish more people tuned in and were watching. It was a delightful addition after last night's insert your word here.
Debacle? Will we call it a debacle?
Maybe trash too. No, but it was really refreshing. There was a lot of really strong gameplay, likable players who were playing hard, and just having that whole international twist was just like really delightful to see people who never would have met on any other platform coming together to play this game. It was just all around fantastic game.
It really was. And this, the biggest point that I took away from it, and I said it on the show, is that if anybody thought that people were going to take these private minis less seriously and we're just going to go out there and have fun, they are sorely mistaken. Because I really don't think, I mean, the gameplay and the level of caring and passion to win today is more than I see in the majority of the regular minis. Like, people were going hard.
More fire than last night. All this entire game could do 20 of last night's game, where no one was throwing out names. Everyone was passive. No one wanted to play hard. And tonight, like, we saw Marcelo come to tears at the GC vote. We saw him like go balls to the wall because he was so passionate about it. And that was every player. So like, don't sleep on these paid for minis, because honestly, I think they're going to start being the gold. Really do.
Yeah, I feel like they're must-see viewing at this point. But without further adu, let's bring in some guests. That's why we're all here. So we got we got a really good panel, considering everybody just played. We're going to have a lot of people on today. But let's bring them on one by one. We have Dylan here.
Hello.
Hi, Dylan.
Hi.
We have Jonathan, who came in.
Oh, hi.
What an entrance. How did you even know you were next?
How'd you guys get in here? Jeez Louise.
We have Henry. Henry, the youngest contestant we've ever had on a mini?
Yeah, youngest to ever play. So yeah, I was bringing out that Gen Z representation. You know, I'm probably one of the only people to play Sequester that doesn't have student loan debt.
Yes.
And it was a joke already. We also have Marcelo here. Hi, Marcelo.
Hello.
I guess we'll get into it. We have some more people that we're going to rotate in and out. We'll bring. We'll start with. I guess first off, the question that I have before I skedaddle and bring somebody else in is give me the idea. How did this come about? Like, how did this mini come about? I mean, we kind of have an idea of whose idea it was, but how did you all get involved? I know it was a lot of returners, some people who had never played before. How did you all kind of get hooked into this game?
Do I? Yeah. Oh, work. So PM put it up on Facebook. I think I was one of the first people to apply, but PM put it up on Facebook. And he was like, basically, like, I've been throwing around the idea of an international mini, and I think this would be like a really cool idea. And he put it like on the Sequester Facebook group, and he put down like the application form, and I applied thinking, your girl ain't getting in, because first off, she's 15, she's representing Puerto Rico when she lives in Connecticut, like when she lives in like bootleg New York. I was like, there's no shot in hell I'm playing this game. Anyways, stay in Connecticut. But yeah, when he was always very professional running through it. If PM ever hosts another mini, y'all should apply. He's a king, robbed king. And yeah, it was a good process through it, and throughout There was no debacles with payment, no debacles with spots. Everything technically went smoothly. On their end, on my end, I kind of messed up, but everything was like super iconic. And you know, it like private minis, they slay. Like I'm gonna be watching Dead Hard on the eventual Podquester Mini, which we all know is about to happen. Where Sharifa wins. Sharifa wins against PR in a 5-2 jury votes.
Henry, you're killing it right now.
The thing for me too is like when we were applying, it was kind of like I was scared because I was late to apply because there were some spots that were open. He had posted it like maybe this last week, and I was like, I'm not going to apply. I'm US. Like I will get eaten alive in there. I've played before. And I did know that like Dino was already playing, and so was Dan and PM. And I'm like, well, if I played, that's 3 people from my mini. So like it's gonna put a target on my back. Then I was like, you know what? Why not? You know, it's like it's $25. Have fun. It's a private mini. Like I'm guaranteed to play. And you know what? Like it's not like I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. It's not like gonna be. It's not canon. I know I've said that before. It should be, but it's not. And you know, it's
on that.
Yeah. But like the thing is, it's like, you know what? Like enjoy yourselves. And this is the type of mini that you can have fun, try new things, and just throw it to the air and see what sticks.
Yeah. And for me, actually, like I really was hesitating to play, but Ivan and JC were like, Marcelo, play with us because we're gonna play. Please play, please play. And I'm like, okay, you know what? Let me give it a shot and redeem myself from my first game. So I was like,
you had nothing to redeem, Marcelo. You played an incredible.
I had 2 LOSs, and I bragged about it, and I bragged with it, and I played it right tonight. I played it right.
Yes.
So, but like what Jonathan was saying though, it's $25. Like I used to pay much more when I go out to clubs and bars for like 3 drinks. Like it's supporting Sequester. Like come on, like private minis are the way to go. I love them.
Yeah,
that's my answer.
I think what's quite wonderful about these private minis is that they offer the opportunity to sort of, I don't want to say customize because it makes it sound like a sandwich, but you get to like really, I mean, like this theme mini of doing something international, like that never would have happened unless PM put in the effort to make it.
Oh my God, no, PM, he fucking like, it was great that he put it together. And I really thought that it was going to be very sloppy, very like, I don't know, in my head, I was like, all right, this is going to be a basic little, but everyone brought it. It was just PM. Like we have so much to be thankful for him because
and on that, there was just what an incredible thing to have people from all these different countries and making a time work. I felt that there were so many places that I was like, wow, we don't have a Canadian. I know people are saying that. Yeah. So I felt I was a last minute substitute. I think they posted in the group like we need 1 or 2 more people. And the one thing though, I mean, and this is not on PM because I know he was trying to get it together. I would have loved to see with this geographic diversity, a little bit more gender diversity, just in that, but just in terms of like, especially in the private minis, because that, like Sharifa said, is a sandwich. And I'm not trying to brag and say I'm a better caster or whatever, but I organized the prom mini that's happening on Thursday. And it was really important to me that was a gender balanced cast. And
your I think female viewers appreciate that.
Well, I hear there's also an all female private mini cooking. So it'll all hopefully it will all balance out. But I also do want to say thank you, PM, and I'm sure with 4 UK players and 3 US players, I'm sure there was selection issues even above that. But just to get these people and come up with a time, all the credit in the world to PM. Sorry, that was a lot of talking.
And I think that in this game, it was characters. It was just like, it was characters in this game.
First of all, y'all might have saw my thirst tweets on Twitter, but y'all are the hottest cast I have ever seen of Sequester. Wonderful. Thank you for giving us the entertainment we asked for. But yeah, I think a lot of you have already gone into it, that this sort of brought a whole new element. This is really the first private mini that we're at least seeing. I don't know if they've happened before. And you have to ask, like, is it canon? Do I still play as hard? Do I go a little bit softer? Do I burn bridges? What was some of y'all's mindsets going into the game about how you were going to play? And also, how did it change?
Right. Okay. I went in actually with the number one intention of redeeming my first mini, which Marcelo and Ivan also participated in. After that mini, a lot of people said it was boring, but I think we were just, I guess, a little cautious, and our style of play wasn't that exciting to the audience. So today, I'm happy to say that Marcelo, Ivan, and I, brought a higher level of gameplay, a more exciting version of ourselves, and I would like to thank PM and everyone else for giving us the opportunity to do so.
I'll go next.
The others just go. You don't got to raise your hand. Say class.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, my strategy going into it was just see how it went round by round. I knew that there's usually that first or second LOS in the first 2 rounds, but unfortunately, 2 nights ago, my computer literally broke completely, and I didn't know how I was really going to play this game, if I was even going to be able to play it, what I was going to do. It was just a whole mess last night, everything with that. So I had no strategy, really. My whole internet was like horrible during the game. As you all saw, it was really bad. So honestly, like, my strategy was just have fun while I could, and like just have fun with it. And honestly, like, I was so shocked when that LOS was played and it wasn't like I left, but it was played successfully. Like, I was like, whoa. That really shocked.
I'm telling you, first rounds where LOSs are played, it's going to be a good game.
Oh, yeah. For sure. Well, the thing is, Susan, Greg won LOS, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, so like with these games, like since it is private, you don't know if it's going to be aired or not. Like, we don't know if it's going to be live. It's up to whoever sets this all up, whether they want it to be broadcast, public, whatever. So like during a private game, you could be boring. You could have like a boring game, like less character. You could play it safe. You could play a strategic game that is not for TV, and that's respectable, and that happens. Like, some minis are not that exciting. Maybe those minis should be private. But like,
you dare speak about May 30th like that.
But when we come in,
Henry, I was just saying that I was so sad when you left, man.
Yeah.
I thought I did better than I thought I would. Like, the minute the minute I watched my video again, I was like, she's a first boot. She's a first boot.
Yeah.
But
the thing is, like, these things, you have so much potential to like play.
I'm popping in to say I completely missed all of this Henry greatness when I was watching. Clearly, I wasn't in the right rooms, because this is fantastic. 5 minutes in. You are a spark plug, sir. This is
my god! Wait,
incredible.
my best move was in the pre-jury house. I was like, you know what? I should be more entertaining, because I don't want to be a flop. So when me, John, and I think Dan C, when we were chilling in the jury house, I was like, let me make up a crap ton of lies to tell to them, so if they come back in, they just cause drama. And I was like, and then I was like, oh yeah,
I was gonna cause drama no matter what if I got in, but Henry was playing still. He got me to turn on Dina, who I was like, that was my girl, and I trusted her, and then he's all like, well, Dina said she doesn't trust you, and I was like, what? And then I came to the house and I was like, Dina, and she was like, I was fighting for you, and I didn't know what to believe, because this little punk comes out here and throws out little names and is all like, he's like, let me check my notes. He's like, Dina said she didn't trust you, and Rory and Henry are an alliance, and I came into the house with that info because I was second boot. I didn't have any other information except for what Henry had. And that's what I used.
Yeah.
We're going to get into all of that because the buyback was quite delectable. But let's talk about this first round. And can we bring in our friend Greg for a second? Because I got a question for him.
Greg.
Hey, Greg. So first and foremost, Greg, you were targeting people who played before. Why?
Basically, I just came in with practically no connections, very little knowledge, clearly. So I was just in pure panic mode. And I knew for a fact that my video was complete shit. So I just had to take a swing somewhere.
So how did that first round break down for everyone? You see everyone's videos, you glean whatever you glean, and you start hitting the ground running. What did that look like for everyone?
I was in a starting room with Charlie and Chris from South Africa and Khalid. So we all kind of got along instantly, but Charlie left the room like within 30 seconds. I was like, okay, I can't talk to him. But as I went from room to room, Greg's name started coming up. So I was like, oh, okay, it must be because of the video. You know, I thought I could work with Greg for a while, but you know, with so many people saying his name, I thought my only option was to vote for him. But I'm glad he used his LOS.
Yeah. Well, and that's when people throwing Greg's name around. It made no sense to me because I had to circle. I wanted to work with Greg. I was like, he watches reality TV and he just martial arts. Like, he's interesting. He's got something to bring into the game. Yeah, like I was pushing for like I think it was Charlie in that first one, but didn't stick.
My from what I've observed is that when you play when you play minis, you have to be strategic about your video, because if it gets played last, you don't know if it's gonna get played first, last, or somewhere in the middle, and you don't want to be making a really like boring video, because that's why, at least from what I saw, I was completely ignorant, girls. That's why Dan C went out. Like, that's why one of the reasons I think it was Renzo, if I'm not mistaken. We were all in like a room. I think it was like room 5, and they were like, he threw out Dan C's name, and he was like, because I haven't talked to Dan C, and his video is just like boring, and I was like, yeah.
But that's the thing too, like for first time players, like that's not someone I want to target, especially for a private mini where it's like their first time playing. Like, and this mini, like I don't care if like it's a bunch of repeat players, because we're like 80% repeat players. So like, go for them. I feel like don't make that the reason why you're going after them, but feel free to go after us. Like, if you have a legit reason. But like to go after like new players, and I was kind of like, that's why I was on Dylan's side. Like, Dylan did not have a great video, and I told Dylan this, even though he couldn't hear me.
I know, it was so bad. It was so bad.
But the video is a huge thing, because you want to make something that's going to capture people's attention, but you don't want to come across as like a villain or like something like, you know, just fool yourself. And I will say, like, the more practice you get, this is my 4th mini, like the more fun you have with doing videos. Like, I don't care anymore. Like, I'll just like, you know, like you learn new tricks on iMovie, whatever. Like, but the video does set the pace for the first 2 rounds at least.
There definitely is a strategy when it comes to filming the video.
Yeah, because that's how the names get out there.
I feel like the moment you're in that position of weakness in round 1, I think it's really hard to recover from, unless you're.
It's hard.
Really
it makes me feel bad. Like, I was definitely going for the videos, and like I didn't want to say boring or nothing. Like, no, I was just saying that I didn't really feel anything with the video. So like that's what was my way of getting people, like, saying it in a nice way, kind of.
I totally agree. Totally agree. I think it's the videos are always deciding on like who is that first or like second target. And as soon as I was watching the videos, I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, shit, I remember my video. It's probably not going to be as good as all these people's. Y'all went all out on those videos. Those were so good, a lot of them. And mine was like so boring. And I'm like, shit,
it was like 2 seconds. You're like, my name is Dylan, fun fact, and...
it was so bad. It was so bad. I knew I was in trouble.
You learn.
Award of the night for best video. I crown to Ivan.
Oh my God, Ivan!
Oh yes,
so good. Oh my God, it was. I did not expect that from him. Like, he's very like, I don't know. He's not really outspoken like that, and like, I don't know. When I saw that video, I was just like, damn, like, did that Bahiba, Bambajo.
I was doing it with him.
We were in the same room. I was like, yo, where's my shot right now? I will take one right now after seeing that video.
Yeah. He was great.
Dan's too, though. Dan really killed it.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I mean, Dan, the one with the spike.
Oh my God, Dan. I was like, who is this guy? Like, I never saw this from him ever. I knew he had the side to him. Like, I knew he had wigs lying around. Like, I was like,
I did not expect that from him. So I was like, because his last game that I saw him, he was super quiet a little. Like, he he was very to himself, so I didn't think he had it in him. So I was like,
yeah, and it was interesting to see him because like he was very game body like the first time, and like to see him do that in his video, just great. Like to see him kind of his shell.
A lot of people showed out.
We were discussing based upon gameplay. If we were going strictly based upon gameplay, who was least likely to show up at the jury vote dressed like a Spice Girl? And it would have been Dan based on gameplay. We didn't see it coming. Total blindside.
That was a blindside on a blindside, yes.
I think another thing about the videos was that, for me at least, coming to the mini, I felt there was nothing I could do to make it so that I was not one of the US or UK people who I knew would be in trouble in the first couple of votes. I like side betted against myself. 3 out of the 5 first boots will be from that group of 7, or even more than that. And so I think it was a really interesting thing. Like I chose to make my video intentionally very, very brief. I think it was 16 seconds long. Hoping that I could ingratiate myself to my initial room and then be forgotten about. I thought there would be the either giving safety or putting someone up in the initial room twist. And then I was just that's why I came in with the birthday plan, was just so I could avoid that first nomination.
Well, part of my strategy of the video was to avoid the same thing with the U.S. thing. Like, I leaned into that Mexico thing. I was like, I'm Mexican. I'm going to freaking use that to my advantage in an international sequester, bust out my Spanish, and hopefully that appeases some people that I've never played with. And, you know, that's why I kind of appealed to Marcelo and to Ivan, because I was like, Latin American alliance, it never happened. Like, it never solidified because we were in the room with Alex in the beginning, and I was kind of hoping he would leave so I could, like, but you have to like lean into that a little bit. Like you have to lean into the theme, and I think the Promin is gonna have crazy videos.
I've seen someone's video for Promin is really good, and I love her. Yeah, her video.
Okay.
You already.
Ooh, tell us about it.
But my strategy though with the video is just because like I'm the type of person I want people to know me as who I am, and I kind of wanted to like share something like that, like about my childhood, and I don't know. I really don't have much of a strategy. I just want to be friends with everyone. Like I don't know. That's my thing for videos. I don't know. That's a bad answer, is it? But, okay.
Well, I think what's interesting about videos, especially as returning players, is you're really strategizing what you want people to take away from you going into the game. And you sort of have that knowledge as a veteran to know my video is going to dictate a lot, so let me put a little extra care into it. Now, Greg, you said this was this your first mini?
Playing, yeah. And I'd only seen a couple before this as well.
And
so basically, the only ones I'd seen
you
before
didn't know any of that?
No, so I'd seen the Survivor and the RHP one. And I couldn't really gauge anything from their videos because they all knew of each other already. So I couldn't really work out the kind of best tactics to... so I just...
And there was a lot of pre-gaming in those.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sharifa, what do we do?
No. Okay. She'll be back. So I guess, a good time to go into the first round here. Now, something I want to, that, me and Sharifa experienced a lot of last week was the pre-gaming before Winners at War. Was there any pre-gaming before this mini? Spill.
There was.
I did not.
Zero. There was.
You tell. JC says there is. Let's hear it.
Okay, so by the time that PM had posted in the Facebook group, right, a comment that said no pre-gaming, I had already pre-gamed for a good 3 days. It was like, no, is this coming out now? Oh, it's too late to get off the tracks now. The train was moving at top speed. But yeah, there were a couple of alliances pre-game. Should I spill?
I don't know.
Yes,
I don't know.
please give us the tea.
Okay. Oh God, I need to look at my notes for this.
Obviously, I was working with JC.
Yeah. So the first thing I saw was that PM had in a public tweet tagged Marcelo I was like, okay, I'm playing. Is Marcelo playing? So first thing I did, I reached out to him. Hey, Marcelo, you're playing, right? Do you want to work together? He's like, yes. Yeah, we see how that turned out, didn't we? Okay, we'll get to that later. Anyway, so first one with Marcelo.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey, tears are over. Now it's time for real tea, okay? Anyway,
Oolong tea.
Oolong tea, man. No sugar. Best stuff. Anyway, so I reached out to TR afterwards. I'm like, okay, I'm playing in this. I don't know who else is. He's like, oh, reach out to Dina. Dina seems like a good player. Seems like you would work well together. I'm like, okay. I was about to press send, a DM to Dina, right? Just as I was about to press send, Dina sends a DM to me saying like, hey, I heard you're someone to work with. I'm like, holy shit. Okay, so her typing, having fun. Dina starts bringing in people. Marcelo and I bring in Ivan. So the first big alliance was myself, Marcelo, Dina, Dan B, and Ivan. Yeah, so the five of us, we named ourselves Booms, B-U-M-E-S, for what's it? Brazil, UK, Mexico, Egypt, and Singapore. And I didn't mind being last on that list. I didn't mind being the S at the end. I don't mind being bottom of alliances because it makes me less of a threat. But I love that name. I love that alliance. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because we saw all those relationships work through the game in its entirety, especially Marcelo, you and Dina at the end. I felt like you two were trying to do something with each other, but we'll get to that. Does anyone else have any other delicious pre-gaming information for the audience? Feed the children.
Well, so after all that, sorry, go ahead, Jonathan.
You piggyback.
Okay. Okay, so after all that came out, I find out that Khalid was playing, and like when I first played my match, Khalid reached out to me. Khalid. Oh, I'm so sorry, Khalid.
You're okay.
Okay, and he reached out to me and he was like, "Yo, Marcel, I really liked your game," and this was like a month ago. And I don't know how I found out he was playing. I don't know. I think like Dina or someone told me, so I reached out to him. I'm like, "Hey, are you playing this mini?" And he's like, "Yes." And then that's what happened there. And then Jonathan, same thing. Like he saw my game, and then we just ended up messaging each other, and like that happened. And so it was supposed to be me, him, Khalid, Khalid. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm not
like
good
an
with
H, like an H sound.
Khalid, yeah. Khalid, and JC, because I roped JC in it too because I was watching him as well. We had like a little side alliance too.
I actually pregame with Khalid as well.
Khalid exposed party.
Khalid, you didn't tell me this, and
yeah. So me and him are a part of the Sequester Discord, which is just mostly used for alumni to play Roblox at like 12 in the morning. Turns out we found out that we were both working together. I could pull up the DMs right now.
Oh my god.
We were like, we really talked for like literally like a week straight about it. And we were just like pre-gaming about the game. We were like, oh, let's work together. This is gonna be great. And I'm like, at least I'm coming in with a connection. And then I see him like throughout my entire game twice. Like we never were in the same rooms. We never ended up doing any of that. Which I mean, I think that's kind of like because I was coming into this as a new player. I didn't know that there were like going to be that many returnees. So I didn't really like. I thought like, okay, me and Khalid could work, like could get up in a room, link up, and work together. And turns out when you have like 20 people in like 5 rooms, you're probably really not going to meet up with them, and you're not going to have the ability to talk with them kind of one-on-one. I think the only people I was able to talk to one-on-one with was Rory after I stepped in on him and another UK player forming like a final 2.
Yeah, for me, it was like with the pregame thing is like I was in a chat with my mini people from 522, and Dina was like saying like I'm playing international and I'm playing prom. I'm like Dina is racking up these minis, and so she was like talking about like she was playing, and I knew PM organized it, who's also in my chat, and so was Dan. So, but by the time I signed up, it was after like PM had said like don't like no pre-gaming. So I was like, oh shoot. But this whole time I knew Dina. So I knew Dina was already doing all this pre-gaming. So I'm like, if I know Dina, that girl is thinking till next Monday. Like she is 5,000 steps ahead of everybody already.
Let me tell you, Dina is a fucking monster.
She's a force.
Jesus.
She's so good, and that's the thing is like
So good.
And because I never reached out to her, and I knew that she knew that I knew she was playing. If that makes sense. Like I couldn't tell her I was playing because I didn't want to break that pregame rule. So she didn't find out I was playing until today. So I was like, shit. Hopefully she doesn't feel like I betrayed her or like I didn't tell her I was playing because I didn't want to break the rules. So when I like found out that like she was playing, I was like, okay, like, or when I saw the game was happening, I was like, I just got to throw out that Dina might be pre-gaming, you know, like that's my only line of defense in case she comes after me. Because if I was talking my game in a group chat and I find out that you were watching me do all this talking and didn't ever mention that you were playing, I'd be coming after you, you know, like I'd be like, why were you quiet? So I was just kind of scared of that whole thing. But I never wanted to come after her, but I was just kind of like scared. I was like, well, shoot, like if PM said no pre-gaming, I'm assuming Dina didn't actually pre-game. She just kind of announced that she was playing. So,
and let me tell you too, I was more afraid because I think Sarah Y, and I targeted her a lot in my first game, and I really thought she was going to play today. And I really thought that Andrew was going to play from PM's game. And I don't know if you guys know, but Andrew does not like me. I don't know. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go in and like get attacked by these two at the same time because they're pre-gaming. So that's why I was like, okay, I'm not into the whole pre-gaming, whatever, but I had to like somehow survive because I thought that was going to happen when I came in.
Yeah.
So,
no shade intended, but we started a pre-gaming conversation. So Rory is in the mix now. Hi, Rory. How are you?
Rory.
I'm kidding.
I'm so tired.
We love you.
I am so tired of hearing the word pre-gaming. Like I thought after all winners it was gone. I would never have to hear that shit again. But here we are.
I want to say something real quick about pre-gaming, especially before it was announced not to. And I'm glad we're spending this much time on it because it's really the game before the game. And it sets up a lot of what happens. And I actually am a fierce believer that if the option is open to pregame, because it is going to dictate so much of the game and it's a part of it. You have to acknowledge that it's a part of it. Now, of course, when it was announced, no more pre-gaming, that's when everything needed to be put on the brakes. No more reaching out. But I think the word pre-gaming gets a like negative connotation. And Rory, I can understand why you might feel this way. But it's a part of the game, and you actually get to form stronger social relationships than you can in a 2-minute round. And 2, you get to actually execute your strategy because you have the social relationships that you can do that. So I think it leads to potentially a better game. That's my humble opinion. Subjective. Rory, what are your thoughts?
Hi. For me, for this one in particular, I was added to the cast pretty late. I applied after it was full, so I was a replacement. So by the time I knew that I was playing this, the no pre-gaming rule had already been posted. So basically, I didn't know for sure if anyone was playing. You could kind of guess based on some countries. And basically, I host a Survivor org, and Khalid applied for it, and you could see his country attached to the application, and I was like, well, he's clearly playing. So I didn't want to pregame or anything, but just know that I made sure that I ran his interview for my org. I was like, I'm going to be there. And I asked him so many questions about Sequester. I was like, what's your strategy in Sequester? What's this? But besides that, I didn't really pregame with anyone. I noticed some people posting their flags in YouTube comments and stuff, and it's like, well, clearly you're representing this country. But I didn't really do anything extensive this time around. Not that I did it in All Winners either, but
I don't know if I've formally apologized to you yet, Rory, but I am sorry.
I don't want to hear it. We're leaving it in the past.
Great. So let's move on. So we talked about a lot of what was under the surface going into the game. And we talked about those videos and how they influenced a lot of votes and what you were thinking. But now let's fast forward past all of that. Pre-game's gone. The video's just ended. The round starts. What do you do?
Panic.
Literally. It's so weird. In All Winners, round 1, there was so much pressure, and I just knew I had to do this, that, and this. Whereas this time I was like, what do I do? I don't know what to do here. And in the mini that I won, I was the target round 1 and used an LOS. So this was very weird. I was like, what do I do? Like, I'm not the target preseason. I'm not the target round one. What am I supposed to do? So it was kind of strange.
Yeah.
I mean,
Go ahead, guys.
Okay. For me as a super fan of the show, and like I'm not like the super fan, but I've been there since like I've been a fan since Noah Salvatore got taken out in the original Sequester first, Rob King, and playing it was like surreal because like you get there and then you're like, oh, game mode on now, and you're like nervous because you don't want to be the first one to go, because if you're the first one to go, you're like a certified flop, like an iconic certified flop, but a flop nonetheless. No tea, no shade, Dylan. You're taking it by an LOS.
I know I'm a flop. I was such a flop.
Listen,
You are an
really good
iconic
players
flop.
have left first. Really good players leave first. Look at that.
Just
yeah,
put
I
yourself
mean,
out there,
I
you
don't.
win. Just
Yeah. As long as you're not like the worst thing for me would be like being the first one to like go home twice. But like for me, when I was like, it was like a dream come true. Even though I didn't get to play for that long, like just being there and being kind of in like the arena of Sequester, it was like mind blown. It was like everything I wanted and more. Because I was scared that people didn't want to play. I was scared that everyone was going to be like timid with throwing out names. I probably should have thrown out some more names. I was kind of timid, but it was like entering like the Hunger Games, but without the child murder.
That's good.
Brad, what about first round like for you? When you started to hear your name was being thrown around.
Well, basically, my only preparation coming into the whole game was for the first round, because I thought that would be the worst, well, the most opportunity for me to go up. Because I knew, having seen especially that there'll be 4 British people, a first-time player without any connections. So basically, and then the moment I heard my name, I was just in pure panic mode. But luckily, the LOS had come out fairly early in the round. So although I was still shitting it, I was happy that I had that to fall back on, basically.
I was like trying to get those LOSs. Someone kept taking them. Like,
right? I saw like one LOS the entire game, and sis was gone. You would have thought like.
I was like begging Audrey, like, please, just I spent it like literally 10 seconds. I was messaging her like, Audrey, please, can I get the LOS, please? No, and then she never replied back. She left me off
Right. Your LOS play, the round 1 LOS play was iconic.
Listen,
it set the tone. It really set the tone for the game.
I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, well, you know, Dylan's gonna go home first. And Audrey's like, an LOS has been successfully played. And I'm like,
I was like, I'm not gonna lie, I was hyped. I was like,
Dylan, you have been eliminated. I'm sitting there like,
I was throwing the middle fingers. When I get hyped, nothing stops me. I was like, yes, you guys, everyone tried to get me out that round. I don't know who was. I was more disappointed in Charlie that round. I thought he was like behind that, but he wasn't. He told me after. I was like, but yeah, but first round, right? Like,
did you know that your name was being brought up a little bit?
Did you say me?
Yes.
I did hear it a little bit. I was trying to go through the rooms. My connection was being so horrible. Like at one point I saw Charlie enter the room for like half a second and then just like leave, and I tried to say like, hey, and you were already gone. Like it was crazy. Like my internet was being so horrible. And so I did hear my name. Oh, what'd you say?
No, I tried to play it off later that it was a connection thing, but no, I knew your, my, and Greg's name were the names, so I didn't really want to talk to you.
Yeah. It's okay.
No, nothing personal, but I was like,
you're fine. You're fine.
Awesome, man.
But when I heard my name was going around, I'm like, shoot, I don't know what to do. I was in room 5 at one point, and like I was alone in there, and I'm like, shit, it's gonna take me like a minute and a half to try and get in another room because my thing was being so slow. And taking me forever to get in another room, so I'm like, I don't know what to do. Should I just stay in this room? And no one was joining. And I'm like, please someone join this room. And like I'm like saying it and nobody was joining. And I'm like, oh my God, this is horrible. Like, what am I gonna do? And then people were. I knew my name was going around at the end of the round. People were being like, oh, what do we do? What do we do? And I'm just like, vote Greg. I don't know. And I'm like telling Greg, vote Rory. And I don't know. I thought I was going to be the first one out with the majority of the votes. I said this before, but when that LOS was played, I was like, wow. Like, I was so shocked that it was successfully. Because I thought maybe I was saved with the LOS until that was said.
Right.
For a game with a lot of unsuccessful LOS plays, that was one of the few ones that actually landed.
Yeah. And I think you should pat yourself on the back, Dylan, because you managed to have a shitty connection, a target on your back, and people gunning for you. And you did technically survive the first vote. You did technically survive the first vote. So you cannot be like, oh, like I didn't do that great. Like you kind of slayed it from the resources and the means that you had. You did really well. You managed to flip the target off of you and onto Greg, and that.
I would be interested to see how many votes were for you, Dylan. Because if the LOS was played, I wonder how many votes it took.
Yeah,
I
don't
like
know.
a 12-8, like that type of ratio, like very close, but still like a majority for Greg.
So, who would like to take credit for putting things down and for putting Greg's name out? Or did it just kind of feel like it was a collective thing?
I think
Greg in my room.
Collective from my room, I think.
I think it was me because I kept throwing names out left and right. I don't know. I don't even remember what names I was throwing out at some point. I know for sure, Greg, I got you out.
Marcelo said, "Credit me, girl. Put me in that bibliography."
No, I'm not talking
period.
But I don't know. I don't know. Who was it? Was it me?
I said your name in my room, Greg. I guess coincidentally, but I was not married to it. I just wanted to say something and leave.
Very fair.
I voted for Dylan.
I voted for Dylan too.
I voted for Dylan as well.
Interesting.
Wait, did I? I think I might have voted for. Wait, let me check my Skype.
My mentality was like I wanted to vote people whose names were not being brought out. Like whoever was the target, I kind of wanted to set up the next round. So like I think like I wanted Dylan out, and then Greg's name was being brought around already. So I could just be like, okay, Greg was already being called out, so let's get him out next round. Yeah. Like that was kind of like my mentality with that first vote. I didn't know that. I was just waiting. I thought like I didn't know that someone would play LOS.
Yeah.
So we make it through, get the vote. Greg, why did you decide that you were gonna play LOS?
Say sorry one more time.
Sharifa said, why did you play
Is my mic off?
You're kind of
no,
like
you're
lagging.
just lagging. But basically, Sharifa's asking you, Greg, like, at what moment did you decide to like play your LOS?
Pretty much the moment I got it.
And was your name going out there before you got the LOS?
It was fairly close, I think.
Okay.
But I just knew that considering how regular they come, I figured if I have one, if there's even a single bit of doubt, then I'll be playing it.
Good call.
I think it's smart. You know, because there were so many ineffective LOS plays in this game, but I would rather see that than like someone leave with 2 LOSs. Because
the
you're
shade
like,
of it all.
I know, right? I imagine that person leaving with 2 LOSs, like idiots.
Yeah, like how could someone do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Rory wants to say something, so you could take me off for a second if you want.
My hair is fucked up.
No, I was just gonna say, like, coming out of the all-winner season and where we saw like Beth get yoinked out with 2 votes round 1, like I had heard like Dylan's name so much, but I was like in a constant state of paranoia given like how Beth was literally taken out with 2 votes at final 20. So like I'm pretty sure I voted for Greg because I was afraid that if an LOS somehow was played on Dylan, it could end up being me since people had said they'd heard my name.
Ooh.
And like at the same time though, I was like Dylan's like Wi-Fi is shitty. He's on his phone. Like this bitch is not getting an LOS.
So bad.
Not his phone.
Yo,
Yeah, I was on.
Yeah.
I was on the StreamYard on my phone. Yeah, I did ask for permission if that was okay. Before
Dylan was
the
playing
game.
Sequester on a Telegram. Dylan was
It
going
was
beep,
so bad.
beep, 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 beep.
It was so bad.
Listen, StreamYard is brutal on your internet connection, as y'all have already witnessed. She's trying to take me down today. But with that said, we get to the vote. Greg successfully plays an LOS. Dylan, it's you. You get to jury. And then what happened for you, buddy?
So I had to make those nominations for the next round, and I didn't even know what to do. I'm like, I don't know. So I just nominated people who some of the notes I had was literally like blue shirt. Like I had no idea. Like I didn't get to see half the people or even get to say hi to half the people. So when I'm like thinking, I'm like Bahrain. I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, so I just picked all those random names. And then when other people kept joining the call, like the connection just went horrible, and like there was no way I was gonna be able to do that comeback challenge. It was over for me.
You
at
might
that
have actually
point.
had
Like,
that one because it's just typing.
what was it?
It was
typing words backwards.
But the lag is still
okay.
gonna get him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day,
laggy.
you were like the person, because me, Jonathan, and Dancy had like a buyback alliance, and you were like the person that we felt bad for. No tea, no shade, Greg, but we were like, if this is a voting buyback, we vote Greg out immediately. Immediately, love.
Oh my God.
Immediately.
Listen, I'm just here for Henry right now. So fucking funny.
All the Latin guys wore hats. Did y'all peep that? Marcelo?
No,
me,
I didn't have a hat.
Jonathan? Oh.
No, I just got one now because my hair is really bad right now. Yeah, I didn't.
Y'all want to talk about bad? She nappy.
Tell me about it.
Oh, Henry, when are you playing another game?
I don't know. I'm not allowed to play the Patreon minis. So I'm just gonna have to hop on another private.
Oh wait, why are you not allowed to play the Patreon ones?
Because I'm 15.
Is there an age limit?
Yeah, I think it's like 18 or 16 or something far away.
Charlie
just say you're 16.
Right?
Right?
No, but like Sequester, it was like it really doesn't matter your age, because like one of my favorite players is like Kim, and she's literally like 4 times my age, and she's still a queen of the game. Like I came into it thinking, oh my God, people are gonna like get on me for my age, and like they really like didn't. It was really cool, because I was like, do I even mention that I'm 15? Like, do I even like say that? And people were just like super freaking cool.
Yeah.
I must have missed it because I had no idea until after the game.
I had no idea either.
You said it like round 3, and we were doing the podcast, and all of us were like, wait, what? Everyone just assumed you were like 17, 18, like around that age. Like no one thought that you were 15.
And if this mini had been like a month ago, I would have been 14.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. That's terrifying.
Okay, so
Imagine
Dylan,
21, you would have killed it.
So Dylan, your internet connection bounces out and you leave, unfortunately. Are there any parting words that you have for us about your Sequester experience?
I just want to say it's a very, very fun game. Although I didn't really get to experience much, I did have a lot of fun. Just even getting into that room and just seeing and just waving hi to everyone was just fun for me. I would definitely recommend trying it, but don't play on a phone. It's not the way to go. Definitely, and just have fun with it. It's just a game at the end of the day, and just have fun. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Dylan, apply again. Play
yeah,
again.
Right. You managed to do enough. You managed to do enough damage to get Greg out on a telephone. Sis was playing like brick shoot with her BlackBerry and planning the first eviction. I was living.
Henry, where did you get your vernacular, girl?
The internet.
Amazing. Well, Dylan, thank you so much for playing the game, being a part of it, and coming to talk with us. We really appreciate it. We hope you play again. Please do, with a better internet connection if you can manage it.
Definitely. I did get a new computer, like literally as soon as I like left the thing, like 20 minutes later, I bought a new computer, and that's what I'm on right now, and it's obviously 100 times better.
She contributing to the post-quarantine economy. She said, "I'd like one notebook 8, please."
Listen, I cannot get the Henry
Sequester on the back.
Thank you for having me, though. I lasted longer on here than I did in the game.
Well, if you want to know more from Dylan, hear more from Dylan, please follow him on Twitter. You can see his handle down below. Dylan, thank you again for being here. Play again, and we'll see you real soon.
All right, thank you.
You're an icon. Don't forget it, sis.
What's his thing again? To Dylan something? Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Dylan, what's up? I don't even have Twitter.
I'm popping in again to say, Henry, like, you're coming for my job here, bud. Like, I don't even want to do Podcaster anymore. I just want you to take my place and just watch all
y'all
of it.
are sweet.
This is incredible.
Oh, y'all are sweet. No, because what I mostly do is like journalism. Like, I just started getting into journalism for like my internship job. So, my favorite part of journalism is like talking to people and learning their stories. So, like, Podquester. Like when TR was like, "Oh yeah, this show is on," I was like, "Sign me up, sis. Let me click this. Let me get my deviled eggs in my headphones and get to the podcast."
Listen, Charlie put in the comments, "Sequester Kid Nation."
Oh my god, y'all! I almost applied for Karma, which is like the next kid reality show. It's like the reboot for Endurance, and my application ain't go through, but. Y'all could have seen me fighting these people. Y'all could have seen me on some. I heard you wanted to put the red team up for elimination and put them into the temple. What is wrong with you?
Sharifa, are y'all hiring unpaid interns for Podcaster?
Bitch, I'm an unpaid intern. You think I make money?
Sharifa just got on now. Come on.
Sharifa's gonna cut Henry's legs in the parking lot after this. She's like, "Don't take my job."
I'm coming for that job, sis.
Sharifa fixed her internet connection and everything. She's just like not lagging no more.
Sharifa fixed her Ethernet box. Sharifa said, "Hello, Best Buy? My employment.
Where are your parents, Henry? Oh my god.
COVID hours.
Henry, you were too young to come for me like this.
Oh my god.
Henry, my mom was so supportive because my monitor went off in like the second or third round, like the DNC vote, and she was like, come down here, hurry up. I was like,
are you an only child? You must be an only child.
Yes, I am.
Oh, thank God.
They found perfection once and they didn't do it again.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Can we get on, please? Can we go on?
Yeah, exactly.
Round 2.
Wow.
All right, so we get to round 2, and we hear Dylan's nominations, which he apparently selected very randomly. And his noms were Charlie, Jonathan, Jim, Nev, and Alex. So let's go from there. How did that round start for everybody?
Well, I was nommed, so that sucked.
I said I'm dead.
I was just gonna like, what the hell? Like, I protected Dylan, so because we never ever made connection in any room ever, I understood why he probably nominated me and maybe thought that I was coming after him. But I was so pissed off. And the thing is, with like this round, it's so hard to navigate because you don't want to be the one throwing names out. I feel because then people can say Jonathan's coming for you, blah blah blah. At the same time, it's like you got to defend yourself. So, like, I was trying to see what people were throwing out. Alex's name was one of the names that was thrown out early on, so I was just like, Alex.
Yeah.
And that's what it was. If I had known Jonathan was coming for me for some reason, I don't know why. I'm still confused about all that.
What was that?
I was surprised
y'all, you should have known how confusing that was for the rest of us. When people are like, "Oh, let's vote Jonathan." Jonathan? No, Jonathan. Wait, what? Because y'all's names are getting thrown around, and
maybe
it sounds
why.
so similar. Like, imagine the pettiness if King Jonathan was like, "Let me take this Jonathan bitch out." It's the same name.
That's why Dan went out, I think. But anyway,
I remember being in a room and I was literally going like J and Y because I was saying like Jonathan because I did not want Jonathan out like at all. So I was saying you, Jonathan. I was
Marcelo!
I know, man.
I had your back.
But the only, you know what it was? It's because we were in the first room a lot, like the first room, and like I was like waiting for someone to be like, I was not gonna ride with a room alliance because I wanted to like actually
No,
try.
not at all.
So like I was like, okay, I didn't know if you were like we were like on the same page. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's second round, man. But after like you stayed, I wanted to work with you after. But like
I
during
didn't
that round,
stay. I came back.
oh yeah, you got out. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
that was
you
the
got
thing
out.
too. Is like I heard people were saying my name, and so I immediately was all like, I haven't heard my name. Like I gotta push that out. But like the thing is, like people were saying Jonathan, and Alex, and I was like, well, hopefully I can find Jonathan and work something out with him to get. Because my whole thing and my game a lot of times is to work with people that have killed for me before. Because I'm all about squashing stuff, moving forward, and playing a game so that it doesn't behoove everyone else. Because what happens is people find rivalries and then they ride on that for a long time, and then people float on those, and then hopefully like someone else goes out. And I'm not about that. I'm always about the people that are trying to push rivalries. Let's get them out. You know. So I didn't want Jonathan to go. I wanted Alex to go.
Well, I was surprised that Jonathan was coming for you because we're all alum from the game that I won, and I just assumed that y'all would be working together because of that. And the two names that were really starting to get out there were your name and his, but he was actively pushing yours.
Yeah, which is smart.
Yeah.
If you only knew it was just our two names, then push me. You know, like if I didn't hear Alex, I would not have pushed Alex. But
Yeah.
It's just kind of what it was. But it didn't make any sense to me at all. Like I didn't have anything against him. I don't know what I did. He voted me out. Yeah, someone pointed out, voted me out last mini with 2 votes, which was just fine. Like it was that even odd round.
I remember that.
But it just didn't make sense to me. I'm just like, yeah. I'm like, especially in a mini like this where there's so many people that have pre-mades. I don't know what his pre-mades were, and I don't know if we're going to hear what his pre-mades were. But like, I was kind of like, you lean into the relationships you have built in already, which is why I never came for my mini people, you know, like until I had to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Jonathan, I actually kind of feel bad because I kept saying your name the entire round as well.
Yeah.
When I knew it was going to be Alex.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just kind of, you were just the target.
Yeah.
And I mean, you were difficult to read. You were just someone I couldn't read, and I didn't know what was true and what was not. Although in the end, I didn't even vote either Jonathan or Alex. I kind of just threw a vote.
Yeah. I mean, Jonathan, if I would have met you like in the rooms before, I wouldn't have voted for you because icon. But
Thanks.
I wanted to ask Chris because I think it might have led on to my elimination later. Was that the round where I told you people were throwing out your name?
No, that was a bit later. So that was actually, if I look back on my notes, the next round was when Renzo came in and told me that Charlie was throwing out my name and was out to get me.
Hey, was Charlie a nominee this round? I don't remember. Is that in your notes, Sharifa?
Yes, he was.
Charlie was.
Yes.
And that was the thing is like I would have actively pushed Charlie if I'd had known like people would be down with that because he was, and I know this is a terrible thing, you know, targeting people from past games, targeting people for future games. But the thing was, I was kind of like, dude, this guy's going to play again. Like, we're maybe going to help him if he gets out Freezer, you know, like, because it'll make him less of a target. Now he may not, who knows. But like, he was someone I wanted to push. However, you have to gauge the room, and I felt like no one was really feeling getting rid of Charlie at that time. So it was never a name I thought to bring up.
Yeah.
I think he got all the LOSs too. Yo, Charlie.
Yeah, I really thought I was dead this round, so I really wanted to play scared, and I thought I was done. So
Charlie, you played me because I was like, that round, I was like, can we not vote out Charlie? It's his birthday, and I would feel super duper terrible because I'm part of that emotional stuff. So I would have felt terrible if someone had gone out on their birthday. Like,
did anyone doubt it?
Yes, the minute you said it.
Oh, but
I was like, no.
But it was such a non-thing too. Like, who cares? You know,
I was just like, I'm not going to say anything because that kind of then puts it on target on me, and then you guys will all just go for me. So I was like, I'm not going out first. Hell no.
Rory, I figured that you knew but I also thought that my speculation was that you weren't saying anything because you thought that me being in was very beneficial to you.
Yeah,
because you were
I
a
kind
winner.
of
I
like
was also one of them.
just assumed that it wasn't true because I feel like I would have seen it somewhere. But I didn't really give a shit at the same time because like it doesn't make a difference to me. But I think like after Ryan did that stuff on Friday and now you, I think like anyone who does have a birthday, nobody's gonna believe it for shit at this stage.
I'll vote you out on your birthday. I don't care.
Yeah, it's
No,
midnight
I-
somewhere.
How
One
could
on my
you vote me
birthday.
out on my daughter's birthday?
No, I literally, my thought was like, Ryan did it. Who knows how many people sat through that many? And I think it was super functional. I think I was probably, I think I could have sold it. And I thought, what's the harm? I think these first rounds are going to be the most dangerous for me anyway. So I may as well use every trick in the book. And I also thought that the first round was going to have the like safety or put up twist.
Yeah.
So I was like, I can either get out of being the flop or get the safety based on that if I really push it and then escape round one. But after that,
Actually, if that was the round and you had plead that as your case, I would have said let's put you up because it is your birthday, so no one will vote you out. That would have been my argument.
So that brought us to, well, the original end for Jonathan, not the actual end.
Yeah.
Still sucked.
Yeah.
I was so annoyed when you got out.
Yeah. We'll get into your thinking, I guess, here in a bit in terms of what you were thinking when you were going to come back. But next round we had safety roulette, where it ended up with Dan. It was messy.
That was the most stressful round for me ever. Y'all should have seen me, Neve, and I believe Jim when we were all sitting in like room 3. Oh, was that you, Rory?
Yeah.
Oh, so me, Neve, and Rory, when we were sitting in room 3, because we were like one of the last 2 up, and it was like, doo, 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 doo. You would have thought that, like, like one of those like Zoom like pregnancy reaction videos, because we were like, yeah, whoa, whoa. I mean, that was an iconic round overall because I've always seen it on the show, and it's been one of my favorite rounds because it really is just the luck of wheeldecide.com.
So it ended up with Dan C, Dan B, Charlie, Renzo, and Dina up for elimination from the wheel. And one of the things that I found interesting, and it's become, it basically comes into every game. It came into the game big time last night where it didn't work out for Gio, but it's first person to leave the room is the one that everyone else targets. Now, you guys took this probably more seriously than any other room I've seen in just absolutely refusing to leave for the entire round. You basically just stayed in there and debated until, Charlie, you finally brought it up as like, hey, this probably isn't the best move for us to be sitting here the entire time.
I thought I was dead, so I couldn't leave. And I don't know what I could have done better. Thank God Dina left, and it was smart because she knew she was safe and she could go do other stuff. But
Charlie,
I was like,
wanted you to stay. So you and Rory, I was like, wanted you guys to stay so bad. Like, I was so pissed people were giving your names out. I'm sorry, Jonathan. Like, but after that, I was like, with them, because people were saying just because you played Rory because you won. I was like, no, that's bullshit. Nope. Yeah. I don't understand why they were.
Was like, it got to a point where I was hearing this stuff about me winning so much, and I was like, I really don't give a fuck if people want to target me because I won. The fact of the matter is that the fact that I have won means like keep me around. I'm a shield at any given moment. So it was like annoying, but at the same time, it kind of just like fueled me more because like I don't really have anything to lose at this stage.
I wanted to use that as a fuel to like strengthen our relationship. So that's why I was like,
I feel like our relationship was strengthened regardless of our choice, given that we went into like every single room together.
You followed me everywhere, Rory.
No. You followed me.
You follow everywhere I was going. 3, 4, 5, 1. I tried to switch it up and you followed. But I was like, yeah, I didn't. That round I actually voted for Renzo because of that. Because I thought he was the one that was. I was saying that he was the one that's rallying everyone to vote against you guys.
I wanted to vote for Renzo, but I didn't really hear any traction on that. I don't think.
I think I just kind of threw away that vote.
I knew in the wheel round that I had to go for one of the Dans, and then I was just Dan C was the person. Jonathan came into our room and was like, "It's people are saying Dan C." I was like, "All right, I'm done. Like, I'm gonna just run with that." And I,
Do we know? Because we know. So Dan C went out that round, and LOS was used.
I found it.
Right.
I found it and played it.
Okay,
I don't regret it at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't regret it at all. I don't know if Audrey has the chart, but I bet you it was like pretty close.
Yeah, you have to use it there. If you know it's basically a 50-50 shot of whether you're going home or not, you can't risk not using it if you have one.
Well, I was gonna chat the mods and say, because I didn't know, I had a hunch, but I wanted to double check. My thought was, okay, if I do get voted out, do I get to keep my LOS if I win the buyback? Because I thought I had pretty good odds of winning the buyback. And then I knew there would be at least 1 or 2 rounds of safety. So I thought, okay, maybe I should take the 50-50 shot, because then if I win the buyback, I get 2 to 3 rounds. But I thought, let me just play it and see.
Right. Can I say something about round 3, please?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay. So this is when I started hearing Charlie's name being pushed, but I really wanted to work with him. So I had heard earlier that Chris and Charlie had been butting heads. So I used that narrative in many rooms to say, hey, these two are fighting. Let's keep them both in.
Yes,
right?
you did.
I like Chris as well, but I really wanted Charlie to stay. But with people having conflict, this would help ensure that both of them
I remember you
so
telling me
that.
that.
Future targets. Yeah.
I think Chris and I was never really gunning for Chris, but I was always willing to say Chris's name because I felt we were sort of gunning for the same slot of like, we were in the same room, we were from the 2 most cast countries. I think we had Chris,
I'm from South Africa.
South Africa. No, you're not from one of the most cast countries, but you were
the only one.
That was my fault. I messed up. But no, what happened was your name was getting brought up in round 2 with those people who were from the most cast countries. So you kind of blended in. So I said, okay, this is probably the person I have to go against.
I wrote it in my book too. I put Chris was going against Rory and Charlie. So I was pushing that. So I was just saying that you, Chris, were trying to get Charlie out.
I actually, funnily enough, I wasn't against Charlie at all, even though Henry came and told me, I think in the next round, that he was after me. I still ended up voting Henry out in the next round because of it. Because I was trying to stick with the room for at least the first few rounds so we could kind of get somewhere and then kind of branch from there. So he was actually never a name that I said, let's vote Charlie out. Let's go for him.
I actually never. You can blame.
So when I heard there was beef, I was like, there was.
Hold up, let's just pause here. We can you all give JC a pass. JC, JC's the one who convinced me to get you to go against Charlie. Like JC's one when JC came and said like Chris and Charlie are fighting. Like that's when I was like, okay, so I'm just gonna say Chris is having beef with Charlie, and I added Rory into it because just so I can like build you guys. So and no one says anything about JC being a little like. Started some problems.
JC, you just got called the fuck out. How would you like to respond?
You can talk to my Merlion.
Bad response.
JC, and you were the one person I wanted to work with.
Yes, I felt a good connection with you. We were in the same starting room. I wanted our room to stick together. Room 3 is lucky. Oh my god!
But then you're throwing me and Charlie under the bus.
Sorry?
Then you're throwing me and Charlie under the bus to try and turn on each other.
You gotta rewatch it. JC's like, Charlie and Click are fighting. Charlie,
we never fought.
Both of you to stay.
I was like,
actually,
okay, run it with it.
If round 3 was a little bit longer, it might have ended up in a bit of an argument because I was about to call Charlie out for saying my name, and then Audrey was like, "Round's over," and I was like, "Oh, don't say anything." Yeah. And then by the time the next round came, I was like,
Okay, so I really don't think I like JC for being a shit stir when you just said you threw my name into it as well.
I never said
you shit
stir. Well, you know what? It's expected from me already by now, okay?
Yeah.
Not expected. Yeah. I wanted to work with you. That's why, not to get you out. I was just like, that was a way for me to be like, okay, Chris is going against Rory, and Charlie. So I was watching your guys back the whole time. Though.
Okay.
I mean, JC,
like,
you were probably like one of the biggest like crapsters in like the entire cast because you were running around saying people's names, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, JC is so adorable! Did you see his stuffed animal?" And you were like running around room to room to room to room to room to room, like throwing out people's names, and like doing all that. So I mean, if you're in Heroes versus Villains, you're a villain.
And this is coming from Henry, who lied the entire time in pre-jury.
Yeah,
I blame Jonathan for doing that.
I would gladly
And what about
accept
it?
the villain label first and foremost. And yes, the stuffed animal was a strategy.
Well, I must say that stuffed animal is very adorable. So you're good.
Thank you.
I want to comment. I want to comment on JC because we were all discussing it. I don't think I've ever been prouder in my sequester life of watching you, and I tweeted about it. So it got a lot of likes, so I appreciate that, JC. I have never been prouder watching you like come out there on your second game and just like play. You were ready to cut throats, and I don't think anybody else was ready for it. Like the nicest person on Sequester was ready to crack some skulls and like play the game hard, and it was. I couldn't stop smiling for a whole lot of rounds watching you just basically like the Godfather just sitting back. I was going to get into it in the next round just being like, here's what we're going to do. You two are voting this. You two are voting that. I was like, you go, JC. You do it.
I mean, honestly, JC, if you had gotten into that like final, I don't want to say tribal council because Sequester's more cyber theme, that final chat room, 7-0, period. That's why
JC should have been there.
Like a threat. And I want you to win. Yeah, I want JC to win in the future. So I'm just like let's downplay his threat level. JC's the worst to ever play.
Yeah,
JC
please no target on him.
Yeah, I suck.
JC sucks.
Yeah.
Can I say something to what Louie said earlier? Okay, the reason why I played so low key my first time is because Singapore is a very image conscious culture. I was heavily discouraged from playing my first time. People in my life said that if you go on what is essentially international television and play such a game, that I would embarrass my family, embarrass my society, embarrass my country. And I said, I'm just going to give it a go and see how it goes. But after the fan feedback was quite positive, I thought, okay, this seems like permission from the fan base to play at my hardest. So that's what I took advantage of and tried to use this time. So thank you very much, audience.
I just want to let you know, you didn't embarrass anyone. You did everyone proud with your game. I mean, literally, like you were somehow like you played a dominant game without also being like a complete ass, CJ. And like you're like you made everyone proud. Like you were someone where if you could vote everyone out of the game, you could backstab everyone, and we'd all be in the jury like, when do we get to vote for JC? Because king behavior.
Listen, JC's winning Heroes vs. Villains 2. I think we all already know that.
Yes.
But let's get to the end of this round. A LOS is used ineffectively. Do we know who played that LOS?
I think Charlie already said he did. Did he not? Or was that the round before?
That was the round
that was the
before.
previous round.
Oh, sorry.
Someone kept getting freaking LOSs. Who was it? Who was it? Who got it? Please, I need to know.
It really comes down to the person with the good internet connection. I'm telling you.
I'm like,
I played it this round.
Oh, you played it this round. Oh, okay.
So you played it ineffectively, and Dan C ends up going home. We're still in round 3. Wait, so why did you play it, Charlie?
I mean, honestly, like I look back on it and I still think I made the right decision. I said, I think I'm surviving this vote like 9-5 or 9-6, or I mean, there's more votes than that. Whatever, some 3 vote margin or something. My thought was like, I am not comfortable enough with that. Like I went out in 17th in my last mini. I'm not getting one worse. I don't want to go home with an LOS. I really thought I had it. But I figured, like, these are the rounds I need to survive for sure. I have a shot if I can get through these rounds. I don't want to take a 70-30 coin flip here. My one question that I want to ask Maud was, I thought I had pretty good odds in the buyback if I was out. So I was wondering, like, if I came back in, would I still have my LOS?
That's a good question, though. I think
And
that's
I
like,
know that wouldn't be the case in Survivor,
idea.
I don't think. But
I think you're gonna lose it because you're like coming in the second round, so you're technically like
Sure.
a second Charlie at that point.
Yeah.
You're
But
not
it's
the same
sequester,
Charlie.
dude.
feel
Now
like
we're
you would
allowed.
probably lose.
Now we're allowed to contest drags. Like, I mean, who knows, right?
I think the reason you would probably lose it is only because I'm thinking because the person who got to come back got the option of 2 rounds of safety or an LOS. So I don't know if necessarily they would want someone to have, you know, going back into the game with 2 LOSs would be a lot.
Yeah.
Oh wait, can I?
I don't know
ask
about
you-
anyone else, but I didn't know that was an option. I thought it was just straight up 2 rounds of safety when he returned.
Yeah, he had the option.
Oh, me too. Wait, can I ask 2 very quick questions that are not specifically about the game, but about those things, just because I'm curious from the group? Number 1, do we think that's balanced? I think 2 rounds of safety is a lot better than an LOS.
Agreed.
It's hard.
100.
I initially said 2 rounds of safety, but the only thing I was nervous about with that is Jonathan getting netted. Just
Sure.
because, like, if you have safety for a certain amount of time, you always kind of have in the back of your
Sure.
head, like,
That's a good point.
I'm going to go after this person when I can. And I don't remember. I have to look at the notes. I don't remember if he left the round that he no longer had safety. No, he got dragged. So it worked out for him. I think it's a toss-up. But I could also see having an LOS potentially being more useful. If you're able to be scrappy enough to get past those first few rounds, you have it as something long-term. It's a risk.
Yeah, my thought there was that if you take the 2 rounds of safety and you know you're safe, you could take time and find your own LOS, right?
Right.
So
That's
that
true.
was my point there.
Yeah, that's true.
So okay, second quick question: how many over/under the amount of minis until we get a green button push?
Oh, like unanimous green?
It's never happened.
Unanimous green. It will. You think it will
It has
never happen?
never happened.
No, it'll never happen.
No. I'm saying it has never happened. What is the amount? Is it 100? Is it 150? Until we get a green button push. I'm genuinely curious. I was spamming the chat the other day.
Never.
Infinity. It will never happen.
It'll never happen.
I'm
It's
gonna
always
say
gonna be
500.
500? Because we had one mini where only 2 people push red out of 9. That's not that. That's not
Okay, but that's a final 9 or something. If it's like
Was that
gone
an early
here,
one?
it's
an
red.
early one.
And also, I feel like things have changed since then. Like, that was back before everybody knew to pick red. So now I feel like it's just red nonstop.
Yeah, I was worried like about this, like the button push thing, because like sometimes it's like the blocking vote twist, but I was also worried it would be the fewest votes goes home, which is going to a wheel nearly every single time.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of that too.
Well, that leads us perfectly into the next round. And I just want to comment really quickly, Charlie. I think you made the right move as well. If you have any sort of instinct that your name is coming up and you have an LOS, you'd much rather have an umbrella if it's not raining than raining and not.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know. I'm
For
sure
that.
people in the comments are like,
And let's move on to the next round. Listen, as someone who's left with an idol in her pocket in the last org I played, I'm fully on board for playing any sort of safety just in case. All right, so we just talked about it. We move on into round 4. Dancy is out. He is off to jury. And we now have the option of picking between red and green. And I think who here, out of curiosity, who here pressed green?
I picked green.
I picked green.
Red.
Marcelo, really?
I am a red all the way. You know, every game I'm in the comments, red, 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 red. We already know. But I kind of like thought maybe people knew that I would be doing that. So I was like, I said veggie in green in Portuguese. Like I was like, green. It's because I just wanted to switch it up. I wanted a simple round. I don't know. I wanted to like be a normal round. I felt unsafe. I don't know.
Yeah, I wanted a simpler round, but I was like, it's like final, I don't even know, like 18, 17. There's no way there's nobody hitting a red button.
Oh,
so
yeah. And I knew that
I might
too.
as well just join in.
I was like, maybe there's a chance that everyone will do green. I don't know. Just risked it.
Yeah, I hit green because I was like, I just want it to be a normal round. I mean, if I get something cool, I get something cool. And I did get something like, the vote blocking power, which I did play. I did play on someone who did vote for me, but it wasn't enough, sadly.
So the two names that were brought up for this round was unfortunately our little star Henry, and then also Chris. So for everyone who's in the room right now, what name were you pushing?
Chris.
I voted Alex again.
Was that?
I did not know that.
I'm sorry. I wanted
for
at that
Alex.
point. I think I wanted Henry. So like I wanted to work with him for some. I don't know. Like he was so cool. So I was like, I wanted you out, Chris. I didn't talk to you the whole game. Like,
I hardly saw you.
Yeah, like, and it's not our fault. It's not like your fault. It's not my fault. It's just a matter of statistically, like, there was no way we were in the same room. So I was ready to work with Henry, and I was so sad when he left. I was.
Yeah. I was like, I'd like to say I was like blindsided, shook, but with the way that round was going, it was like I felt it was like, oh damn, maybe I should have like tried to go for like an LOS or something, because like I was got, and I mean I played my vote block on Chris, and I mean so I mean
I did vote for you.
Yeah, I think JC spearheaded me, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I blocked Chris's vote.
Oh, we both
I was
did.
green. Sorry. Yeah.
Yes. Thanks, guys.
Fucking. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not good. My memory's like gone already. So sorry.
I mean, okay. Basically, when the round started was pretty much the end of me trying to go off at Charlie, and when the round started, I'd kind of chilled a bit, and I said to him, apparently you throwing my name out, and he was like, no, I'm not. Where did you hear that? And I said, well, Henry told me. And then that's where the group pretty much decided, let's go for Henry then.
But see, you messed me up because I didn't even say Charlie.
You told me Charlie. That's why I came for Charlie. I
thought you were
left the
coming
room
for me
straight away.
because I said someone is throwing your name out, and then you were like, who? And I was like, I don't remember.
You're like, Charlie was in the last room, and I was like, okay.
So, Chris, when we were talking Henry, I thought you were going home for sure. I just wanted Henry's name out, so I wouldn't be the second most amount of votes in case you had an LS. I thought you were dead because I was going to other rooms and it was all Chris, Charlie are good. So I was like, I just wanted to make sure that Henry would be second place if there was an LOS. But I voted for Henry because I thought all the votes were.
I was not fast enough to get those LOSs. My stream was like forever delayed.
Right.
Dude, I was literally like, LOS. Never mind. I tried to get him too. That's my.
Oh, sorry.
The music was still playing and someone was voted out already on my side.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, I'd just like to say something to Henry real quick. Henry, I'm really sorry. Yes, I did push your name in round 4. The reason why I did that is unfortunately we had very little interaction. If you had displayed this personality during the game, no way I would have pushed for you. So you know what? Knowing you right now, I would like to publicly apologize for coming after you that round. You are amazing. You're absolutely amazing.
Sweet. Y'all are so nice. Like. I was playing a little timid during the game, and then I turned it up in the jury house because I was like, if it's the spectators voting, she better start pandering. Because like I was like, oh my god. And I had heard that there was the option of doing it, but my game fell apart in round 3 in the DNC vote when my monitor went dark and I had to run downstairs to get down and like get on that computer because I was out of my element. I'm not good on that keyboard. I was like completely just like shook. And I think I was like unprepared to kind of be targeted that round. And when I was out, it was a really good. I accept your apology, even though you really didn't need to give me one. And it was a really good play on y'all's end, because then I got to be like iconic in the jury house.
Yeah, Henry, just something that you said at the beginning there. You're like, everyone's so nice. I think one thing that's really great about this community is that the vast, vast majority of people, 99% of people, you cross in the game, you do whatever, the game is over. It's props. It's good game.
Oh yeah.
People,
after the game, I was like,
yeah, and like your people love you, and the moment you play another private mini, everyone is going to be tuning in to watch. So just be yourself as much as Sometimes it's not great to be your entire self, and you get targeted. I know that, but it's like be as much as yourself as you want to be, and people are going to appreciate that, and that's fun too. And I think, it's really, we have the occasional bad apple, but by and large, the community is just so
CJ.
nice.
You really coming for him tonight?
I'm ripping him to shreds. He's the worst person to ever play Sequester, personality-wise. When I saw his puberty beard ass as someone who hasn't even gone through full puberty, I was like,
oh yeah, no pussy.
Let's keep it kind, okay?
But like honestly too, Henry, you're 16. I'm thinking about when I was 16. Like I was just like
16. Oh, I got old.
Oh, 15. I was you're 15, right?
Newly 15.
Holy crap! I'm 15. I was like, I don't even know what I was doing. So it's like you put yourself out there. Like I'm just happy for you. I don't know.
Well, Henry, you made it to that jury, and the audience just fell in love with you because we got to see your personality come through and shine. And the only word of advice that I would give you for the next game you play is like, don't be timid. Come in, be yourself, because you're one of the rare people that it will help you.
Yes.
So next time you play, I hope we get to see who you really are the whole time through, and I think you'll be a lot more successful.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Henry,
100%.
Henry, Marcelo and I are both double your age, and we applaud your maturity, my friend.
You're more mature than me. You're very much more mature than
Henry,
me.
I get the feeling after all of this,
dog.
you're going to get a lot of invites for these private minis. Because anybody who wants some entertainment, I feel like people are going to be like, bring him on, because people will watch this for sure. I would certainly watch it.
Oh my God, y'all are so nice. Next time I should play a little bit more aggressively, but not like too aggressively. I'll be like, let me throw out this name. But JC, let's pregame for heroes versus villains.
Don't do it here. Don't do it here.
Bye. All right, I'm gonna go dip out, y'all. I have to feed my dog because she's hungry.
Henry, do you have any socials that you want to?
Oh yes. My Instagram is at Henry _ Fernandez FERNANDEZ _IV. And that's my Insta handle. So y'all should follow me. Make me popular. Y'all should have seen the response when I posted on my story. I was like, I'm gonna be on a Sequester Mini. People DM me, they were like, I'm a fan of Sequester. I was like, wow. Goop. All right, I'm gonna go feed my dog.
Thank you so much, Henry.
Bye, Henry.
Yo,
bye, Henry.
Bye, Henry.
Henry, you're the shit. That's it. Sorry,
Sequester Kid Nation, baby.
Sequester Kid Nation. Oh, why am I laughing weird? Sorry.
Oh my God, he is wonderful.
We should start a poll to get him into one of the official minis.
Yeah.
He doesn't gotta tell nobody his age. Just apply.
Change.org.
Yeah.
Keep it on the low.
Yeah. I didn't even know he was 15 until he mentioned it now.
He handles himself like when I was 15. I was just like a little brat, like just handling himself like.
I was getting bullied so hard when I was 15. Oh my God.
Marcelo, you said
Thank
you were a little brat.
Holy shit.
You said you were a little brat, Marcelo.
JC, watch it. What? Yeah. What?
I was about to ask, when did that change?
Next question.
All right.
So we go to round 5.
Round 5. Yes, we can. Thank you, Charlie. All right. So in round 5, we have the highest even number vote round.
I want to.
What were people's strategies going into this one? Go ahead, Marcelo. You take the mic.
I remember because I wanted to go against Greg because no one was bringing his name out. So I wanted a solid 4 or 6 people to get on board and vote Greg because no one after the first or second round, no one brought your name up. I didn't hear it after. So a successful way to get someone out, even and odd. I think I watched this on another mini. I think it was this weekend, but it's to go against someone that is not being targeted. So I remember I was in a room with 4 people. I forgot.
I think I was in your room. I think
you
I was in your room.
Chris?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I started out by saying at the beginning of the round, let's hit someone who hasn't been said at all.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so then whatever. Sorry, I don't want to take that. Then.
Yeah.
Sorry, but I remember that, and that's how we got you out. And I remember I went to another room, and then had 2 more people to go and vote for you too. I forgot who 2 people were, but I think it was Dina and I forgot who else. But yeah. That
I
was
must
my
admit,
strategy.
I didn't think Greg would go that round because we could never lock down exactly who we wanted because people kept leaving the room, coming and going, and by the end of it, I was just like, well, so many people have said Greg now. I'm just going to throw a vote on him. It's not going to happen, and
Yeah,
didn't
I
happen.
was like,
Sorry,
I did not. How did it go? How many votes was for Greg to get out? Do you know?
don't know.
I don't. Louis, do we have the voting chart? Did we get our sneaky little hands on that?
It's fine if we'll find out later. It's not.
Marcelo.
We did not. We didn't get a full voting chart there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Someone hacked sequesteraccess.com.
Can I? Sorry, no, sure.
Oh no, go ahead, Charlie. Take it away.
Okay. At the risk of becoming a meme of myself, there's a lot of interesting stuff with the highest even number of votes around. I come from a professional gaming background, and in gaming,
yeah,
I used to be a professional. I mean, you guys know Magic cards?
Mm-hmm.
Magic the Gathering?
Middle school ones.
Yeah, exactly. So if you go look up, my name and then Magic, a lot of people watch me play Magic. I was a pro Magic player for 2 years.
That's with that game.
Yeah. But anyway, that's not the point. This isn't about me. But in Magic, in gaming, in most video games, there's something called the metagame. And the metagame just means what most people do when a certain problem comes up, And so the sequester metagame for even numbered votes is 4 votes. That is the dominant strategy. 4 votes will usually win the round. Oftentimes people go home with 2 votes. Mm-hmm. So, thinking about the twist that almost always happen, think about it this way. 4 votes is the dominant strategy. 2 votes is the sub-dominant strategy, kind of the second best strategy. And there's kind of, if you know what the metagame is, you can plan a strategy that beats those 2 strategies. And that strategy is the 3-vote strategy, where that people know that 4 and 2 are the amount of votes going, so people will self-vote. So 3 votes is becoming a much more common strategy in these rounds. This is just to say that I think in this round, people thought it could be a 4-4-4-4 tie because these are good players and it was an all-star caliber mini, and people knew 4 was the dominant strategy. So self-voting was probably very good, and I think, Greg, you might have gone out with 6 votes because I think you might have gotten a 4 and someone sub-dominant too.
I did also
That is my speculation on how it happened.
So I did come into the game with 1 pre-game alliance, and
who was it?
Dan.
Dan.
So
Ginger Spice.
Yeah. So I found out about this mini through an RHEP Facebook group. So we have a little like a Facebook chat for European RHEP patrons. So I found out. So basically, and then obviously we later then saw that the no pre-gaming was allowed, but too late. So we had like full-on codes for what we would say to each other if one of us had an LOS, like what if the other one was in trouble, where we would meet, who we would target if we couldn't meet up, who we would target. We had like a full roster of codes. And he had then heard my name at the end of this round, jumped on it in the hope they would save it, and sadly not.
Dan. Dirty Dan, that's what his name is now.
I think I'm the only one who didn't have a pre-game.
I didn't have a single pre-game first.
But to be honest though,
I didn't feel left out.
I pre-gamed, but when I played, everything just vanished in my head. I don't even remember what we talked about. So I don't know. I didn't really fully.
I thought it was banned. I just didn't want to break the rules.
Yes, Sam.
I don't know.
The minute I saw can't pre-game, I was like, no, don't mention I'm in the game.
Yeah.
I think the interesting thing about when you do pre-game, and I do want to for those who did this game, there was a bit of confusion because halfway through the week there was an announcement of no pre-gaming, which is trying to stop the bomb once you've already lit the flick. But I think the thing about pre-gaming is that it's sort of like your foundation, but then you get to build on top of it. And I think that's the best way to sort of play the game. And Marcelo, I think you navigated really well in that regard. And this was really your coming out round because a lot of people, start to really notice you as a hardcore player here. And you were my winner pick. I don't know if I told you that.
You never told me that,
so
and I
good.
am honored, Sharifa. Like,
You were my winner pick, and you made me proud.
Can I just say something? When we all got after Winners at War, we were all in that chat room. I was starstruck with you and Nina in the room, and I didn't know what I was like. Quiet, and I didn't know what to say. And like when Zach was like, "Oh, what do you think about the game, Marcelo?" I gave some cheesy ass answer because I was like, I don't know. I'm just saying I was starstruck.
I was so.
You weren't starstruck by me. Come
on. Louie.
Of course.
We're supposed to be watching NXT right now. Adam
I
Cole.
know it's true. It's all right. It's on the network. We'll be fine.
True. WWE Network.
Well, I
mentioned. I don't know if you saw that yesterday, but we're going to do a wrestling podcast at some point. We found there's a lot of like carryover between wrestling fans and Sequester fans, which is strange. But we're definitely going to do it.
Raymond, yeah.
There's a whole bunch.
I'm a big WWE fan. Please have me on because I'm not gonna lie. I know my shit when it comes to WWE.
Same. We're gonna do it. Okay.
Okay. Sorry.
Continue.
Back to the game. Yeah, so thank you, Sharifa.
Of course. And I want to say, because JC, you touched on this earlier, and I made a tweet about this too, but I'm a really big fan of y'all's specific mini. I adore all of you. And I was really adamant behind the fact that it was a really good game. It was a really strategic game. It was just quieter, which I prefer, especially having in contrast the night before, which was the game that Dash won, when it was a lot of abrasive social plays. It was really nice to see like people really thinking, playing under the radar, making really strong strategic moves, which is really difficult to do in Sequester. So I love y'all's mini. It's honestly one of my favorites. I don't think that it gets the credit it does. Y'all were an amazing cast, and it was really exciting to get to see y'all come back and prove why y'all were an amazing cast. JC, you went out. Marcelo, like I said, this was really your coming out round. So you already went through it already, but what was really going through your head in this round and why you were really pushing the names that you were pushing?
So I'm sorry, I forgot what round.
We're moving really fast. We're on round 5?
5.
Yeah, we're on 5. It's the even number votes round.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I was like, I remember we got off, and then like Chris was in the room, and I just said like we need to go after someone that was not being targeted, and I threw out Greg's name, and we had a solid 4 votes, and then like Chris said, people started coming in, and I wanted to like, I think we were waiting for another person. I don't know what happened, but it was not like fully solidified. I was about to say solidified. But like then I went to another room and I wanted to find another pair so we can, even like Charlie was saying, 4 is the go to, but I wanted to make it 6 or 8 or 10.
It definitely wasn't solid though, because I'm pretty sure I was part of the initial Greg voting plan and I didn't vote for Greg. So
so someone, I don't know. I was like, I talked to several people and I was like, let's do Greg, but don't tell people we're doing Greg.
Yeah.
And then like other people were, I think there was other targets in that, but Greg, I don't think people were saying you at all. Like only the people that knew we were going to vote.
I think after you guys left the group, I stayed in the group and another 3 came in. And by that point, I was pretty much like, I don't think it's been solidified that we going Greg. And then someone else threw out Greg and I was just like, yeah, sure, let's do that. All 4 of us. And then Greg actually came in the room. And I was trying to get him and some other guy, I can't remember who, to vote 2 onto someone else, because if Greg used an LOS, then at least someone else would have gone. It wouldn't have been me or
right.
I think it was actually us 4 minus Marcelo whenever that happened. I think.
Yeah.
I'll be curious. I want to know who voted for Greg. Like I wanted to see.
I didn't, but
I didn't.
I did. Sorry, Greg.
So I did too. It was nothing like personal. I mean, I wanted to work with you, but it was just like your name. I looked at the table and I'm like, okay, Greg, I think he's safe. So let's just vote him out.
Yeah, that's fair. I tried to do the same thing I was trying to push Jim because I hadn't heard his name once. I'd been in one-on-one in a room with him the previous round as we both went to the LOS and both caught each other going to the LOS. So I assumed he had it. Figured it was a good time to push for him, but I just did not have any kind of social capital to.
I voted for Jim in all fairness.
Right. Guys, I think Charlie has a question for Greg.
Greg, I was just curious if you considered a self vote because I knew you had in previous rounds, obviously in the first round you played in LS.
Not once, and I think that's my lack of experience or knowledge of the game. I just didn't even cross my mind. And I think even if I had, I probably wouldn't have done it because I think I'd be even more pissed off if I then voted myself out. I think I'd rather just leave it up to unless
I feel like
gamble.
when your name is out there that much in that sort of round, it's not just like a concise 4, but like lots of different plans. Self-voting is really, it's not really going to necessarily offset something. It could even just put you out, given that your name is out there so much.
Mm-hmm.
And I hadn't put myself in a good enough position. Sorry.
No, Greg, go ahead.
I hadn't put myself in a good enough position to even work out roughly how many votes there would be anyway.
Well, and that's the thing about the round, and this is why I really want to see this round in long-term sequester when you actually have the time to strategically navigate it, because I think it'd be much more interesting. But it's hard to know exactly who's going to vote for what, and if you are going to get an even number vote. So voting for yourself, it's a really high risk, and I've seen many a person leave because they put a vote on themselves. So, I wouldn't beat yourself up over that.
I think there's a point that we were like, okay, don't be that person that's out with 2 votes, like because everyone is just throwing everyone's name. I think it was Charlie, and I just wanted to solidify that too. I was like, let's not fucking do it. Imagine if Chris gets out just because he had 2 votes, and like. I try to get as many people to vote Greg without him knowing as possible.
I don't know that I am one to give tips, but I would offer this to a new sequester player to do with what they will. If you go into a room and there's 4 people and they won't move in this round, try and go make a twosome, because that 4 is coming up with a plan. And if it's you, it's going to be you anyway. They're not going to leave. Yeah. So go try and make a 2 so you can play around in LOS. I think that is a really helpful tip in this round, because that happens a lot. Someone tries to come in the room and you're like, well, my 4 is not done talking about the 4 that we're doing.
And this is the first round I had that where I just couldn't get to, especially towards the end, I couldn't get in any room and then just panic.
I was actually hoping that round would end up in a tie, because I didn't actually want Greg to go. I wanted to try and get him alone and work with him, but we could just never get to a room together.
Well,
I didn't vote for Greg either. I felt the same way. I voted for Alex.
Who voted for Greg? I can't wait to know.
I think people voted for you not because they necessarily wanted you to leave, but to ensure that they didn't go home.
Yes. It was nothing at all like, oh, because we didn't trust you. For me, I just, because like you just were, I looked at the pictures of the whatever, and I'm like, Greg. And then, I mean, for me, I don't know about it.
I was hoping you were going to come back in the buyback.
Oh,
yeah.
No chance.
I thought you had a chance.
I was so bad.
Should we talk about the buyback? What happened with that?
We're going to get into that right now, but I just want to give Greg the floor. Is there anything else that you want to talk about with your sequester experience? It was a bit of a lot going on for you, but
it wasn't ideal. I pretty much got voted out in 2 of the 3 rounds I was eligible to, which isn't ideal, but it was so much fun. I'm a super awkward person most of the time, so it's definitely out of my comfort zone.
Well, I really do. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead, Charlie.
No, sorry, Shu. I was just going to say, because you haven't played a Patreon Mini, right?
Sorry?
This was your first Mini and it was private, right?
Yeah.
So apply for a Patreon Mini and you'll have more practice and still be probably with a lot of newbies. So,
Charlie, you saying what I was going to say.
I'll stop. I'm stealing.
No, I fully back up what Charlie was saying. I would love to see you on another Mini, especially after you sort of got an idea for how it's run, fast paced it is. I would really love to see you again. So I really do hope that you sign up for a Patreon. Also, you should sign up for Patreon anyway.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. All right, thanks so much, Greg.
Thank you so much for having me.
Bye, Greg.
All right. Everyone give Greg a follow. His Instagram handle is below. Now you're welcome to say if you want to talk about this buyback, but let's get into the buyback. So
I want to know.
Dylan's already gone.
No, what happened?
Yes.
So could you see it?
All right. So,
no.
I'm sorry, guys. Let me just say real quick. Audrey,
yeah, we got to watch it.
You teased the crap out of that buyback. You were like
Mm-hmm.
going from the bottom top, and I did not appreciate that. It was fun.
That was
like,
great.
I was just like, oh my god, who won? And then I don't know. It was a waste.
I had a tingle about Jonathan. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I had a feeling.
Plenty of tingles, Charlie.
Dude, when I saw that it was against Henry and him, I was like, Henry's gonna take him out.
Yeah.
I was like, please, I don't know. It's just like
He begged me to let him win. He was like, Jonathan, please let me
That's
win. I'm
awesome.
like, girl, you're crazy. You did not wait 5 rounds to just be like, oh, you know what? You take it, Henry. You take it.
Jonathan, your
He was
facial
charming,
reaction
though.
when
He
he
was
said
charming.
that, you were not taking anything. He was like, please, please. And you're like, no. So let's talk about what the thing was. The buyback was you had to spell something backwards and be the first person to send in that word or a couple of words.
Just not be the
whatever.
last.
So,
Yeah.
Jonathan, going into it, how are you feeling?
Well, going into the buyback, we had no idea what to expect. So, like, each round, like, the anticipation grows. And, like, looking at the clock, I'm like, is it going to be like one of those things where you close your eyes and open them after a minute? Is it going to be learning the capitals of the world, like, from every country? Like, I was studying for this buyback. I was, like, looking at flags, learning capitals, you know, like,
number of
oh
stars.
my God. Number of stars. South Africa has 3 capitals, by the way. So the thing is, like, going into it, like, you're thinking, is it going to be a comp or is it going to be like an elimination thing? So every round I had an advantage because Dylan's internet crapped out. So Dylan was out. So I was able to, like, with Dan, I was like, look, if it's one of those things where we have to trust each other or pick someone to vote out, I got your back, Dan. Then Henry comes in. Henry, oh man, like, if we don't know what to expect, but if it's like a comp, if we vote people out, let's us 3 stick together. Then Greg came in. We were just like, hey, Greg. And that was that. But then we had the typing thing, and it was to type words backwards. So it was like, apple seeds taste like shit was the first one.
Wait,
and you had to type each word backwards. So Audrey would type something in the chat, and you have to, like, read it first and then type each word backwards. So the first person, so each time the last person was out.
Mm-hmm.
Was it like the sentence backwards too, or was just like
you do word individually?
But okay, so it was the same sentence, but the words were backwards.
Yeah,
Not
so you'd be like,
the
I love you is IEVOL.
Okay. I thought
UOY.
I'm thinking like UOY, like opposite.
Yeah,
like okay.
If it was easier for you to do it that way, you could, but she said you could do it word by word.
Okay.
So it was elimination. So Dylan was first out because he couldn't compete.
I was,
and then Greg was next. Yeah, and I'm telling you, like, I was trying to be so cool, collected. Like, you play these games, you're like, it's just a mini, like, you're like, oh, adrenaline, stay down. No, like, when it was like between me, Henry, and Dan, and Henry won the first 2. I will say, Henry was fast, typer.
Oh, okay.
Like, he was like zip, zip, zip. Oh my God, I was so scared of his little tiny fingers. Like, he was doing so well, and then when it was between me and Dan and Henry, I was going on there, and it was. Like, I was shaking. Like, my hands, I was like, oh my God. And at the same time, if you make a mistake, you lose. So it was like being on it and then also being fastest. And when it came down to me and Henry was like, before we go, Audrey, can I unmute? And he's like unmuting. He's like, Jonathan, oh my God, I'm just kidding. But can you let me win so I can go back in the game?
Oh man!
And I was like, "You are such a brat. Like, I love you. Like, but no, like, dude, like, I waited like an hour to get back in the game. But he fought. He was a challenger, I will tell you. And that is a tough challenge. Like, I thought typing was gonna be tough. Typing backwards is so hard because you are literally like every word like this. To type this backwards fast is so hard.
I can't even do it right now. Yeah, I can't even.
Yeah, so because you get caught up in the sounds and stuff. So anyway, that happened, and then I came back, and then she gave me an option to take 2 rounds of safety, but she told me that it was the now or later round. So which I kind of consider as 1 round, but I get how it's like 2 rounds, or I get an LOS. And I thought if I have an LOS, it's going to be, I'm going to have to use it that first round anyway. So I might as well take the 2 rounds of safety. Because if I don't get guaranteed safety, then I'm the next time on chopping block. So I took the 2 rounds of safety. And then, and then I had all this ammo that Henry had been feeding me. Fake ammo, but ammo nonetheless. Because going back into the game, I had nothing to lose. you know.
Bye, Greg.
Are you leaving, Greg?
Nice.
Oh, bye, Greg.
Nothing to add, but it's so nice to meet you.
Patron Mini,
Thank you so
Greg,
much.
nice to meet
Greg.
you.
Patron Mini,
Nice
do
to
it.
meet you.
We want to see you.
Yes.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure. You and
hopefully
Dylan.
see you guys again.
Mhm.
All
Thank you
righty.
so much.
Bye, Greg. Thanks for joining
Bye.
us.
Thank you.
Bye. So yeah, but Henry was, I will say, playing the game in jury. Like he wanted Dina out. He didn't have anything on her until like the last minutes. He kind of put something in about her because I was like, I like Dina. I'm not getting rid of her. Then he said that she didn't trust me, which made me angry. And he pointed out alliances. Like he was like, oh yeah, me, Jonathan, Jim, Rory, Alex, and Henry were all alliance. And like I was like, okay. So he basically was still in the game through me, like in spirit. And I give that kid props. Like he played hard. And he weaponized me, and that's okay because I had nothing to lose. Like, no one told me anything, and I was the only person from so long ago. I didn't have any relationships. I was up second, and no one told me like anything, so I had nothing to lose, really.
We have a person. Henry is back. He has something else he needs to
Oh,
say.
no!
He has something else he needs to share before we move on.
Okay, I'm in. Oh shit.
All right, so I want to use my last little bit of relevancy in the game, other than Jonathan's train wreck with my information afterwards.
You gave me that info.
I know. When I got into that, no, good train wreck. We stand John. But like when I was in that battle back, and I was like, I was scared as heck, right? And then I see it's Dan C, you, Dylan isn't there. And then Greg comes in. I felt bad for Greg because I don't think he was on his A game in that typing game because at least we got to kind of decompress from our eliminations. He got no time. He was just dropped into a battle back comp. So I felt bad for him. But did I really want to see him return over like you or Dancy? So I mean, when I come in there, and then you were like, let's spill tea. I was like, if I come back into this game, I'm not really going to use their tea because they were there. They like, from what I understood, they didn't really have that much tea. So I was like, why don't I just make it entertaining for the viewers and kind of like put some spice into the game? I was the paprika, little cilantro. And I was like, why don't I just say all of these like lies that are kind of sort of based on truths? So I was like, oh yeah, this person was spearheading your elimination. This person was these two people are working together. And I was like, I was just really trying to kind of let myself be let kind of a part of myself be a part of the game through whoever came back. And if I had returned to the game, I would have also picked 2 rounds of safety because an LOS, like it'd be like if Jeff was like, you get 2 individual immunity necklaces or hidden immunity idol, you take the immunity necklaces. So I completely am behind your decision, John, because that was the right decision. I mean, I can understand why Sharifa wouldn't do that because Sharifa actually has a social game, unlike the rest of us. So like,
unlike me.
Like
No, but it's true.
Well,
he has an excellent social game. We all had social games, but Sharifa, we're here.
Oh no,
Miss Sharifa
Sharifa's
is.
cool.
Let me tilt up my webcam.
This is not my
Miss
Benny.
Sharifa's right
This is
here.
not my Benny. I do want to say what I meant by that comment is like, I think for someone like Beth, that would have been a good thing for her to do, to come in with an LOS instead of 2 rounds of safety, because she didn't leave being targeted. She left literally on 2 votes. So I Jonathan, you absolutely made the right decision. I think it sort of depends on how you left.
Right. And also with like knowing what the round is going to be too. Like if it was maybe a different round, maybe I could have piggybacked off of other things happening. But because of that later round, I was like, they have no incentive to keep me.
Yeah, I mean, you did really well from what I remember and from what I heard. You did did really well. I think, didn't JC drag you? Did you, John, you got on the drag round? I think. Yeah, I think, did JC drag you?
Yes, I did.
I dragged
John, know this. If you get dragged, you're a bad bitch, period. Like, people getting dragged from the game are not people that are like weak, timid floaters. Like, literally, if you even look back to like the survivor mini,
well, thank you.
I was waiting for you to hear.
If you look back to the
I've
Survivor
gotten
Mini
dragged
with
2
the
or 3
John
times.
Carroll drag.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Baddie. You're a baddie. Like if you get dragged, that's how you know that you're playing the game on a really good level and you're serving what? Entertainment. Period.
Not say Terry. All right. So talking about entertainment, let's move on to this next round. Jonathan, you come back into the game. You have immunity for the next 2 rounds, which is now or later. And a really big player. Sorry, go ahead.
Before we get into it too much, I want to thank Henry for coming, just so we can get more people in who are in the game who are waiting.
I do want to ask one question before I leave. Jonathan, you were put in a very interesting situation where you were put in a now or later round where it's basically like a two round twist and you had 2 rounds of immunity. How were you able to translate those 2 rounds of immunity into a 2 round twist?
Damn, jury questions. Okay. Well, I wasn't able to. Honestly, like, my thinking was, and I should have probably built on relationships, but I figured there's no way I'm going to win the game with these people that are gamers. So I was already voted out. I'm not going to win. So, like, I'm going to play a chaotic game. So what I did is I took whatever information you gave me. Had you not given me this information, I still was going to go into the game to fuck shit up. Like, that was my goal. And what I was hoping to do was just basically, like, throw out information, get targets around me, and cause chaos that was not going to affect me. It did seem to work a little bit. However, I think the stuff that happened later on in my tenure did pay off better.
Yeah. I think you could have honestly won this mini, but if you ever win another buyback, which you probably will, you need to come into the game with the mindset of, I got a second chance, I'm here to win. Because if you had come into that, if you had come in with that mindset, your game would have, I think you wouldn't have been dragged. You would have made the jury, and you could have honestly won the entirety of the game.
I do want to stand up. Sorry, go ahead, Charlie.
I was just gonna say, if there have been buybacks in these last couple of weeks of Patron minis, there's a lot of people who could have won. That's all. I like Beth. Beth is like a top player. Beth got voted out in the mini.
That's how you know Winners at War was like bang, 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 bang.
Well, hindsight's 2020.
When Beth got taken out first.
The thing is, JC was the one that was voted out the time that I got dragged. And JC, his decision, I don't think would have been affected had it been me or anyone else. If I had built relationships with JC, maybe. But I think that his reasoning for taking me out was a legit reason. And I don't think if it was me or you or anyone else, he was going to not drag that person. It could have been my fault, and he maybe would have kept me, but I don't think JC's thinking was to not take a person who was already out of the game, to be fair to everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
We're going to get to the dragging, but I do want to say for Jonathan here, like, you came back with a gusto. Like, you really were swinging for the fences, and you put yourself in a really good position, and then you couldn't have foreseen the reasons why JC was going to drag you. But I thought you were putting yourself in a really good position when you came back into the game.
Sweet. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, before I finally got one question for JC. JC, had Jonathan not taken those 2 rounds of safety, and had he kind of like played his heart out, gotten there, maybe even did a successful LOS play, would you have changed your decision about the dragging?
Based on my relationships at that point in time, both pre-game and in-game, unfortunately, I think I was pretty set on dragging the person who had come back. So, I'm not happy to say this, but I'm kind of glad it was Jonathan, because if I went for you, Henry, twice, I would not be able to face myself afterwards.
Look, this JC, you are probably one of the people that I would love, like, as a dragger. You're one of the like most kind of fun draggers. Like, you and John Carroll are kind of like my top 2 draggers when it comes to Sequester. And I'm glad that you kind of got the opportunity to kind of express your game and and being able to find like Godfather one more elimination, even if it was at the sacrifice of yourself. My one thing though is that I would have loved to see more John, but I'm really glad that John's game could have been like chaos, 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 and then getting dragged out of the game, because that is what iconic.
Sickening.
Iconic.
Yeah.
Sickening.
We leave it there.
Yes.
Thank you,
All
Henry,
right,
for
thank you.
joining us.
Bye,
Thank you so much,
everyone.
Henry. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna dip out. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Hello, Icon.
He's a charmer, that one.
All right, so we do have a new guest joining us. PM is here.
PM.
PM. Before
Hey.
anyone says anything, thank you so much for putting this mini together. It was so entertaining.
Thank you. I'll say about it later. Let's talk about this fucking round.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this round.
Yes.
So this is the now or later round.
Yeah.
Where Jonathan ended up going out.
Real
So yeah,
out.
let's get into that one.
Man.
Yeah, okay. I'd just like to say something real quick because this is the round that, out of pure coincidence, the 4 players from Southeast Asia managed to find themselves in a room together. That's where we formed hashtag Team Southeast Asia. It was epic. That was my number 1 in-game alliance, and I wanted all of us to get to the end.
Now your number 1 in-game alliance?
Yeah, you were my number 1 pre-game alliance, my friend.
Oh my gosh.
It's okay. Just kidding. All right.
We'll get all this at the
Yeah.
Go ahead, PM.
No, I'm just gonna say. Then how the fuck did I get 6 votes that round or whatever? But like,
You-
It's probably 4. It's probably 4-4.
Well, I remember we were in the room. It was me, JC, or who was it? Me, Dina.
Me. I think it was me.
Wait, who said that? Oh, Chris.
Jonathan.
Oh,
No, it wasn't me. It
my
wasn't me,
God.
actually. It
I
wasn't
was
me.
like, no, it wasn't you. We were 4 people in the room, and then like I think Dina was like, "Let's vote for PM right now," and I was like, "Okay."
Yeah,
And
Tina
then,
was
like-
out for you, PM.
I
So I was
know.
like, "Yo, I'll take it," and so that's how 4 was solidified. And I don't know who were the other 2 votes, but like that's why I voted for you to get out that round. My first vote was like for you because I was like, "What other opportunity?" If you were to stay, PM, you would have made it far just because you hosted it. Like,
Yeah.
it was the perfect opportunity. If someone hit that name right there when I didn't even think about it, I wish I did because that was like one of the, like, I love that move. But I was like going along with it. I was all for it.
I didn't even hear your name that round. The only name I actually heard was Alex.
Yeah,
And we didn't want to say
my
it.
name too.
We didn't want to say that it was your name.
So-
We were like, we're gonna vote PM, but like, let's not tell people we're gonna vote for PM. So like, you don't. We pretty much try to blindside you.
Yeah.
And I was not in charge of it. I think it was Dina.
Yeah, I figured, and she last time I played, she tried. She was the one leading the vote, but she voted me. So yeah, but yeah,
It was an interesting round. I mean, I was drained after it. I was so drained.
To provide some perspective from sort of like the audience viewpoint, is Jonathan actually really seemed like the person who was really pushing your name, PM.
Yeah. I
which
got
is-
lost in the wheel.
Yeah, which is
That's
interesting. What happens?
It was who? It was PM and Alex with the 2? That's
Yeah.
right. It was PM and
Yeah,
Alex.
it's PM
And then,
Yeah.
and that's the thing is, like, I heard those names down, and everyone was telling me to do Alex. I think, yeah, I was to be told to do Alex, and then Alex would come around, and I was honest with him. I was like, "Look, Alex, like PM is hosting this game, and that's going to happen. Is if someone's hosting the game, you kind of want to be generous to them, and there is like a meta to this. Like, you want to get them to jury, or at least jury, you know, or you want to keep them around as a threat." So I was telling Alex, I'm like, "I think it might be you, Alex. I'm sorry," and I was kind of playing up that like I was voting them out, but I was not going to vote this round for sure because I was safe. So I was just kind of like letting them all do their thing.
We were discussing that a
This
little
round,
bit.
I was. Yeah, go Louie.
I was just gonna say we were discussing that a little bit in terms of moving forward. The person who does put together the mini, like I'm almost of the opinion, like, do you want to be involved in it? Just because it does get kind of messy if you're putting it all together. PM, what were your thoughts on that? I was curious. Like, were you? I mean, it seemed like you kind of used it as a strategy a bit at times, being like, "I did this. I put this together." Like,
There's
was
a
that
video.
Did you have that in mind at all?
I actually didn't want to use. Actually, I don't remember using it, or maybe I'm that drunk that I don't remember.
Hey, Jim.
Hi, everyone.
But what I did was, this mini has my name on it, and I didn't say to not vote me out, but when it became a tie between me and Alex, I said, this is mine. This mini has my name on it, and Alex is not bring it for me right now, and we need his ass gone. And everybody needs his boring ass gone.
He wasn't, honestly, at this point in the game. I didn't feel like Alex was bringing a lot of passion to the game. And that's, I'm always, like, for me, a lot of my gaming and, like, the things I want to go around with is, like, I think about what that Final Four is going to be. And I am of the kind that wants a Final Four to be big players. I don't care, like, but I don't like when people bring goats to the end. Because I'm like, if the Final Four should be where there's a fight, like amongst everybody, not just 2 people back and forth. It should be 4 people back and forth. There should be like a war going on. So I'm thinking about casting the Final Four. I didn't see Alex there. I'm happy he won. He played, I think, one of the stronger games at the end. However, at this point in the game, when we're getting to voting between PM and Alex, I'm like, it's a no-brainer, you know? At least PM is bringing names and stuff to me. And Alex, I felt, looked so defeated and wasn't giving alternatives.
And look what ended up happening.
I mean, for this round, I know like I said, all I heard was Alex, and then Jonathan jumped in the room and kind of made me completely lose it for the rest of the round by telling me that Jim and I think it was Rory were targeting me in the previous room.
Yeah. Which is a lie.
So, which was a lie, because then I immediately jumped to the next room with Jim and confronted him about it. But then you walked in and then you told him the exact same story, and instead of using his name, you threw someone else in but included Rory, and which led to the next round where I kind of fully threw you under the bus.
Yeah. Well, I was also looking at Jim when Jim was saying something about, like, who threw that out there? And I was kind of like, I did a face. I didn't say, you probably didn't see it, but I was kind of like, Jim, really? But
yeah, no, that came out of nowhere for me. I was confused.
That was from King Henry.
Right?
Yeah, King Henry the Fourth. He basically threw that out. He said that you and Rory and him were like a trio, and you guys wanted to target the UK people. And for some reason, Chris was in that UK group. And it was
you came into my room and said, "Let's target UK people."
Hello,
and I was like,
not UK.
No, I know that. But I was saying it because they made that mistake, not me. But yeah, I was just, at that point, I was kind of like, for me, I was throwing havoc and also like trying to build a villainy and tell people, like, I don't care what you said, I want to work with you, and that was my payoff later on.
Yeah, well, after you left the room, I was kind of like, well, I couldn't find Rory at all. But at the end of it, I said to Jim, I said, we need to get Jonathan out. And well,
I was
didn't
busy
kind of
trying to
work
find
out.
Alex. I wanted to fight him. I was bored. I had heard
whatever Henry wanted to like put out there, like after he's out of the game, it kind of worked because I was so open to working with you, Jonathan. But after like he kind of threw me like under the bus when I obviously I know it was like not true. It was so hard to trust you again.
Well, the thing is too, though, I had to come into the game having a clear target. Like my thing is like, if I have someone I'm going against, then that means other people. If I'm going against one person, that's 11 or 10 people that are going to be like, oh, let's keep Jonathan and Jim because they'll fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then next round, I'd be going to you, Jim, and be like, Jim, let's squash it. Like that is like I literally play these games round for round, and Roy will attest to this. He's played with me before in games.
Mm-hmm.
Like I will play like round by round, play it differently.
What?
Yeah,
hold on. If you're referring
I
to
went into that room going for a
round by
fight.
round, you targeted me every single round in that game.
Not true. But let's not talk about that here. Let's not talk about that here. Let's talk about it. But so this round.
Yes,
so
I went into that room with Jim, and I was ready for a fight, and then you came in, and you kind of ruined yourself by telling him the same thing. I would have been on your side.
Oh, see.
Until you told him the exact same story, and that's when I was just like, no.
There you go.
I'm calling bull.
Well, I got 2 fights going this game, so it's okay.
So we end the first and second votes both in ties. We go to the wheel, and the person that's leaving is Jonathan. I want to give him the quickest shout out. Jonathan is from the game that Jonathan and I played. He is a wonderful, amazing player. He was playing really, really smart. I really think that if he didn't leave here, he was going to be endgame. So shout out to Jonathan. Really, really proud of him. But it opened the game a lot because Jonathan wasn't being targeted. His name came up like once in that second round, but no one was really saying his name after that.
I think Sharifa's channeling Dylan's internet.
Yeah, I know. But,
Oh, no!
yeah.
Am I gonna lose the jury buyback?
I know, right? No,
Yeah, so what we're saying, I mean, Jonathan really, I mean, he was kind of generally safe the entire game, aside from that one round. Like, he was in a pretty good spot, it seemed. Actually, I want to bring in Marcelo for this quickly, because it seemed like you two were pretty close. You were big mad, as the kids would say, when Jonathan went out. You're muted, by the way.
You're muted.
I was so mad because that was the opportunity to take PM out. I'm sorry. But that was like golden opportunity, and I like that's because I knew people were gonna was working with you, but like that was it. That was the time to take him out, and then you took out Jonathan, who I was working really closely with, and I wanted to go far with him in this game. It was more of I was upset because I wanted to work with him, but
I felt so bad because like we had agreed to vote for PM, and like PM joined, and we were like no, and then you left again, PM, and we agreed to vote for you again. And then I like went to vote for PM, and then I looked at my voting history, and I'd voted for Alex like almost every single round. And I was like, honestly, like this is kind of becoming a meme, so I'm just gonna vote for Alex again. And then the vote tied, and I was like, oops.
And then another thing, JC was the one that came to me and was like, PM is talking about you. You go and defend yourself right now. And I don't know if that was before this round, before or after this round, but that was when I was like, full on. See, and you all, JC is the nicest one, you know. He came to me and told me that, and I think it was true, but no one else came to me and told me that. I was like playing like you never talked about me, you never brought up my name. JC came and was like, PM is bringing you up, go defend yourself, and that's why I
told you that
out.
too. I doubled up on that later on.
Yeah, but later on, I think JC was first.
Why did nobody break this tie? That's what I
don't
get.
know. That's what I'm like confused about. I thought that was a no-brainer. Like this PM out is a tie. Like you know,
I couldn't break it. I wish I
felt like it was like a two-way thing though. Like in that, like yes, it was a great time to take out PM, but Alex's name had gone around so much that like if you were to avoid a wheel, Alex is almost the more obvious.
So did nobody budge, or did two people flip?
I assume some people flipped because like
I don't know.
There's no way it was just like a 50-50 original vote. Like I assume some people
12 people had to have flipped. I mean the odds of everyone staying the same fuel.
Someone flipped.
Wow.
That's
right.
It made me think, okay, there's people who are playing for PM. So like I was like, oh shit. So there's like half it's literally cut in half. Like there's group A and group B. And that's why I was like, shit, then I don't understand. I need an answer. I
was in a tricky position in that, like,
no idea.
Firstly, I wanted Alex out because he wouldn't stop talking about me. And then secondly, I didn't want to go to a wheel and felt like Alex was more obvious. And then thirdly, like, I was a winner that was, like, getting targeted. So the closest thing for me for a shield is the host of the game. So,
yeah.
Marcelo?
Yeah?
Oh,
no, Jesse,
sorry,
you
yeah.
go.
Oh, thanks. Marcelo, let me just address your point real quick. Yes, the reason why I told you that PM was coming after you was number one, it's true. And number two, you are my number one the whole time, man. When my number three comes after my number one, I tell my number one.
Yeah, but you know, when you're in the game, it's like, I don't know, but like no one else brought it up to me. Only Jonathan, after, but like but that, come on, you were trying to stir the pot a little too. You cannot just tell me that. You know how I am. You know how I'm gonna blow up. So you knew what you were doing, JC.
Of course.
And I appreciate. I mean,
oh my god! So JC, this is good. This is good info for later on. For when we get to a later vote. But this is good info. What you're telling me now, Marcelo. This is. I'm on your side about JC being a little shit stirrer.
He is. And
JC.
JC, you tweeted, yeah, like what? Let me reread that tweet that you did, and everyone's liking it, but no one is like, everyone's turning a blind eye to like what he did.
JC came to play.
Freaking golden child, and I mean it in a good way. And golden
Feel free
child.
to throw shade, man.
I'm not throwing shade. It's the truth.
It's all good.
It's the truth.
It's respect. It's respect. That's
It's
game.
respect, yeah, it's just game. It's game.
For sure. If you can smile with that beautiful smile, JC, and get people to do shit around you,
we're gonna get on the point when you got out, but
yeah,
I am not an emotional person. Like we'll just get to that point later, but I'll explain. But yeah, I want to pee him out, and I don't understand why people didn't go with it.
I just don't get. Yeah, like being safe these 2 rounds, I was like, thank God I'm safe. And then when it got to the next part after Jonathan's thing, like when it was like 4 of us got to vote, that's when my JC bullshit sir was like, my flag was ding 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 on you, JC.
So that's
at the risk of being super gamer again. Oh, sorry, Louie. You go.
I was going to say, did we start now on round 7 after Jonathan left? There were 4 votes. There were only 4 votes, which was very interesting because 3 of those votes were in the same room.
Yes.
Well, can I quickly say this is another round where, not to go full gamer, but the meta game around the now or later round has really changed. The first inclination by players was you don't vote in the first round, you vote in the second round. And you tell everyone you're going to vote in the first round, and now you vote in the second round. Yeah. Now the metagame has flipped. So the dominant strategy is voting in the first round, but because the rules have changed in this round, and typically it doesn't reveal, you say that you have a vote in the second round because no one can know for sure. And so I think that your best bet, again, when you're looking at the metagame, is you want to be doing the opposite of whatever you think the dominant one is. So that worked out really well for me, obviously, and and JC, because the other thing about it is this was the first round when there was a 6-6 tie for Alex and PM. I said, oh my God, I think I actually have a shot in the game. Yeah. Because this is going to mean war between 2 alliances if this tie didn't break. Yeah. So I said, okay, now I can play a very different game. Well, not even a different game, because before it was like survival, and like now I'm like, okay, let me try and get actually like a social game and try and get somewhere. But anyway, but in 4 minis, the metagame might shift again. So these rounds now or later is really hard.
Right.
12 votes is insane.
Insane.
It is. I mean, it's even more crazy when you think about 4 left on the flip side of that, and that's why.
Oh my God! How much power that they had.
Right. Yeah. Well, if they let you into the damn room, yes. You have some power. If you're 3 people and you shoot the room at 4 limit, then Jonathan's knocking on the door and he can't get in, Jonathan has no other option but to write down JC, and hopefully there's a rogue vote on JC.
Right. Because Rory, you were almost in that room too. I mean, you were in waiting for that room and had to leave, and you were the name, which if you got in, that name probably would not have been you.
Yeah, basically, like, my thing was that I had agreed with JC to both not vote in the round before. However, I changed it the last second because I heard Alex said my name. So basically, I joined the room, and Charlie and JC both made like a head gesture, and I was like, okay, I feel okay about them, so I assume if I leave, they're going to go for a name that isn't me. And I also didn't think it made like any sense whatsoever for you to take me out, because like you have 4 votes to take out anyone in the cast, and I'm the biggest shield possible. So I don't really understand what you gained by taking me out.
Well, if you're not useful to them.
I can speak on my approach that round. Just 3 small points. Sorry? Charlie, go ahead. Sorry. Charlie?
No, JC, JC.
Okay. Yeah, just 3 really short points. I'm sorry. Yeah, so first one was when 3 out of the 4 votes, right, were in that room, I was really, really happy. Because number 1, I had been taking the lead on a few votes in previous rounds, so I wanted to take a step back. And number 2, I wanted to work with Charlie, so by being Charlie's quote-unquote beta bitch or whatever you want to call it, right? And let him take the lead and tell me how to vote. I wanted to show him that he could trust me. And finally, Charlie, you keep mentioning the meta of this game, right? I have something meta game to share with you. Do you remember the what do you call that? The draft sequester that I shared on my Twitter for the prom game, which I had picked you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I picked you for multiple reasons. Let's just put it at that.
Oh, did you know he was playing today?
I suspected so.
Oh, okay.
And I picked him because I wanted him both to do well in the prom mini and also because I wanted to work with him in this one.
Yeah.
Mad scientist.
So the thing is, like a draft team alliance.
Yeah. With this one though, like the thing that we got that no one else usually gets for this round is that there was a tie and it wasn't broken and all the names were revealed on the wheel. So I was pen to paper writing down every name so I can find out who the 4 votes were gonna be.
I had to rely on you for that.
Yeah, so I looked at so I saw who got to vote and I was trying to find Ivan because I really felt I had a good connection with Ivan. In previous rounds, it wasn't anything solidified, but I was trying to find him to see if he would work with me.
I was so down with that, us 3.
Yeah,
I was like, that's what you mean. Like, you had a second chance in this game because when I took you out, I wanted you out. But when you had that, I was like, I wanted you in. Like
For sure. So like my whole thing was like I wanted to find Ivan, see what he was doing, but then I go to the rooms and I see JC, Ivan, Charlie, and then I think it was Alex or Chris. Someone else is in there.
Dude, Chris, this was a GOAT move that Chris just refused to leave. So he knew
I refused.
I need to
so
know
because of the previous round with Jonathan saying that I'm the target and I've been thrown out there, I made a note, and seeing that Charlie was one of the people, I was like, I don't fully trust him. I've got to find you guys. And when the 3 of you were in the room, I was like, I'm not leaving.
Wow.
I'm going to stay in this room so that you do not say my name and you cannot put my name out there. And I couldn't remember who the last person was, and I was just like, as long as those 3 votes aren't on me, I should be fine.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was smart. It was smart because I literally was like, I'm like, what am I doing? So I just went to a room by myself, was like talking to the audience, like, I can't do anything. There's like, my vote doesn't matter. So I was thinking like, what are they doing? If I'm in a room with them 3, are they going to try to like throw votes? Are they going to like do a rogue vote? Are they going to do 1-1-1 and then hope to like force a tie so that they have 3 names to choose from? Which I thought would have been a great strategy. So I was thinking if they did that 1-1-1, and I throw 1 on JC, maybe JC can't vote next round. Because JC, you are so charismatic, but that's the thing is that like, I felt like you weren't giving names to other people. Maybe with your alliances you were, but like when I would come to you, you'd be like, what do you think? And I'm like, no, you don't say, what do you think? You tell me what you're thinking, So I was like, oh, fuck, JC's he doesn't trust me. So I was kind of like, if I can put a vote on JC, and hoping that you guys are playing, obviously it's not what happened, but hopefully you guys are going to do a 1-1-1 thing. I could have blamed it on one of you 3 voting JC, but it didn't work out that way. I'm taking credit for a move that didn't happen. So
yeah. So it ended up.
Oh wait, Charlie has something to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let's see. I was just gonna say in response to what JC said, I actually didn't want Rory to go in that round, but like I had said before, I was like, okay, this is the round where I'm like, okay, I got a shot. People are going to war now. I gained relationships, so actually it was Ivan who wanted Rory out, and I said, and I said, well, I don't want to vote 3-1 because we don't know who Jonathan's voting for. It could be any of us. I don't want to get randomly killed by an LOS. So I think 2-1-1 was the dominant strategy in this round. So that's what we decided to do. And Alex was gunning for me, so I put my vote on Alex. So, Rory, it was just for me, it was like, I think if I was picking, you were not at the top of my targets list, but it was just more important for me to go along with what Ivan was saying because I felt like I also had kind of figured out by this point that there were pre-games because people were just massively protecting each other in rooms. So I was like, I just need to ingratiate myself somewhere.
Yeah. That's perfectly fine. But yeah, I don't know. It was a weird run to go out on, and it was kind of annoying that I'd like fought the target on my back round after round after round, and then you got out in a round that you didn't really have any sway in whatsoever. But
yeah, I mean, it was near impossible, Rory, because you couldn't get into the room, and the votes were in that room. There was really nothing you could have done at that point.
I went further than I expected to. So
this was Ivan's move. honestly. Like, we just went along with what he said, and for me, that was the right move for me. I didn't want this blood right now.
Yeah, and I said it on the stream. I was proud of you, Rory, because you were an early target again, and you fought past it, and you made some damage in there. So that was good to see. Thank you for joining us again. I know it must be late in Ireland. What time is it?
It's really late. You posted the time for this, and I was like, I honestly don't know if I'm still gonna be awake. Like, I'm so tired.
Oh my god.
You did it. Well, thank you, Rory, for joining us.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Hopefully next time I'm on this, I won't be a pre-jury flop.
Fingers crossed.
No, you're great.
But yeah, I don't know. Thanks for having me, and good luck to the Ratties for tonight.
Bye, Rory.
Thank you. Bye, Rory.
Yeah.
All right, so that brought us to the evens and odds round, which ended up with Chris going out. I think the big one in this was the fact that there were...
No, it wasn't even an odds.
Yeah. It was. Pick a number. It
was.
Plus and minus.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. And it ended up with you going home, but also a lot of LOSs were played that round. Correct? There were a few.
Yeah.
I think one was played.
Well, I played it. I played an LOS.
Yeah. John played.
Yeah. So this was that round where so I was confused. I thought 2 people were going to leave this round, but it was just the pluses. See, I didn't even. So it was just the pluses, and I already this was my first round without safety, so I knew I had to get that LOS. So I was looking at the screen, right, and I was in a room with JC and other people. I forget who it was, but I felt when I walked into that room. Oh, Chris, I felt when I walked into that room that my name had been out there. So I was kind of exactly. So then who did I say? I said Charlie.
You said Alex.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I was saying Alex, and then he ended up going, right? Yeah.
No, I did.
Oh, you went. Oh, weird.
Alex won.
So the minute we unmuted that round, I was in that room with JC and I think 2 others. And the first thing I said as we unmuted was, let's get Jonathan out. I said, I think all he's telling bullshit stories and he's causing chaos. Let's get him out. And then you literally joined as I finished speaking. And you were like, who are we going to get? Let's go Alex. So we were like, sure, let's do Alex. And then a few seconds later, were like, I just won the LOS. And
that's the thing. So I was in that room with you guys, and I felt with you guys that I was first room I got into, I didn't have anyone at all. And I had to ingratiate myself with you guys. And I was like, I need you guys to vote with me. It's a new round, blah, blah, whatever. And I said, let's vote out Alex, right? Alex. Yep. And then, first off, I said, what are we going to do? And then JC was like, well, why don't you throw out a name, Jonathan? And I was like, that's when I was kind of like, oh, JC does, yeah. So then, once I got the LOS, I was like, I'm just going to say I have it because it builds a trust with you two. At least you guys know that I told you guys this. Then when we got to room limit, JC was the first one gone. And at this point, I didn't trust you, JC. And so I was kind of like, damn it, he knows I have an LOS. So I don't know if he's going to vote with me because you said, I know what I'm doing. You said, I know what I'm doing. I'm leaving. And then I was thinking, he's probably going to vote for me. If I were him, I'd vote for Jonathan to flush an LOS, even if he has it or not, and let him be the one to vote out Alex, which is why I played my LOS. But I didn't need to, apparently.
Well, I was edging to leave the room all the time, but I just didn't trust you, Jonathan. So I was hoping you would leave first. So the minute you left, I was going to leave, and maybe, I don't know, I could have found out that it was going to be on me, and I could have done something, but it was a bit of my own downfall, and...
I think between us three, Jonathan, Chris, and I, there was no trust after Jonathan came back. Just because from what Jonathan said, I thought then Chris would come after me. Because, I'm going after the UK people.
I was going for you until he spoiled his own game.
Yeah.
He ruined his own game that way, so then the target shifted to him, but...
Freaking Henry.
But who got Chris out, though? Who voted for Chris?
Dude, I thought I was out this round for sure. Well, what happened was we were in a whole different world. What were the odds? Yeah. The odds, because we had one less person, but we thought if it was split, it could be one of us. And So first thing that happened was Dina said she had Khalid's vote for PM. Like Dina said, like basically she had the votes for PM. Then I pull up to a room and I'm like sitting in the waiting room and just they're all like, well, all right, we have 5 votes on Charlie. I'm like, yo, I'm dead. Like, yeah, shit. So then I get in there and I just said a bunch of stuff just so even 2 people would change their votes because then I thought like 4 votes would be good and I guess I got away with it. Chris must have gotten home with 4 or 5 unless it was near unanimous because I think PM. Did you voted for me?
Yes.
I voted for Chris.
Yeah, and I voted for PM. So I guess maybe I got.
Jim, who did you vote for?
For you, Chris.
Yeah. I thought so.
How did that vote come across, guys? Marcelo and Jin. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think I was in a room with 4 other pluses, and I mean, Chris's name just kept on coming up. Marcelo, you were there? Yeah, and so, I mean, at that point, I wanted to save myself from Chris and Jonathan, so it was in my best interest to like lock in that room of 4, because then at least that might be a good number coming into the vote.
That makes sense.
Hey, I'd forgotten about you at that point. You were one of the victims in my mind to Jonathan's attempt at destruction.
I voted for you because I didn't really have anything with you, and like again, we didn't talk all game, so it was like I threw your name out before, and I threw your name out before, so I was like, let me get you out before you try to get me. So that was I was pushing for you, and I don't know if you were against me or not.
To be honest, if it came down to the when we did the what you call it, the most even numbers round, if they hadn't have said a name, I was going to say your name just because I hadn't spoken to you. And so
I would have.
If they didn't say Greg, then I would have said yours, and maybe you would have ended up gone then.
I thought I was going to go out too. I don't know. I was paranoid as hell.
So
me too.
That ended in Chris's elimination, the elimination of South Africa in the mini. What were your final thoughts, Chris? Did you enjoy it? Did you have a good time? Better time than last time, I suppose.
I didn't go out first. That was my PTSD. Was the first round? Was like, oh, here we go. So
it was an improvement.
I did better than I thought. I was hoping to at least get jury, but is what it is.
You were close. Thanks for joining us, Chris. It was a lot of fun.
No, pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Bye, Chris.
Bye, Chris.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Chris. Bye, Chris.
Bye.
South Africa.
All right, so that brought us to the safety chain round, which is always fun. Always some of the most
fun. I haven't gotten to do it yet. This was my first time.
Me too. And every mini that was. Sorry,
we have a few new guests joining us, so I'll bring them in here. We have
hello. Oh my God.
I'm gonna bring in Dina.
Oh my God, I did not. Dina. Oh my God.
You were the person. Sorry.
Okay, first of all, I'll start with you. I have notes of things to say that I have to tell people. Charlie, you're gonna go back and you're gonna watch this. So basically, every time, like we were good with each other, right? Like we were good with each other, but like literally at the start of every round, everyone was like, "Oh, let's go Charlie," and then I'd be like, okay, like fine, we'll do Charlie," and then you immediately come in afterward, and I'm like, "Okay, great." So you're just gonna see a bunch of that, like me being like, "Okay, fine, I'm good with Charlie. Like Charlie's fine," and then immediately you come in and I'm like, "I'm good with you. I'm good with you."
My 3 allies in the game that I trusted the most were, you and Marcelo for sure. And then
I trusted you. I was like, I could work with Charlie.
I was so down to work with you, Charlie, man.
Because you guys would come and tell me stuff, and I was like, yo, they're telling me stuff.
I've got to tell you all something. I had 2 LOSs when I was voted out. You want to know who had those, Marcelo? I had them.
I passed the first on to you.
Did you drop a single penny? Did I see you drop any pens? I did not.
Well, okay, here's my thought process. I was like, one opportunity I had when I was in the room with like you and Marcelo. Like that's it. right? And we were already talking about something else, and I'm like, honestly, my worry was if I told you guys that I had an LOS, you guys would get comfortable.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I would not tell anyone
Because
I've had LOS.
I would have played it on
Me
any
neither,
of
never.
y'all.
I know, you're right.
When,
I would love
when
to- I love-
Jonathan when Jonathan was on the wheel, oh this sucked. When Jonathan was on the wheel and he got voted out, I tried to play it for him, and Audrey's like, no, you can't play it after you've been voted out. But I would have played that shit for any of y'all, but I didn't want you guys to get cocky.
No, understandable.
Jonathan here, I need to talk to Jonathan for a second.
I can get out.
Good job, Neve, on the LOSs. Seriously, like just looking at the game,
Jonathan,
it's like
I got you out.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, you're gonna watch this. So basically, what happened is, and not even like super intentionally, but basically what happened is really right at the end of the round, we were in a room with 5, and we were all just like, this 5 is locking on Jonathan.
Was it you? Who was in it?
I have no idea.
Was it Henry, Jim, Rory, and you?
Yeah. So Henry was in that. Yeah.
So that's where it all came from, Jim. It was that round. That's what Henry was
exactly.
using that.
And I was shocked that he didn't say my name.
He did. He did, but there was too many names out there. I didn't want to put you on there too.
Okay, because I was so surprised because I orchestrated that. I was like, listen, 5 on Jonathan, and honestly, I didn't like particularly want you out. They were all just like, I guess Jonathan. I'm like, screw it, 5 on Jonathan because we don't know what's happening, right?
Right.
And then, but part of the reason I wanted you out, part of the reason I was okay with it was
He did, but there were too many names out there. I didn't want to put you on there too.
Okay, because Ivan, I think you're.
Ivan, turn off your.
Yeah,
I did.
turn off.
I did. Sorry.
Okay, so part of the reason I wanted you out was because of Dina, because Dina kind of screwed this up for you. But like when we were talking about you, she was like, "Oh no, I'm good with Jonathan," and I'm like, "If you're good with Jonathan, then like you have other options, right?"
Yeah.
And so I was like, "Okay, okay, we have a shot at Jonathan. Let's take out Jonathan." I was surprised it ended up working out because I'm guessing some other people like threw votes on you, but that's how it originally happened. So like, I want to apologize because I didn't have like any personal stake in that. People were just like, Jonathan. I'm like, I don't know what's happening this round. Let's do 5 on Jonathan.
And I told you too, and I told you about the Greg thing when I told, like, I was honest because people were connecting you with Greg. Like they had said that Neve was protecting Greg, and I came to you and I said, Neve, just be careful.
And
like
I appreciate that. And when you came back in the game, I was fine with you. I was like, I can work with Jonathan. But funny thing about the Greg thing, so I was aggressively pushing to save him because he was in my starting room. And I just didn't want to start that chain of like our room going out. So I aggressively pushed to save him. And then I felt so confident that Dylan was going home that I was like, I'm going to throw a vote on someone random. And I look at the names and I honestly don't know what happened, but I put a vote on Greg, the guy I was pushing to save, because I didn't recognize that he was the same person I was saving.
Right.
And so I put a name on him, and I think that's why he ended up going home, was because or he would have gone home without the LOS, was because so many people were like, oh, I think Dylan's going home anyway, so I'm just gonna vote elsewhere.
Right.
And like me accidentally voting for him probably contributed
the one vote,
to that as well. Yeah.
So going back into round 9 with the safety chain, I was curious because this was a very quick round. Like I feel like far quicker than most safety chain rounds. Like people just wanted to get the names out there as quickly as possible, which ended with Jim, you leaving. Did you all basically know who you were going to give it to right off the bat?
Yeah. For me,
why would you be so obvious?
Sorry?
No, not to you. I was talking to Louie, but like, why would people be so obvious with like that quick of a decision?
Yeah, it didn't make much sense to me.
So,
I mean, I guess there's no reason to draw it out, but still, I always feel like you could get something out of it, either get information or get some sort of value by who you're giving it to.
Yeah. Here's for this. Go
Yeah, this is where I have to issue my second public apology of the of the Podquester.
I mean, I think JC, Khalid, and myself need to apologize to Jim
Yes.
because we were on the same room and we were like, we're gonna give it to Jim, but
yes.
Okay, so what happened? Who had it last?
Who had
Dina had it last.
No, in the room. In the room where
between
we,
you guys.
So Khalid gave it to me, and then I
Yeah,
gave it
so
to
Ivan
Dina.
had it last.
Because I was panicking. I was panicking because I was like, these people are not saving me. And so, I mean, I had an alliance with Dina starting out. And so when I got it, I was like, I'm so sorry, but I have to give it to Dina.
Yes.
You know?
Wow.
And I
I'm
fully and I fully admit my fault on that as well. But if I could boil it down to one word, the reason why you were gone, Jim, was because of pre-gaming.
That's right. That's one thing I wasn't prepared for.
This is where that really took place because I was in a room with me, Charlie, PM, and I think possibly Dan Byrne. I don't remember who that fourth person was. And then so Dan gets it. And then I know that Dan and PM are close. So PM's like, I'm right. Okay. So then I make Dan give it to Charlie because I know I'm good with Charlie and I know he's good with PM. And Dan wanted to give it to me right away. I'm like, no, give it to me last so then I can control who it's getting to next. So then Charlie gives it to PM and I know PM's giving it to me. So I run and I'm giving it to Marcelo. I make up this lie that I had promised Marcelo safety. I didn't promise him safety. I just wanted someone in our group to get it. And it to start on that side. So then I know I'm saving Marcelo next, so I have to go find Marcelo. So then I'm in a room with Marcelo and who came in second place in this?
Renzo.
Renzo. I'm sorry,
what
blanking
happened
on
was
his name.
I wanted to give it to Jonathan so badly because before that round started, he said, "Listen, if you give it to me, I'll vote out whoever you want to vote. I mean, vote out. Give the safety to someone you want." But then, you told me that I'm gonna give you this, but you have to save Renzo.
And then I tell Renzo he has to go save JC, and then I run to go find JC, and I think this is where I start like having trouble finding people, and then Renzo doesn't save JC, he saves Alex, and I'm like furious. But then Alex saves JC because he tells him like, "Hey, I promised to save JC," and then I'm like, "Okay, it's back in our hands." I think I wanted JC to go save Dina so that Dina could go save Khalid so that Khalid could save Ivan. But instead, what happened was JC saves Ivan, Ivan saves Khalid, Khalid saves Dina, and then
it was the opposite. JC saves Khalid and Khalid saved me, and then I.
Yeah. Well, the thing was too, because Dina, to break your guys' chain, told me, "I'm going to save you, Jonathan, but you have to save Khalid." So someone was going to get screwed in this little mix-up, and I think Jim was the accidental victim.
It sucked because I was good with Jim and Jonathan. Like, I wanted Alex out that round. Like, I was... That's why I was furious.
Who gave it to Alex?
And I heard you say that, and then I didn't understand who got it so
well, see, the thing that I didn't understand from the very beginning was...
By the way, Louie, the reason this round went so quickly because I went and jumped and found all these people and told them, like, I was, like, because I saw this on the Survivor one, like, that the Survivor mini that you can't, like, you have to go to the person who's getting it next, right? You can't go to the person who has it. So because I was already safe, I was just going and saving my allies one by one by one.
Like the way you presented to me, I was like panicking because I thought, okay, you're not gonna give it to me.
You had, like the way I said it, I was like, Marcelo, you're saving Ren. I'm saving you. You're saving Ren.
The way your tone of voice or whatever, you got
because I knew what I wanted to happen.
How you presented it, you tricked me into like going to what you wanted to do. Like Jonathan, I was like ready to give it to you because our three alliance, me, you, and Ivan. I was like, This is perfect.
I didn't even know this was happening. I was just like, okay, I guess I'm part of the.
Well, no, I mean, this goes a little bit back to our pre-gaming because I mean, as far as people know, it was a 5 alliance with Dina, Marcelo, myself, JC, and Dan. So when Dan got it, I was like ecstatic because like we actually wrote it down in our pre-game thing that Dan was gonna give it to either Marcelo, myself, or JC, and when he gave it to someone else that wasn't in our group, like I panicked.
Well, the reason that Dan had to do that though was like when we were in that room, like the minute Dan got it, we all started cheering, and like he had no choice. He like if he didn't get someone in that room, he was screwed. And I think the reason he was fine with like doing it the way I wanted because I was going to save Marcelo.
Well, also you don't want to be obvious this round either because people are taking notes. Like if you save someone like that, people are going to be targeting that person.
Marcelo,
so you want to.
No time to take notes. Are you fucking kidding me?
Usually you
that was the
can.
fastest round.
All I got for this round was Charlie.
You though, was because I thought you and I were like we weren't the least. We were like the least obviously connected people. Yes. And that's what I was trying to do. So that's why I made you save Renzo and Renzo save JC. And then I wanted JC to save Dina. Like I was trying to get people who didn't seem connected so people couldn't figure it out.
The thing is, you're not connected with Jonathan. So it would have still worked out the same way. You just presented it in a way where you completely got in my brain and made me switch my idea. Because I felt
what I would have done if it all went my way and if it would have went Dina, then Khaled, then Ivan, then I probably would have done like Jim, then Jonathan, and then Alex out. If I got my entire way, Alex would have gone home and he would have been
so much earlier than
and
he
let
should
me
have.
say too, I'm sorry, but when Dina was pushing for Jonathan too, that scared the shit out of me because she was like, she stuck to her guns and she said, I'm saving Jonathan. And like
I think we all knew when we were watching that as soon as Dina got it, that Jonathan was going to be safe because it was apparent.
Yeah, it was done
the entire game.
And it had nothing to do with you, Jim. It had like literally. We didn't really play that much together.
One thing I did wrong, like at least for a twist like this, a round like this, was I left at the 4 when we had a room of 4, and like. It was coming down to the numbers. There was like 6 left, and we had a 4 there where we had kind of a cycle plan going, and I shouldn't have left. And it was JC that said, "Hey, you go try find this person." Yeah. And of course, I trusted JC.
I'm sorry, because I saw a comment too, like, because like someone said I was supposed to, I was pushing to get Jonathan out. It was because I thought because I made my decision to save Renzo, I was like, shit, Jonathan, I already told him I'm going to use it to save him. He might go after me now because of that. So that's why when Dina was like pushing for him, I was like, no, go, take Jonathan like out. Don't save him. But then like after I kind of was like, okay, it makes sense. You know, I respected Dina's decision after I even said it. But I was like, the way that I was tricked, it was just incredible.
I guess what like JC, I definitely underestimated you just because like I didn't pregame at all, but like seeing the Southeast Asians, I knew it was kind of like, okay, an unspoken thing that we're just going to work together. And then when we had that room of just 4 of us, just randomly, it was like, bam, that's it. And I had just a random room with Renzo and myself. And it's like, done. Renzo, I'm Filipino, you're Filipino. You don't have to say anything. We're final 2. And so that was my kind of plan overall. I didn't see your games that you guys played together in. And the pre-gaming,
Sorry, man.
It got you.
I don't know.
It was this round though. It's so fast. It's just I had to be. I mean, everyone. You just have to be at the right time at the right place.
Yes, it really is.
Like it's so fast and stressful.
It was like really nice to feel like the Kelly Wentworth of it all, but I did feel like my head was going to explode. Like, what the fuck is going on? Why is this happening? I knew that Ivan wouldn't turn his back on me. And that's just like, that was just something that was going to happen. And I know that I was pushing for Jonathan, but ultimately I just felt like Jonathan was always going to be a threat. I watched him play in my last round. He was always a threat in the game. Like, no one was going to forget that Jonathan was in the game. Whereas there's plenty of other people that skated by and could have gone so far. And I was flabbergasted that he was around two. And I just, you know what I mean? So I'm, you know, it was completely process of elimination. And if it makes you feel better,
yeah,
your
no, that's
are
fine.
doing a lot better than us who create games really hard.
And Dina, I didn't even see you a lot. I'm like, other than we started the same room, but I didn't see a lot of you, Renzo. Like, there's so many people I didn't get to talk to. I should have just kept on bouncing around.
Because I mean, I mean that move was kind of JC's in a way when he told you to move. Because if you would have stayed, you would have pressured me to give it to you. And
I should have stayed in the room.
But once you left, I was like, I need to save my girl. So I'm so sorry I had to do that, but I just had to.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's kind of cool, getting out on this round. It's so iconic. I love this round. I love watching it. And I mean, it kind of sucks that I got out, but it's cool that it happened to me. I experienced the round, and yeah, I mean, I can kind of like gives me a little bit of closure that I wasn't voted out really. The first time I played,
not at all.
the first time I played with Kaylee, where MP won, and I got dragged, so I can kind of have like that things like I was never voted
out. Never voted out of a game. That's good.
Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us here tonight, Jim. Or I guess it's daytime there.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Louie.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, Jim.
Follow Jim on Instagram there. No Twitter, Jim? Come on, Jim.
No.
Get that Twitter.
It's like Twitter's not so popular in Australia.
Oh, that's true. I feel like it's a required sequester thing. Everybody.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I do have a Twitter.
I have the same screen name on Instagram.
Sorry?
I have the same screen name on Instagram, so we could be Instagram friends.
Yo.
I'm international, guys.
I mean, I do have a Twitter. You can probably find it, but it's got like 2 posts. That's all. And I just follow Survivor, Big Brother, and Sequester. Okay. Bye, everyone.
Jim.
Bye, Jim.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave in like 10 minutes, just FYI.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, just let us know when you need to head out.
For sure.
We will properly exit you. So let's get into the next round here quickly then. This was the second highest votes round.
Yeah.
Neve here, because this was the round that Neve ended up going home. So how did we end up on that?
So basically, there's a few different mistakes.
Wait,
that
Louie,
happened.
can I just mention really first, because I don't know if it's been. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. There was like an awesome Arab-Israeli alliance that was happening. Like we created world peace playing this game. Like I really trusted you guys.
I was loyal to you guys. I was loyal to you. I was completely. I will shut up after this because I have no fucking idea what happened in this round. But I just want all of you guys to know that Sequester does bring people together from fucking everywhere. And you guys are my first Israeli friends. You're not going to be my last Israeli friends, but you might be my best Israeli friend.
So I should comment on this, and he's gone now, but in the videos, one of the things that I picked up on, I think it was the second video that was Chris's, and he said he was very excited to play this game tonight because every room he jumped into would be like traveling to somewhere different. And I thought that was such a nice way to put it, and I thought that was really like heartwarming because it really was, you know, it was cool to see all the different cultures and flavors and coming together and playing this great game. So yeah, absolutely. Okay, continue.
Yeah, so this is like, yeah, we were tight, Dina, but this is where my game died was when Jonathan died, right? Because what happened was you guys lost faith in that alliance, right? Because it was me, Jonathan, and Khaled who were left out of your guys' group with Dan and Ivan. And so like the minute like Jonathan was gone, it made more sense for you to go with them, right? And so actually one of the issues with this round as well for me was the 2 rounds ago, the round where Chris went home, right? The round where Jonathan went home. What happened was I voted for Rory because people in my room said we were going to vote for Rory. And then on the revote, I heard that Alex's name was being thrown out, but I was like, oh, if PM's on the reel, I'm voting for PM. You know, like props to you, PM. You're a great player, but if you're on the right, if it's like you or someone else, like I'm putting my shot, and that's what tied it, right? And that's why Jonathan went home. And so if I would have changed my vote to Alex, not only would have Jonathan not went home, but the person who threw my name out would have also gone home. Because I went back and I rewatched this, and basically what happened was, Alex. Oh, hey, Helen. Hi.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Khaled.
Can you hear
hi.
us?
Did I join?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
You're like,
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? But yeah,
Doing
continue.
well.
I'm sorry.
So basically, what happened this round is like we're like everyone's doing their own thing, and then at some point in this round, Renzo tells Alex that like I have a group and that we've been throwing Alex's name out there. I don't know if I voted for Alex like 2 or 3 times. I don't know if I was legitimately targeting him or I just kept hearing his name and I was like, let's do Alex, right? And at the moment that Renzo told him, Alex was like, we have to get out Neve. And so basically what happens is Alex is in the room with Ivan. Oh, actually before this, it's Alex and Renzo. And then I think PM hops in there for like a second. But then JC gets in this room. And JC, you had a shot to save me because basically what happened was they were like, oh, let's push Neve. And JC, you're like, oh, I'm okay with Neve, right? And I think the reason you were cool with that was because Jonathan was out and you're like, okay, this alliance is already falling apart. But if you would have told them not to vote for me, then you could have saved me that round.
Yes.
But then what happens is, so at the last minute, because this is like really at the end of this round, it's so it's Ivan, Renzo, and Alex in a room, and they're all on Neve. And so I'm guessing, and I'm pretty sure I got a 4 going, and so and other people got 2s. I'm pretty sure they were the only 3, right? I was the only 3, which is why I went home. And I had this feeling. And this is where I should have played the LOS. I mean, it was difficult because I didn't even hear my name. But the reason, like, why I should have played one was because I had 2, and like this was a great round to get me out, right? Like if I was gonna go home a round, it should have been this one. Yes. And at this point, if I hadn't been hearing my name, I should have just like wasted one anyway. Because like if like someone random's going home, and I had this like gut feeling right at the end of the round where I was just like, it's gonna be me. Like I don't know, like I don't know if anyone else gets that, but like yeah, it was just like this really bizarre. And then I heard my name and I was like, two LOSs.
Yeah. So
Neve, I don't know how you found them.
Well, fuck. Okay. Yeah. So basically, this was the
We
beginning.
need to talk with your internet provider.
I was getting messages the entire game like, if you plug into Ethernet, it will be faster. And I wasn't plugged into Ethernet, but
so this was the beginning of me versus Marcelo. So this round, because I threw out his name. So my strategy for this round was I threw out 3 names, and I made sure everybody was gonna vote for Neve, Ivan, or Marcelo. And I went every single room saying, but I couldn't go to Dina. But I think I said everyone. It's like, stick with these 3. It's mathematically almost impossible that, like, if we just all vote for these 3, like, in the worst case, it's gonna go to an all 4-way tie. But like, best case is that one of the 3 will definitely be going home. So that is what I went. And man, whoa, a lot of people went behind my back and basically tell Marcelo. And we had that infamous argument, right, Marcelo, in this round?
Was this the drag round, right? No, wait, no, it's not.
No, it was before the drag round. Basically, me that I was in. Wait,
I think it was. So it was the drag round, the argument, because I remember thinking distinctly Marcelo may have messed up there. If for whatever reason you got booted, I was like, that may have cost him the game when he was in no danger. So yeah, that was the next round.
This was the beginning of.
It started the build up.
Me versus Marcelo. Yes.
Could I interject for one quick second, just to quickly do another.
Hey, blocking your mic.
It's not working.
Oh, now
you're fine.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say this is another round where the meta game is really hard to play, especially with this amount of people. Like 4 is really good in that, like, if you can get 4 votes on a person and then organize a smaller thing, you have pretty good odds because that's like 6 votes total. But 3 is gonna be like 2 is gonna vote out people a lot of the time, and you can't really play around that in a room limit of 4. So it's a really hard round to strategize, and I think it has a very rock, paper, scissors function of which strategies are the best.
PM, who did you end up voting for?
I voted for Ivan because because I wanted Ivan to get the highest. I wanted Marcelo to get the second highest. So that was my plan. Even though me, you, and Dan agreed on Jonathan.
On Marcelo.
On Marcelo, yes.
Yeah.
I feel
So
like
that's-
he was getting votes.
Oh yeah, because like when you guys told me to do Marcelo, and then like when I wanted to bring in I didn't know that Dina was not part of like us being a crew. So when Dina was throwing you out, and you guys didn't really trust Dina, I was kind of like, oh, this is a sinking ship. Let me go run and be a little rat to Marcelo, and I was like, Marcelo, PM and Dan were wanting to vote you out.
I was looking for you, PM, the whole time. I was like, fuck my game. I was like, Jonathan, I'm about to go find PM right now and
And I said, don't.
And you were like, no, but I was like,
We also said in front of Dan too, Marcelo, because Dan was in the room with us, and you were like, "Oh, I'm getting PM for saying my name," and I was like, "Dan was also the person saying your name."
I feel like this has been my strategy, especially the first 2 games I've played. Not like the latest one, not counting that. My name has been out like so many rounds in playing Sequester history. Out of like 30 something rounds I've played Sequester, about 20 of them, like my name was on top of that list. But I have a thing going where I have a crew that goes against me, and I have a crew that protects me. And those one who protect, and it's either you like me or you don't, and there's no in the middle. Like if you want to target me, you're gonna come for me. If you want to protect me, you're gonna do that. And that was my thing with Alex. Like I love Alex to death, man. He's like my Sequester crush. But like and
he's also my boyfriend's Sequester crush apparently.
Yes,
found that out.
But like with this vote, I feel like it's something that I really felt like my plan was like mathematically works, and it made the most sense.
Yeah. It was a great plan.
It did. It was.
Yeah.
I did not know that you were going to.
PM, speaking of you being put out that much, honestly, I think that's a good thing for your game, because I think one of the issues of my game was that I never heard my name, right?
Yeah.
And it's difficult to even consider playing an LOS when you've gone like 10 rounds without hearing your name.
Well, also, because Neve, weren't you and Dina trying to get PM in this round? Because you guys were saying, because remember at the very end of this round, I walked into a room and Dina and Dan and me and someone else were like, and I think it was you, Neve.
It
was 2 Alex, 2 PM was the strategy. However, Dan and I were not going to vote Alex. We were just saying that because we were like, it's the easy thing to say. Because we had agreed at the beginning of the round to vote Marcelo. And that was kind of like, I was just kind of like, Marcelo, it was just a round by round thing. And at this point, I didn't have,
nothing to lose. Yeah.
Yeah. But for this one, it was kind of like, I was never going to vote out PM at this point. And it was fine that you and Dina were going to vote him because it wasn't me doing it, and I could just say I was going to vote Alex. So I thought Alex was going to have the most votes. And I think he may have, I don't know.
But yeah, the fact that I'm playing this drunk Like then it really, I never imagined myself throwing out 3 names at the same time. That's so fucking dangerous.
That was a good move.
Yeah.
That was a
I
good
definitely
move.
want to comment on your game here, PM, and we're going to do it in a second because it was so different from what we've seen from you previously, and I feel like you really embraced your inner villain in this game. But before we get there, I know JC, you had something you wanted to say before we end this round, so let's go ahead with that.
Neve, I really had my comeuppance, I realize now, by going pre-jury, because this is going to be my 3rd public apology. I was one of the votes against you this round. The reason why, it's actually a long story if you don't mind me taking a minute to explain it.
No, I remember, like, because they threw the name out in that game. Yeah.
Yes. So what happened was during the pre-game, so Marcelo was my number 1, right? PM was my number 3. Sorry.
I'm sorry, guys. I really have to go. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. Louis, you don't have to send out my Twitter. It's okay.
It's on here somewhere.
Okay. I'm so sorry to interrupt, guys. I love you all. This is amazing blessing of a game.
Jonathan.
Yo, I watched
you guys,
play, and I can't believe I played with you. It was a fun time.
You guys, it was a freaking fun game. I had so much fun. So
everyone
sign up for private minis. Okay, and I'll let you guys go on.
Bye, Jonathan.
Right, bye, guys.
Thanks,
Bye.
Jonathan. Okay, yes. So Marcelo was my number 1. Dina was my number 2. PM was my number 3. Ivan was my number 4. Right, and of course we had all these great conversations and stuff. And Neve, you and I actually had a great 1-to-1 at first on Facebook. So you had Facebook messaged me, and you listed out so much information. I was so grateful. I'm like, Neve is a sequester encyclopedia, folks. He is freaking brilliant. And
he did all of our pre-gaming for us collectively.
Yeah. I went too hard. Yo, I just want to get credit for getting 15 out of 20 of the actual cast right.
Yes.
And I have never played a Mini before. I have been part of
We have a chart. We have a chart to prove it.
I've been part of the sequester community for like 2 weeks now. And I figured out 15 out of 20 of the people playing.
So good.
But yeah, I think that's one of my issues was that first of all, I'm really proud of myself for getting a pregame thing going. Because, like, what kind of non-mini player? I was probably the only non-mini player that had a pregame, right? And that had, like, people that they were working with and people that they were loyal with. So I'm definitely proud of that. But I think, and there was no way I could have known that you guys were as tight. But I think one of my mistakes was that I was so confident in that group that I did, because I'm just like, I'm loyal to the people I'm with. And so I think I didn't check in enough with you guys in the game, right? Because I was so confident in that group that I was like, okay, like, and you'll see, I barely interacted with any of the people I was with because I spent all the time talking to random people, forming random connections. Because like, why do I need to check in with like Dina every round if we're good, or Marcelo or JC? Like, why? And so I think that's also one of the issues in my game that like, I think you would have been more inclined to save me if I had made more of a relationship with you in the game, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So, so what happened during the pre-game is that the Arab-Israeli alliance, right, brought in Marcelo and myself. So we had this little big chat group, and in the course of that pre-gaming, what happened was Dina was really pushing hard on strategy. Dina did a great job of consolidating everyone together. So what she did was, Dina, do you remember what you said about bringing Dan in? Bringing Dan in, and you said you really trusted Dan B?
Well, I mean, I thought I trusted the man, but obviously I'm
Where he at?
Where's
he at?
Oh my god.
He said
I did a really good job of creating a perfect jury for Dan. That's what I did. So fuck me. No, I mean, I felt like going into it that PM was likely to have a strong group of people who wanted to work with him. And I would need a strong group of people who wanted to work with me. And I'm hoping in the future that PM and I can work together because we're going to be the ones that need strong people together. And that's kind of how I look at all of the game, that I want to have a fun jury. Like, I hope that I can play hard enough and be entertaining enough to be like getting to the jury and to make big moves. And like, if I have to, because I want to get to the jury, right? And so every single game we're going to play, we're going to do that together. I thought we had a really strong team, and I still think that like we did really well in getting a lot of us to the end. Granted, it like kind of blew up in our faces at the end, but I'm still really proud of like all of getting to know all of you. Like just like I mentioned, like I consider this league play. Like I want to play with all of you. I like how your minds work. Like I love kind of all of the different opportunities I had to get to know more about all of you guys. And I feel like every single game is going to be completely different. And sometimes you're going to be first one out, and that's totally cool. Sometimes you're going to win, and that's totally cool. And sometimes you're going to get fucking fifth place like every single time. And like that's really cool too. Because I just really love this game. I really love you guys, and like any 6 hours with you guys is like a pleasure and a fucking honor. And I wouldn't want to just pull people to the end so I can be someone who's winning on top of a mass grave of people that I don't really respect in the game.
Yeah, that's something
I just want to
really.
add something more.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead,
Louis.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that on the topic of like pre-gaming, which was really funny. Now I just joined because I was doing something, so I don't know if like Neve mentioned this, but Neve and I are actually friends outside of the game. We go to the same college.
Northeastern Huskies,
And so this is how I like leverage that relationship though. Like Khalid is how I got in with all these people, because Khalid, I'm like, who's the first one I should talk to? And he's like, Jonathan. And then Jonathan basically gives me permission to reach out to JC and Dina. And so then I reach out to JC and Dina gives me permission to bring Khalid in, even though we've already spoken. And then JC gives me permission to reach out to Marcelo. And then we have all these like different groups. And then I start talking to JC Marcelo about the 6, and like, okay, let's get the 6 going. So then we get the 6 group that. And it was awesome though. Like I felt good with you all.
Fun.
Like it was fun. Like, you know, we had such a great time with it, and you know, you all are rock stars.
Yeah,
so.
we're gonna close out this round in a second. We have one more guest who wants to talk with you here, Neve, before you go. We have Renzo.
Hi, Renzo.
I'm so sorry. I'm publicly apologizing, Neve. All of my allies are coming out, and nobody was talking to me. In all honesty, like every time I would have a close bond with somebody, they will leave. And I never had like a time to talk with Khalid. I never had a time to talk with Dina. I never even had a time to talk with your Jonathan. So you're always like of the opposite room as me. And every time so I was like, okay. But in all,
I just wanted to say, like, no hard feelings to anyone. Like, come on, this is a game. Like, I love all of you people.
Yes.
You guys are all amazing. I don't care anyone who voted me out. Like, I think we all had a really fun time with it. And Renzo, you said in the final, you said in your final jury speech that your best vote was getting me out. And I agree with that, because I feel like it really derailed everyone else's game when you voted me out, because then, like, if you didn't vote me out, JC wouldn't have gone. You know, and I think it was difficult for Dina, Khalid, and Marcelo for a while. I was proud of you all, because I was like, yo, you guys are in a spot now. Like, this entire group is falling apart. And so I think that was a great move for you, because I think it definitely did derail a lot of stuff that was going on in the game. So
Neve, do you want to know something
you
funny?
You snipped us out, Renzo.
Yeah, thank you. But I have a question though, Neve.
Yes.
At the back of my head, I still want to work with you and Jonathan and Greg, like at the very start, but I cannot just find all of you. Would you be willing to like work with me or something?
Yeah, so I was again, I'm loyal to the people I say I'm loyal to. So I was loyal to that first room, right? And that's why I was pushing so hard to not get Greg voted out, even though I accidentally voted for him, was because I said I was loyal to us, right? And so I would have definitely not came for you until it came to like that point in the game where like all my pregame people were still there, because you were like someone I connected with in game. Like there were in game people I had, like you and like Charlie and like Dan, and Jonathan to some extent. But again, I think the mistake that I made in this game was that I was like, okay, well, my pregame trumps my in-game, and I don't think that necessarily is true. And I think Sharifa said this at one point, that like your pregame is a stepping stone to like build off of your in-game relationships. And so I think that if I had that mindset, I would have been more effective. But I wouldn't have came for you, Renzo, until like early jury.
Yeah.
And Neve, literally people were throwing out your name after, as soon as you were pushing for Greg to stay, because they were like, if Neve is pushing this hard for Greg to stay, we have to get rid of Neve. Like, people were aware of you.
Jonathan told me about this, and he was like, we talked about this, but he was like, oh, people thought you guys were close. Like, the only reason I did that was because I didn't want to start our room chain of like, it's Greg, Renzo, me, Jonathan, right? And so like I think Greg's a really cool guy, but I didn't have any sort of allegiance to him. And so, yeah. And then when Jonathan told me that, I was like, immediately.
Have you played a mini before?
I have never played a mini before. I have seen like 4 minis total. Like
you played very, very well, considering you had never, played one before.
But he's also probably seen all of our social media and knows where we live.
That was the thing,
he
though.
knows everything.
When I came into it, when I was talking to Khalid, so I realized that pre-gaming was going on, and I realized that I was going to be screwed without that. And basically, what happened was I was like, I need something that I can provide, right? Because why would these people trust someone that they've never seen, they've never spoken to, they have no idea what this guy's about? And so I was like, if I can figure out who's going to be on the cast, like, and provide that, if I can provide information to them, they're going to be good with me, right? And so that was kind of my goal in the pregame, was to be that guy that's providing information to everyone. And giving people like strategy tips, so that that's my worth as a person, right? Because otherwise, like, and I know, Renzo, this is like your first game too. Like, you know how it feels to go in this and you don't know anyone. Like, I don't know anyone in the sequester community, right? And so that was kind of like what I was about. But honestly, I'm surprised that like I was able to play the way I did. But on the other hand, I felt like it definitely wasn't. It didn't feel the way I expected it to feel. Like, it went by really quickly. Like, I didn't have as much control over things as I thought I could have had. I just realized that, and I think that's just part of sequester, that you can't control things, but you can always try and save yourself.
Yeah, it always goes so much quicker than you think. If we could, we're going to try to speed it up a little bit here, just because we're running a little long. But Renzo, PM, if you have something to say.
So quick question: who are you more loyal to, the pre-game alliance or with Charlie? Because I know that you and Charlie are very close, and I was kind of willing to like work with both of you. But
so I would have been loyal to you guys because I felt really good with you. But at the same time, I was on calls with like Khalid and Dina and Jonathan and JC, and like I spoke to Marcelo. And so like the problem is that like Renzo, I can talk to you for like 4 minutes in a round, right? Yeah. But like, I spoke to them for hours, right? And so I think that's the thing about pregame. But the thing is,
you got it right perfectly. It's because you relied too much on pre-game, and then like you didn't really build like too much in the game.
Well, because
you did so much
in the game, though. I didn't build with you guys in the game. I build with other people, and I think that was the mistake. Was I was like, if I'm so good with these people, let me go off and that like that. I was noticing like during the stream, like I didn't get any coverage at all because I was in all these random rooms where like nothing was happening. Like none of the big players were in those rooms because that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to like form connections with other people because I felt so comfortable with the people I had.
I think that's what caused because you did so much. Like everyone knew. Yeah. Like when I saw like what you were doing for pre-gaming, you were like compiling like lists and everything. I was like, okay, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna make him like seem like he's so smart, So like even people within our group would notice that. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna shut up. I'm
Wait,
just gonna
Colin, you texted me. You were like, "Neve, shut up. You're steaming. You're
Okay.
coming off too
I
smart."
did that
Shut
once,
it
but
down.
you still went on and on and on.
So
I was
yeah.
like, okay.
So okay, I'm gonna talk about pregame like after this thing, like when
let's
what I like
after.
my thoughts on it.
Yeah, so
But
I
have
do.
no problem.
I want to get to that PM here in a second. Before we send Neve out, anything?
I want to say me and Jim were trying to get you out, Neve, on the even to get the even votes. Like I was trying to throw 2 votes on you with me and Jim because I know how good you were in those few minutes that I've talked to you. I felt very comfortable with you. I felt like it was you were missed.
Yeah.
And secondly, were you the one who said to me that you were shy on camera, that you didn't want to be?
Okay, that's true though. That's true. So, because I also do want to address this though. Like the whole reason I did the private mini and not like a regular mini is because like I've never been on camera before. I've never done anything like this. And so I was like, okay, this is being streamed for like a much smaller audience. So I feel like much more comfortable with this. And then like right before the mini starts, someone tells me like, oh, it's being like live streamed like on the Sequester website. Like everyone's going to view it and there's going to be an after show. And I'm like, well, damn. But at that point, I was like, this is going to be my first mini. I have like, I have pregame stuff. Like if I do a regular mini, I'm going to come in there blind anyway. And so, who knows, I could be the second one gone. Like I knew I wasn't going home early. Obviously like going to the end, that's never in the bag. And so I think that's why I felt comfortable going on. But yeah, I would like legitimately like, this is out of my element. So
cool. Same.
Very interesting. Thank you, Neve, for joining us. I think I totally agree that from what someone said that you should definitely do a patron mini, because if you did this well, first shot, I think you could do even better, with people who haven't played the game before. So thank you for joining us.
Awesome. I appreciate it. And then I'll head up, but like PM, once I'm gone, I want you to tell people who your pregame was, because I was telling people who your pregame was, and I didn't even know who your pregame was, but I was putting it out there. So I'm curious to see if I was right on it. I think I said you were with, it was you, Dan Bird, Sarah Yelly, who didn't end up playing, Alex B. I said Charlie and Andrew, who didn't also play. But like I created this like idea of like the pregame. I wasn't even too confident in it, but I was just like,
and Jim too. Jim.
Oh, and Jim. Yeah, I was like, oh, they're both from Thailand. Like, I just wanted to create this thing to unify us against their group, against your group.
We have to talk about. I want to talk about it later for sure.
Yeah, but I'm gonna head out. It was a pleasure, you guys. It was so much fun with you all.
Appreciate
it. Great fucking play, man.
Add me on the socials.
What's your Twitter before you leave it?
Twitter, I just started using it, but I think it's NJT188. You can add me on Facebook or Instagram too, Neve Topaz. But yeah, it was a pleasure, you all, and see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming.
Awesome.
All right, so now we're going to move on to the drag round here. We're going to try to speed things up only because we're about 3 hours in and we're not to jury yet, and it is Sunday. So, all right, so the drag round, and this is a big one, obviously. This is one that we want to get into, but it ended with JC leaving, and there was a lot of confusion there with the tie, obviously, between Renzo and JC and how people voted. Well, I mean, let's get right into it. Marcelo.
Yeah.
What was your thinking there?
Okay, so originally I voted for Renzo to get out. Okay, I did. I was like, I'm sorry. I was like, I wanted you out, so I voted for him. And then when it got tied, it was Renzo and JC. I was completely like, what? I didn't know that was gonna happen. So I was in a room with Jonathan, and I'm gonna blame. Was it Jonathan was still in? Yeah, and I was talking to him, whatever, we're planning to get Renzo out, and then I leave, and I come back in the same room, and it's Jonathan by himself, and he's like, man, I'm going to vote for JC, I'm going to do a rogue vote, I'm sorry, he was doing like a DR confessional, and I'm like, oh, for real? And he's like, sorry, man, I'm sorry, because we had the whole time we were talking about getting Renzo out, it was like another person in it, and so I was like, okay, it's at the tiebreaker, I don't think people are going after JC, but I wanted to confirm this first, but I couldn't go to any room that whole round. Like every room was taken. I didn't talk to nobody that whole round. I was like going to 1, 2, 3, and I'm like going back and forth. No one, I couldn't talk to nobody to confirm, but in my head, JC is the golden child. I thought that rogue vote, you know, I put it on him just with Jonathan. And then what happened? Everyone voted for you too.
I also threw a rogue vote, but it wasn't for any of you. I think it was for Alex, I believe, because I was like, well, everyone has voted for Alex, so I don't think anyone's going to vote for Alex.
But was it the first vote or was it the second vote?
It was the first vote. The first vote.
Okay.
I did not vote for JC at all up until that tie.
Me neither.
And,
I was not even.
And this is where it got complete. This is my demise, really, because when it was a tie between Renzo and JC, like, I got stuck in a room at the end with Renzo, and I even asked him, who would you drag if you're out? And he said, I don't know. But then we muted, and I said to myself, if I vote for Renzo and I'm in a room with him, he's probably going to end up dragging me. And this is the round I went on last time. And so I was just like, I have to turn my back on JC. I hated to do that.
I had the same thing.
But the thing
I was in a room with Renzo. And I just said, I don't think JC will drag me because I never promised it to him, you know, like I just never saw him. So I was with Renzo.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Charlie.
So for me, it was like I was equally close, maybe a little bit closer with JC, but it was negligible. And I thought I had a much worse chance of getting dragged with Renzo because we were in the same room and I said, I won't vote for you. JC, I knew you'd be like, you know.
But before that, though, I went and I was hearing that PM was bringing up my name all the time. And I was like, I told him, I went to his room and I said, listen, I can't believe you're bringing my name. I don't care if you're hosting this. If you guys all vote me out, I'm going to drag PM because I thought that he was leading all that.
Is that when he brought up my name, then you exited and then he brought up your name? And then
and I came out and I come back in and he's like, Marcelo, we're going Ivan. And then I leave and I come back and he's like, Marcelo, guys, we're going to go with Marcelo. I'm like, no, I thought that I felt like
it's not that round. That's the later. That's the history can repeat round. This round, yes. So Jonathan went.
But it was the drag round, though. It was the drag.
No. The drag round. The drag round was not the in and out thingy. Not yet. It was the history can repeat round. This one, what happened was, so it was the beginning. It was not the climax.
In the beginning, weren't we of this round? And we, I feel like we were in the same room. And
I threw out. Actually, I threw out JC. I really pushed hard.
Oh, you piece of.
Yes. So this was the beginning of the argument. So okay. I believe that that you and I, Marcelo, that we had a really just like a big collision was the history can't repeat because I cannot vote for Ivan.
But I thought it was this round because Marcelo was saying, well, if you vote me out, I'm gonna drag you. So I think it was this round.
It was.
Well, me and Marcelo had a lot of arguments.
It was the round when he popped out and then popped back in.
It was okay. So
but with this round, with the drag round, I remember I threw my vote for someone completely random.
But basically, yeah. So this is where the alcohol kicks in for me. Like it really was like I really was just like I feel like I'm on a golden star playing Mario Kart. Like I threw out 4 names of people who are still in this, and I'm like, but I really pushed hard for JC because I feel like he's someone that you least expect will drag you in this game. And I
remember what was so scary is that in this round I threw my vote completely. I threw my vote for Renzo because I was like, hopefully no one will vote for him because I had to. And then when I saw that it was a tie between Renzo and JC, I was like, this is the perfect time to get rid of JC. As much as I love JC and I want to continue with him in this game, I was even in the same room with him after the revote. I was in the same room with him and I still voted for him. And I just did that because I knew that he wouldn't drag me, that he would let his allies continue in the game and he would drag someone like Jonathan over me or Marcelo. So I kind of took advantage of that and I was like, you know what? Perfect time, JC. Sorry.
Okay, let me ask Renzo though. If it was you, who would he drag? Because I thought you were gonna drag me. That's why I did the rogue vote.
No, but the thing is, Ivan was right. I was with the same room with Ivan and Charlie, and I was kind of saying to them, if I get voted out, I will drag somebody who votes me. So I will look at all who voted, and probably because I would be very shocked.
That's why I was afraid.
Dragged Ivan or Charlie.
And I actually feel like I got lucky when the tie happened. I ended up in the room with both Renzo and JC, and they both like, well, you have to make a decision. And
Yeah.
I knew 100% at that point I was gonna get dragged. Like, you know, because the two people they kind of understood, and I feel like they were respecting me. And I voted for Renzo to go that round because I was in the room with JC. So but because NJC stayed in that room longer, and he non-verbally communicated. Like, I don't know why he didn't say anything. I don't know why JC didn't say anything, but he just like used his eyes like, please keep me. And I feel like that was the perfect point for me. Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely seemed like it came down to the drag. Like, that's the reason you went home, JC. It was all the drag, and people felt safer eliminating you knowing that they wouldn't be dragged. You know, because you are nice.
That's right.
You know, and that's not the worst. You know, if you're going to go out for a reason, it's not the worst reason to go out.
But my only reason though was because I didn't talk to nobody that round. So I was like, I thought JC was safe the whole game. Like, I don't know. I was like,
yeah, and then we already went into JC. I mean, you're thinking dragging Jonathan. It was basically just that he was the returning player. It was the fairest way to do it, and that's, you know, you were looking at the fairest way to do it, which you know, I think everybody appreciated. JC, you're a legend. I don't think anybody else could disagree at all. Like, we all love you. I think you were the star for the majority of the game. Everybody was watching you play the game and how you did it. So I won't fill your head up too much anymore, because I feel like if you come back again, you're going to come back arrogant now, and you're going
Yeah. Thanks.
I'm sorry. Yeah, JC.
It's okay, man. Oh, thank you. Guys, I know, okay. I know once that social media thing comes up, it's my swan song. So can I make just a number of points before I go, just real quick?
Of course, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So first of all, I really wanted to come into this show and drag Ivan and Marcelo, but you know what? They're my friends in real life and in game, and I can't do that. So honestly, I want to tell you guys, I hold nothing personal against you, Marcelo, you, Ivan, and even you, PM. Nothing personal at all. I understand that you guys were between a rock and a hard place. Like, towards the end of the mini, I was on the live so-called commentary show, and Kim Matina made that point, and it made a lot of sense to me. So shout out to Kim, legend.
Oh, she watched your game. That's awesome.
Yeah. She was amazing. Yeah, and she still is, and she always will be. Okay, so second point. Honestly, it was quite refreshing. In my first mini, I was a drag victim. So now being in the dubious position to do the drag was quite liberating. I found it, you know, interesting. And in a sense, I'm glad to have had that experience.
You killed me too.
Yeah.
With that speech.
What the fuck? You made all that speech and you do not drag him? What the fuck? I was like,
he was never gonna drag him. He was never gonna drag him.
I don't drag. Look, I don't drag my number 1. I don't drag my number 2. I don't drag my number 3, number 4, number 5. I drag the first.
It was like I know now, but like at that point I was like, what the fuck?
He said he was loyal to the soil.
Yeah,
he was loyal to the soil.
And then and then it was like, oh, for F2, F you, Marcelo, for voting me out. But he knows Marcelo has been coming for me. So why not drag someone who's my enemy and drag someone who's fucking my ally, who's advocating for me? Like, I was confused at that point. I was like, what the fuck? But yeah.
PM. My favorite flavor of popcorn is any flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so just a couple more points really quick. I don't want to spend too long on this. So at this point, right, after I got out is when I really started to respect Renzo's game. He saved himself during this round, and afterwards I'm like, okay, he's really doing some good shit here. And Renzo, have you played a patron mini before?
No, this is my first time.
That's your first time? Great. Go talk to Neve. You two will do amazing on your first patron mini. Okay, and last but not least, you guys saw my stuffed toy, right? This toy actually comes in a set, and I was going to bring out the other one during my final 2 speech if I had the honor of being there. Do you guys know what Singapore means?
No.
No? Okay. Singapore actually comes from the Malay word Singapura, and it means lion city. I was gonna brand myself as a lion at the end. But you know what? Nice, cute, soft toys. If I play again, these two are coming out. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, JC.
Thank you, JC.
JC, man.
King
above kings.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. You're awesome.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night. See ya.
Bye.
All right, so that brings us to round 12, which is the history cannot repeat itself round.
I was dead after that. I really was.
I got screwed over in this.
Yeah, and this is the this is the round that sends Ivan home. Marcelo, you were, I mean, after this, you were kind of A, distraught, but B, also running for your life. This was a very interesting round. It kind of came to a head with you and PM here. Let's go through all of that and discuss how it ended up being with Ivan. Obviously, you ended up using the LOS, but how did we get there?
Okay, so I already saw my game going away. I already didn't want to play anymore because I actually genuinely was sad, and I did not even expect to be sad in the first place because I am a heartless person, and I was just like, I was devastated that JC got out because I really thought he was safe. So I was really sad. I saw my game going away at that point. I was going in the rooms, and I knew people were talking about me, and I knew PM was leading it. I just had a feeling in my gut. And I kept going around and no one wanted to be straight up with me. And I was like, oh shit, I'm out. I'm definitely out because no one was giving me a name. I even started mistrusting Charlie for some, because I just started, I was like, all right, I'm done. Like, I think I'm going to be going.
Marcelo, I didn't even go for you. I mean, I was cool with the plan, and you were frantic, but I just knew, I mean, I had something where I said, okay, if I really think this is going to be majority votes, Marcel, I need to hinky vote here in case of an LOS. So I was lucky that I did that, but it actually screwed Ivan, who, I don't know, Ivan, you could say, but I thought you had my back, so it was upsetting that you wound up going home.
No, yeah,
No,
I mean, this round was really, like, playing from my original game, like, I said to myself, if I make it to jury, I think this is going to be the round that I go out of, because I'm really good at keeping my name out from other people, but that just hurts you when it comes to this round, because if no one says your name, they're gonna say your name in this round eventually, because no one has voted for you. And
me,
so
Renzo, Pete, and Alex were joking about that at the beginning of the round. We were like, "Oh, we're all safe."
No, I mean, like, at this point, I knew that I was in trouble. Khalid was probably in trouble.
Yeah.
And, like, all the people that have not been mentioned at this point were in trouble. And
honestly,
so,
Ivan, I was surprised you went and I didn't. Like, I was actually shocked.
No, well, so here's what happened, because when it was the tie, I knew that I had my alliance behind me, and I was like, okay, I'll probably be safe. However, when it was there was a revote, right? In this
between me and you.
So in the revote, that's what screwed me over, because the people that have voted for Khalid could not vote for him again.
Yeah,
Even Renzo. Even Renzo unmuted and he said, do I have to vote this round? Because Renzo was in my room. And I mean, at that point, I knew that I was gone, because there was no way that there was no salvation for me.
Like, and Ivan, you know what's
Ivan.
interesting? Oh, sorry. Okay. So basically, I knew that so many people were going for Marcelo, and I wanted if people were going for Marcelo, I wanted all the votes to be on Marcelo. Because and then I went and I found him and I told him, if you have an LOS, play it. And then I casted my vote for Dan B, because I thought that if all the votes would go on Marcelo, then I would be like one of the only votes there. Like, it would be tied to get Dan out. And I said, if people voted for me as a backup and it was a tie, I could then vote for Ivan in the revote. You know, because like I didn't vote for you like initially. I voted for you like in the revote, which I wouldn't have been able to do if I voted for you in the original vote. You know, so
I voted for you too at the revote, because I didn't vote for you initially. But like, I actually was lying to Renzo and Charlie, because I was like, I think the only one that I can't vote for is PM. But actually, I could have voted for Charlie or Renzo. But since they were in my room starting out, I was like, I mean, I obviously can't say their name. And I'm kind of working with Charlie at this point.
Well, Ivan, I thought you even said to me I could vote for you, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, I mean, but then I believe only like 2 more people could have voted for PM, and I was like, well, I don't think that's enough. So
Okay.
I couldn't vote for Marcelo because we were tied from the very beginning. And I was like, I'm never gonna write that name down at all. Yeah.
And I
So
was
this
pushing
is-
for Marcelo for this round. Like I was so strongly saying Marcelo, 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 but no one wants to like.
Okay. So here's the deal with like. Okay, so I'm someone because I host this, so I keep scrolling down to the YouTube stream to see how many people are watching, and I feel like at that point the views started to drop, like the numbers started to drop, and the alcohol really kicks in, and I feel so safe because I'm sure every single fucking person in this damn game has voted for me. I was gonna go full Albie from the Heroes vs Villains game where it was the room roulette thing, and he just called out someone in his room. And it's like, we're voting for you. And I'm like, I'm gonna do that shit. And I went to so at first it was I went to Ivan, and I'm saying, and it was Marcelo, and then Ivan was in it, and I'm saying, I'm voting for Ivan. and then Marcelo pops off, and I'm like, oh, if I'm voting for Marcelo, he came back, and then I just like, well, I'm voting for Ivan and Marcelo.
Yeah, I caught you, and I knew what was happening, and I knew a lot. There was so many people. Like, I just knew that I didn't know who to trust at that point. I'm like, shit, I'm out. I thought,
I mean, with JC gone, I feel like our alliance basically started to crumble at that point.
Yeah.
And then with like, I hate myself in this round because once I wrote to Audrey my vote which was PM. I was thinking, oh my god, I should have voted for Khalid, but
I was thinking I should have voted for you. Imagine,
because at that point I was like, well, I mean, I am working with him, but technically not directly. I'm working with him through Dina, and I was like, I think this could have been a smart thing to change from PM to Khalid, but at that point I was just like, I think it's too late to change.
Thank God we didn't.
I was in the room with Khalid, and I was literally like crying. Like I was like, and then the LOS appeared, and I freaking pinged Audrey, and I got the LOS.
I was gonna ask. So Marcelo, you did get it in that round.
Literally in the round, like when I'm in the room with Khalid, like we were talking. I that's when I got the LOS, and I'm like, wow. I got an LOS, and like
I thought I got that one.
I was like, there is no way that you were going to leave that game without at least getting one. Like, I don't know. I mean, I assume most people know your history and your past mini, but in case some people don't, let's say Marcelo went home with 2 LOSs in his pocket, not even in his pocket. He just didn't know how to properly play them. So, I mean, that's, that's one of those things that I always said, you could have won that game, or at least gotten to the end if you knew how to play them right. And I figured you would get at least one in this game. So
and I thank you so much for saying that, because I know you were touching on that during that game too, on the after show. You were saying like my game, and I really do think the whole game would have been changed if I used my LOS, like 100%. But I literally used that, and I honestly, I think I redeemed myself. Everybody need to stop talking about the 2 LOSs, forget about it, because I used it on the right time, and it got me further in the game, and I had to re-strategize.
So before we close out this round, I guess asking you, because I figured that you and Ivan would be close going in, and it seemed like at the beginning you were, and then there was kind of a split of some sort towards the end, or were you solid the entire time?
I was solid. Like, okay, so going back to our pregame with the core 5 that I've mentioned before, I was tied with them completely, and I told them like 100% I will go to the end with you guys. I was starting to worry like 2 days before, because like all of them were starting to make connections with like Jonathan, Khalid, Neve, and I was like, I'm just with y'all 5. I don't have those connections. No one has reached out to me. And so like I was writing this to the end with all of them, no matter what.
Okay, but I wasn't. Because first of all, when our alliance started to crumble, I had to reorganize. Like there was no way I could like stick with it with you, or I had to play a whole new game. But Dina, I was with you for sure. But Ivan, I was like I had to re-strategize, and for me, the alliance was like already breaking down, and I had to live. So to answer your question, Louie, I was not at that round. I was like already time to rethink the whole game.
Yeah.
Because you can't stick.
Yeah.
You're not gonna go. I don't know. In my opinion, it's like Dina for sure. I had your back, and Khalid, I had your back 100%.
I think we were always really flexible, because one thing I tried to reinforce with everyone is like, let us get ourselves to jury. Like if we can just and then we could just fight it out, and things were gonna happen, and you were gonna have different twists, and like it didn't go.
It didn't.
But
Yeah.
I was gonna stick with you guys for it, but it is what it is. But that's the fun of it, and that's what I said while we were pre-gaming. I was like, look, if pre-gaming was the whole game, no one would want to play this game. But like
Oh, yeah.
the whole fun of it is that like sure you can try, but then you have to play and you have to be present. Because if you're not present, then you're not playing this game. You're playing a game that ended as soon as we logged off.
Yeah, at that
and
point,
I also feel like pre-gaming, like I hate, like I would typically hate pre-gaming, but I saw how the winners at War Mini turned out, where like people who didn't pre-game had Rory, had Jamie, like they were the first two out, you know. And I was like, well, crap, if this is gonna happen in the international mini, like I'm not gonna want that. And I remember I didn't even see PM's like rule thing until like after, and I was like, oh well, too late for that, I guess, you know.
Well, that's the problem with the rule, I feel like, is that will anyone abide by it? I just don't see any mini where this takes place, even if the rule is out there, that everyone will follow it.
So
Like,
yeah,
Can I just say, like, I just want to make it really clear. I am playing in the prom mini on Thursday. It was very clear at the onset, no pre-gaming. I have not reached out to a single player. I am a fucking rule follower. Like, if I know what the rule is, I will follow it. And I think that if you tell people at the onset, no pre-gaming, we are an honest community, and you can tell if people are making alliance outside of it. Yeah, some people are going to have relationships, but you can tell what's going on. You know what I mean? And I promise, I'm not pre-gaming, and I don't want this to like misconstrue my kind of understanding of the game. You know what I mean?
actually want to
Audrey didn't tell me not to pre-game.
I want to discuss that with you in the next round with Charlie as well, and you, Dina, just about how this, if any, affects the prom mini. But moving on, Ivan, you had something to say before we
yeah, I mean, just
round.
to kind of like piggyback what Dina was saying, and just so people can be clear about this, the five of us started pre-gaming a week before like this game happened, and I believe PM's post came in on Wednesday or Thursday even. And so at that point, I mean, there wasn't really anything we could do at that point. So just to reiterate, we started way before that post came out. So I know that people didn't really respect that in that aspect, but like, I mean, at that point, we just couldn't.
And I'm sorry for that, but it's just the reality of the
I'm just gonna say this. Okay. This is the charm of the mini that I try to do. I will sum it up after all of this. I feel like I would tell myself as a player, and I'll tell myself as a host after like everything has been said. But I like it doesn't matter to me. Like okay, that's the charm of it. So like that, no need to apologize. It's fine. But like, okay, so to go back a bit for this round, I feel like I'm the most proud of myself in this round because I really feel like I was 100% playing this game. Like this was the hardest I've played in like, I feel like the 3 games I've played compared nothing to this round. I spelled out your name. I wasn't afraid to say people's name. I really was just like going for it, and I wanted, you know, I kind of figured there would be pregame, like that's the whole thing, and I figured a chunk of it would go to like this stage, but I kind of figured as well that it's not working, and I enjoyed it as well. I fucking was living in it. The fact that pregame alliance didn't work, like I was fucking just marinating in it. It was amazing. It was epic. Yes, yeah. Finally, and pre-gaming that doesn't work. Thank God.
We didn't.
Did you
touch on
pre-game
that.
at all?
I'm gonna talk about. Okay, I'm just gonna.
Wait, let's just do it later because a pre-gaming is gonna.
Yeah, so I want to not so much pre-gaming. I want to touch a little bit about PM and your kind of story arc. But first, we'll move to the next round. Ivan, thank you for joining us here tonight.
Yeah, I just want to say something really quick.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Well, thank you, starting off PM for making this mini. Like I think with the current climate that's happening here at the States, we needed this unity as far as like all these nations coming together. Regardless, people getting mad or whatever, like I truly enjoyed working with all of you. And what else? I was proud of the game that I played. I played a really quiet game last time. This time, I was the one who voted Rory out. I don't know if people knew about this, but I was also the one who voted Chris out, and so I did make some bigger moves than I did last time I played. So I was really proud of the game that I played, and I would love to play with all of you again at some point.
I'm sure you'll be playing again. I have
You're
no
great,
doubt
Ivan.
about that. Thank you, Ivan.
All
Thank
right.
you for being here.
Bye, everyone.
Have a
Thank
good
you.
rest of your night.
You too.
All right, so this will bring us to the tether round now, and I want to touch on briefly before we get to it exactly, because we've been kind of hinting at it, PM. I feel like watching your last mini, and obviously you went out pretty early in your last mini, but overall it was just so, everybody characterized you as nice. Like, oh, we can't vote him out. He's such a nice guy. We don't want to do that. But you still ended up going, what, second?
Yes.
Right, second. And I feel like this time you came out as, a fire in your belly, ready to cut some throats, ready to be a villain. I think you embraced your villainous. Am I wrong in that? Or did you come in thinking that you wanted to embrace that side of you?
This is my thing in terms of I've always played in the morning, and it sucks playing in the morning. Like, you don't get sleep, you don't get enough sleep, and you have to wake up at 6 a.m. to be ready and wait until 7. And like this, I prepared alcohol specifically so that I'm brave and I'm more like a villainous, and I feel like I can embrace myself and I can feel like I'm more aggressive. And that's what I did. And actually the last game, I sent a message to I sent an apology message to Audrey and Brent Wagamot because I feel like I flopped. Like, they've talked about me. So my previous 2 games, it was 9 weeks ago, and it was legendary in its own way. And coming back, I feel like I have an arc to complete, and I completely failed. I lost all of my confidence. I apologized to both of them because they wanted me back because they wanted me to change. They wanted me to change something up, I feel like, and I didn't do that. And I felt so bad for myself. So I knew now that I have the chance to just go and fucking, like, even though there would be 5 people watching or 200 like last night, I was gonna just go ahead. I don't care. Okay, there's a perspective as well as being a host and making it a good show. And it got so much hype that I feel like I better put on a show for these people to watch, and so I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna go. I don't care if I get out, like, because I've got out 3 times. I want to win and I want to put on a show. And those are the 2 things I'm gonna do. And like, I never would imagine me doing this. Unmuting and spell out the name Marcello is the name I'm typing, and I was so fucking confident that I was like, yeah. I feel like I've always been a hero, but that's done, and that didn't get me anywhere. So I knew I had to be the fucking villain and just go for it.
And you did it, and we love to watch it. Well, yeah, so let's get into the next round here. It was the tether round, so let's go into the strategy there and how we got to the eventual boot at the end of it.
I remember as soon as Audrey sent me my pair, as soon as she sent me it was Dina, I literally started like typing. I literally jammed my keyboard. I was like, yes, like perfect, And like as soon as the round started, I was like, PM, like PM needs to go, and like I just didn't want to do anything else, I was like, and it worked, And I remember I was like dying trying to find Charlie because I know you guys were like tethered, and I was like, Charlie, don't vote, or vote against PM, but I just couldn't find him. But it just happened, like it worked.
But yeah, I stayed. It was me, PM, Renzo, and then no one.
Dan.
And we stayed the whole time. Well, Dan came in, but we started together, and me and PM were tethered, and I knew that. At this point, I said, "Oh my God, I'm at final 8. I think I can win." And I knew that I needed to get to the final 4 with Marcello, and that was my path to victory. If I went, like I couldn't go with Marcello because I would lose. So I knew I needed PM out, and I actually was like. The situation was when Dan came in our room, I genuinely believed, because Dan was tethered to Renzo, that he was going to vote for Dino, which was the plan. But I also felt like in the next round, I thought it was going to be something that wasn't going to be game breaking, like the 7 Deadly Sins, where you just have like the tasks. And I was hoping that I would be able to make the value judgment to vote out Renzo or Dina in that round to set me up, for the future. And so I knew also that I think PM, I was fairly confident that PM trusted that, because I think PM also knew that I was going to need Dina to get out. So I just decided to like keep PM, and I knew that the other room was voting for PM. Like it was either going to be me or PM, and I was like fairly certain because of all the times that PM's name had been out there. So I felt like it was the right move for me to get a thing on my resume and get PM out. I don't know, what did other people think?
To
Because it
touch
really
on
came
you,
down
though,
to. Yeah.
I feel like we solidified that final four. Like that was what I was talking about last round, where the pre-jury kind of like already was not working that much no more. So like when it was me, you, Alex, and who was your other person? Your Charlie?
Renzo.
Oh, Renzo. Okay, we all kind of, so like I felt like that gave me a new life in the game, and that's why getting PM out kind of like was my way of showing that we can show trust. And like if Alex was going to go against me and someone else were to go out instead of you, PM, then I knew that I was screwed in the future, because like he was not working with me. Like he chose to go against me. But with that vote, I was like, okay, we can make it farther in this game. Or
the reason why I didn't target Marcelo later was because I knew you can get LOSs. You're very capable of that, and you got one already, and you played one successfully. And this is a very 4 votes, like 4 votes. So I pushed hard for Dina, because I feel like it just came from the fact that she's been coming after me. I didn't say that, but I used the excuse of I feel like she doesn't have an LOS. It could be either the 4 of us, and let's not do that. Let's just put a safe 2 votes on someone, so that's that person going. But Charlie ended up sniping me. Am I correct?
Which I still think was the right move.
I think so too.
I think basically for me also, I knew that the other 4 weren't going to break. So say I stick with you and vote for Dina. Dina still doesn't even go home. So like, it's a tie. I don't think they're going to bust.
Wait, did Renzo, did you vote for Dina?
Yeah, I did vote.
No, I voted for you, PM. Literally, as soon as the round started,
Oh, but you guys were tethered to each other.
Dan and I are tethered.
Dan and Renzo.
Dan also voted for Dina, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I broke it. So it was the vote was 4-3-1. I voted for Renzo just because I knew no one was voting for Renzo. I just needed to throw my vote, but just randomly, it could have been anyone, and I felt like, because here's the thing, is that I needed you or Dina out, and voting for Dina wouldn't get Dina out. So it's just like, and also like, I don't know. I think also like Dina was playing such a good game that we were probably going to have to turn against each other. But I also feel like we had a good relationship, so it was not like that kind of thing. We were eventually going to have to turn on each other. But I also thought, who knows how next round is going to go, right? Like,
I feel like keeping Marcelo was very advantageous for me, because he was very a big. I need big people in front of me. I need someone who's like, so let's say if there's like big personalities, it's like I knew I had to keep Charlie, have to keep Marcelo, and I have to keep, to a certain extent, Dan, so that I feel like those 3 are like at least like bigger personalities, and I need to keep like getting out under the radar players. So that's why, even though I spelled out your name, I've said your name gazillion times, I didn't vote for you. Yeah, and I targeted Dina.
Well, and the other thing is, I mean, I just figured that if I made it to a Final Four, that I could get the 3 people to vote out Marcelo instead of me, because there had been rounds he had survived, literally like he successfully LOS'd, and like I think I would have been able to get him voted out.
Yeah, it would have been an easy argument.
Louie, what did you think as an outside observer of this?
Yeah, it was interesting because I was and I was going to bring this up the next round, but I'll bring it up now. I was surprised that you and Marcelo didn't try to do something together at some point, maybe a little bit earlier in the game, but I thought that was a bond that would have made sense. I mean, even though your approaches are very different, you're similar types of players in terms of, you don't mind a bit of chaos. And I felt like teamed up together, you could have used each other as shields. And it never really, I was surprised it just never played out throughout the entire course of the game. It was almost like you two were against each other rather than really being on the same page.
You say that, but I thought Marcelo was going to flip with me in the next vote, which he did not. But I thought he would. I thought he was going to side with me.
I thought we were working together, Charlie, the whole game. Like I didn't feel
totally.
I didn't feel like I wish we got together more often, but I just felt like, okay, I'm good with you. Like you and Rory, I don't know, from the beginning, I was like, I felt confident. I felt trust with you.
Yeah, I thought the best bet was you two and Dina going to the end and trying to, get there. But it started to crumble like right around these rounds.
It was, oh yeah.
Well, I would go on to make a fool of myself because the next round I voted for Renzo and it was a 2-2-1 vote. If I had voted for Dina, it would have gotten done. But I voted for Renzo because I didn't think that Dina had the votes. I thought Dina was going to get one vote.
Yeah. So let's tackle that round. First off, PM. Yes.
Oh, just my last thought as a player. Okay, so I feel like I've completed. I feel like if I'm comparing myself to a Survivor player, and she's great, but I feel like I have the Andrea Belke arc, and
that's a great arc to have.
I finished the exact same placement as she has, so I got 5th the first time, 7th the second time, and now 8th the latest time. Like not counting, of course, my previous one. So I had the exact same placement as her, and I feel like I kind of did have the same trajectory as hers in terms of the first time I was fooled. The second time I really just wasn't getting it. And then this time I feel like I was the best version of myself, and it was just me being me that got myself voted out. It was an epic blindside. First time I was blindsided out of a mini, and I thought it was going to be heartbroken if I ever get blindsided, but it was glorious. And I was rooting for Charlie to win because I knew like Renzo and Dan's face were shocked, and then Charlie was like stone cold.
PM, Dan is saying in the YouTube chat that he also flipped his vote, so there were no votes for Dina, which I didn't know until now. But that makes sense for Dan's game too, I think, to also get you out, I mean, so
but yeah,
I can't just claim it as my move.
Although
at that time I thought so.
Like I said, I think you were one of definitely the most entertaining players to watch that. And also I'll say overall, I mean, you put together what I consider to be, aside from maybe the Survivor mini and, Winners at War, which I didn't watch, I was in it, so I don't really know how good it was. It wasn't good to me. And like the Dash mini, aside from that, like this is the best mini that I've seen in terms of strategy, in terms of, drama. Like it brought everything, and it's a credit to you because you put it together. So I can't
Thank you so much, PM.
Can I after this is over, like after the game talk is over, can I come back and say something about being a host? Because I have another perception of it.
Sure. Well, what I'll do, I'll put you backstage. I'm going to try to wrap this up quick here.
Okay.
We are.
I need to watch
4 hours
Velveteen.
now.
I need to watch Velveteen versus.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be back.
Well, you can say I'll put you backstage, and then we'll bring you back in a second.
Okay.
All right.
Also, I'll just say one thing, Louie, is that the one common denominator between this mini and Dash's mini is that I was in it. So, no, I'm kidding.
Well said.
Wait,
well said. That was good.
I guess I also just wanted to touch on, like, at this point, like, I felt that there was kind of a little bit. I did not think that Alex had a path to the end when we had reached this final 7.
No.
Sorry,
guys. I didn't think that the final 2 was like what I thought would be the final 2 for this mini at all.
Yeah, it was definitely. I don't think anybody expected it at all. But yeah, so next round was the echo chamber where there wasn't a lot of talking, but there was a whole lot of signing. Go ahead. Yeah, tell me about it. Go ahead.
I was not listening when
you're...
Audrey said that it was the echo chamber. So I just said everything about the previous round.
I was so shocked that PM left. I forgot that it's the echo chamber, and I was shouting Dina's name.
Oh, we were hearing you the whole time. We were like, shh, and we're just hearing you just going on and giving names, and we're just like, okay, all right.
But at the same time, like at that point, I know that I have to work with Dan and Alex because everybody was just like grouping, and I keep like not getting what's happening, and I did not even know that Charlie kind of betrayed or like did not do the
Renzo, you were the only one who stayed loyal.
I did.
At the end, I that my demise. Oh well, my end was starting because I should have honestly, Dina, I should have voted for you.
Yeah, you should. I really thought I had it.
You were so right when I was in jury. I was like, fuck. I mean, not because of anything personal. I love working with you and stuff, but you had it in the bag at that point. And like I didn't see it because we were all going for Charlie. Like people were saying CCC, and I was like, I wanted to at least be on the right side of the vote because I felt like I was alone at that point. And like I should have. Sorry, Dina. I should have went for you, but I went for Charlie. I fucked up.
It's good on but Dina did such a good job because I felt like I didn't have enough power to vote Dina in that first round, and I would have. And that was partly because of I had figured that Dina was really maintaining control in that other room, so I felt that I had to vote for Renzo in that first round to try and make sure it wasn't me. And that's on Dina's good play. So I can complain as much as I want about the votes not going my way on the revote because I'm like Dina's playing better than me. No one can beat Dina, which I think was a good argument. And I think screaming it so everyone would hear it, even in every room because it was echo chamber, was still a good thing to do. But you can't rely on that. You can't in games you cannot be like rely on other players behaving rationally. Like and it goes to that. Yeah.
I have to give kudos to Alex as well because Alex. I mean not Alex. Dan convinced me to vote for Dina. Like when the revote was happening, I was I had to change my vote because nobody was willing to work with me at that time. Even you tried it. I thought that would I beat you to the end? Probably not. So I have to work with Dan and Alex at that time and not vote Dina and just trust them blindly.
Did Alex not vote for Charlie? I thought Alex voted for Charlie.
Alex did.
I didn't vote for Charlie.
Me, Renzo, and Dan voted for Dina.
What was so funny is that I was pushing Charlie. I was pushing your name so hard, and like nothing against you, but like I know that I don't have a path to the end if you're there in like final 6, final 5, whatever. So I remember start of the round was like me, Marcelo, Dina, and we were all like, and I remember Marcelo did this because like 2 C's, and I was like, why is Marcelo giving me a heart? I thought he was giving me a heart. I was like, what is he doing?
No, I can't give you a heart. Come on.
I had this vote. I had the vote 3-3. I knew it was going to be 3-3, but I thought Marcelo was going to side with us.
I really did. I fucked up. That's it.
But that's okay. I don't blame you, and it's just props to Dina, honestly.
But I feel like if I may, I feel like Charlie was gonna turn against you, Marcelo, and like that was his plan all along, right? So it's not like if you had gone with Charlie this time, I think he would have turned against you. He wasn't gonna take you to final 2. I would have taken you to final 2.
Like I wouldn't beat you at final 2. I would not beat you at final 2, Dina.
Yeah, I mean that's like its own conversation for a different day. But like I would have taken you there, and I would have never dragged you, right? If I would have gotten voted, because I'm a very easy person to vote at final 4. If everybody thinks that it's like Dina's gonna win at final 4, like I would never drag you. That's the other part of like the loyalty thing. Do you know what I mean? Like
I get it. Yeah,
so
but
I just feel like I like that you like. I thank you for that, right? And I feel like Charlie would have been.
Oh crap!
You froze for a second.
So he was playing really well, and he was a very strong force to get to the end.
But at that point, I feel like Charlie would have been my number 1 if he stayed in the game and I voted for you out. I think me and him would have already took over the game, and I've started thinking that in jury. Like I really don't think Charlie was going to turn against me. Maybe final 4, yeah. like because but I was.
But
not
he might have
thinking.
beaten you though.
But that's like,
I mean, I would have voted for you. So like, fuck that. Yeah.
But it was like, just thing is, you dominated the game, and I should have got with you. I should have voted you out.
Well, Dina, no, I agree with you. Like, you would have taken Marcelo to final 2. I would have not. I wanted Marcelo in the 4 because I think I could have gotten 3 on him, but I wouldn't have voted.
I wanted Dean in the 4.
Yeah, and you want but you're right. Like, I was not as loyal in that I wouldn't have taken him to final 2 because I think you were self-aware enough to know that you could be anyone. But like, I needed to vote out. I needed Marcelo at 4, and I wasn't loyal to him. It was for me. Like, I mean, it was for me. But like, you're right. Like, you had more true loyalty, I guess. But like, I'm saying, I think Marcelo has to hope to win the argument at 4 against me and somehow convince them, or convince one person to go to a wheel or something, because we weren't going to drag each other. If one of us got voted out, and same thing with you, Dina, I think the 3 of us, we would have all,
we would have all dominated.
You all respected each other's games, but you weren't willing to go to the end with each other for the risk of.
And just because I wasn't.
I mean, I would have gone to the end with any of y'all, but that's a different question for a different day.
Not me, not with you. Dina, I love you, but no.
Yeah, but Dina, also just this is me, Dina. Just because I was backstage, like, I know, Louie, you were saying about the mini on Thursday, like, how like it's impossible to prevent pre-gaming. Like, I kind of think like Dina said, like, I think there's just a culture where, like, and it's similar to the thing with the drama with the dragging and the changing the rules, just like clearly defined things. Like, I think we were very lucky with the prom mini that, like, kind of before the cast was solidified entirely, we were just like, we can't spend 10 days doing this. Like, let's
To anyone who ever considers that, don't, because it'll ruin your life for the next week.
Louie, I'm telling you.
Charlie was very clear from the jump. Like, it was like, if you say yes to this, this is what you can and cannot do. And I respect that as his very clear understanding of how to host that portion of it.
Well, and just also like the community members and people playing in the prom mini, like, it is not worthwhile for them to pregame because their like stake in the community is worth much more than whatever advantage they're in the game. Like, TR and Mallory in the game, like Brent's in the game. Like, imagine Brent found out, like,
oh my god,
you'd just be canceled. Like,
right.
So it's just like, it's like I feel, although I do think there is some interesting thing, especially like having organized it. Like, when I organized it, I just wanted to do a private mini. Like, it wasn't prom themed. It wasn't like as all-star cast as it panned out to be. Like, and so we'll see. I mean, like, organizing it is a really unique role, and I think it.
But can I just mention something, Charlie? Because you organized it and you released the cast. PM organized it and didn't release the cast. And I think that shifts kind of how you prepare for things and how you go in as a mindset. Because you organized it and your only advantage was that
oh shit.
He organized it and we walked in not knowing all of the cast in the same way that he did.
I'll say, as a fan and as someone who's going to be, running a draft tomorrow on it and things like that. Like,
there's the echo.
Yeah, there's an echo. Is there still an echo? Yeah, I appreciate the cast being released just because, as a fan watching it, it's such a good cast and it's got everybody so hyped for it and excited for it and doing these drafts for it. And, I think it's better to take everyone's word that they're not going to pregame and release the cast at the benefit of the cast of having more people interested in watching it. So I think it's a good move. So I was going to touch on briefly before we close out this round and send Charlie out. Going once again to the prom, do you think either of your games was affected the next game by how you performed in this game?
Please, God,
briefly.
no.
I mean, I'm of two minds because I feel like our strong player is going to want to play with me and going to want to know that I'm loyal, like, stupidly to the end. Like, it's part of my video. Like, why get me out when you can just let me spontaneously combust? So, like, I played a very similar game both times, and I think I played a strong game both times. And I speak on the notion that I think that especially in such a game like prom, I want more and more strong players to make it to the end. But it's 20 strong players, and I just played on Sunday, and we're playing on Thursday. And is that like a lot of Dina FaceTime? That worries me, but like I didn't want to say no to prom just because I already said yes to international, because I didn't know if I was ever going to get to play with these people again, and like being not doing great in that round still felt like great, you know? But I hope I do really well. I mean, if I got F5 again, I could be like the Francesca of F5, but
Well,
you know,
it's nice. Sometimes when you lose, you feel like, when am I going to get to prove myself again? When am I going to get to redeem myself again? You guys have to wait 4 days. So it's not, that's not bad. Charlie,
Dina, I don't want to paint the targets on your back, but like no one can hate you. Like you're just Dina. Like you're the most charming. Like there's like a charm. Even Charlie. Like there's such a charm about the both of you that's like kind of crazy. Like you almost can't describe it, but like there's like this charm that is just crazy.
You know, it's funny. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of opinions about this, and also I just want to quickly say why I voted at the end before I leave too. Just, but I don't think it's going to affect my game. I think similar to PM, like probably my high placing finishes are kind of capped off, but like I have put a lot of work into this. I genuinely think it would be pretty weird for me to go out and like the first couple of votes, and I'll be happy with that. And like I feel kind of comfortable saying that just because like I think there are bigger targets than me too. I just calculated my average Sequester Mini finish, and it's 11th. So you know, a lot of these people are a lot better than me. Like this cast has like a lot of Heroes versus Villains and All Stars and like really, really like solid people. Like I am one of the least threatened from the cast, even after what I think was my best game today. So I'm not super worried, and I think like, you know, I love it because I love it, and I'm not if I go out 20th if I win. Like I love it for the game, and like I just want to do better than my the time I did before. And I think like, honestly, it's funny because I got like reputation after my first 2 games, like Louie, when I played with you, like there's like a clip of you being like, Charlie is a moron. Like, who is this guy? Like that was like, like not in a like mean way, just like because of how crazy I was being. And like, I think my last 2 games, like it didn't really work out in Heroes vs. Villains, but like have not been like that. And I think I'm growing and evolving, and I'm like proud of my gameplay. And I think I played a really good game today, especially considering I didn't do one moment of pre-gaming.
Yes.
You're amazing, Charlie. Seriously,
Charlie,
you were so good.
You were so good. Yeah, you were really good in this game, man. And I messed up at the end.
It's okay. Yeah, and so I guess the long answer to your question is like the people in this mini are smart. Like Braden, Keely, Sarah, like these people are a lot closer to winning this game are there. I would be, if people, and then if you're just gonna target like boring people, that's not gonna be me either. So I feel okay, and I'm just gonna play my best game and use the fundamentals that I've been learning, and I think I played a calmer, more social game this time, and I think I was relatively close to a victory. I mean, Louie, you probably know the most about my sequester games out of everyone.
Oh yeah, I'm a Charlie super fan. Me and TR were discussing today, and we were like, we're just waiting for the day because we know you're gonna win. Like we believe so firmly that you will win this game, and I'm so excited for when it happens. You just got to keep going at it because I don't know. I'm a fan. I think your mind works in a way that it doesn't for a lot of people. So every time I see that you're playing a game, I'm entertained because I'm seeing something different than what's being brought typically to the game. So I'm a big fan.
I appreciate that. Well, do you think?
Amen.
I think there will be a pretty heavy debate about whether where I should be drafted. I think I'm probably one of the bigger question marks in that group.
I'm telling you, I'm not drafting you. It's not happening. I've inflated your head high enough. I've said enough good things. I will not draft you anymore. No more. We'll let someone else do that.
I don't need you to draft me. I mean, even just like in the sense of, I think it's like you can kind of see the fail cases and the win cases for a lot of the cast, and it's like for me, it's like I feel like
I have to see. I haven't done much research on it yet. I mean, obviously, my first pick is obvious, but I don't know. I mean, I also don't know the people who are picking with us, like where they're gonna go. But we'll see. We'll see tomorrow. Plug for the plug.
But anyway, and then last thing, I voted for Renzo and not Alex because I thought it was really close, and I thought they were going to vote for Alex, and I couldn't really decide. And I also just didn't. I thought people were underrating Renzo's game. When I first got to jury chat and it was just me, Ivan, and PM, I was really shitting on Khalid's game. I was like, I'm not voting for him. Like, he's the worst. Like, but by the time we got to 4, I was very sold on voting for him if he made it because I had realized the relationship that he had made with Dina, and I had sort of been misted. So I wanted to give that compliment to Khalid, and I think that was a mistake because in the jury chat I was like, he's not doing anything, and then I just sort of on me over time, like, oh no, this was my mistake. Like this was my mistake that, and then also like, I thought that like, games at the end were great, and I was really just so disappointed. I really think I would have voted for Alex if he hadn't tied that vote with Danby. I cannot believe he was considering keeping Danby. That just to me was, we were screaming in jury about that, and the fact that he almost did it was tough. And then when he said
it was Tony Wu 2.0.
Yeah, and then when he said Holly played the second best game and then dragged him, I said, okay, this is you're confusing me. So that's
I have a lot to say about that when we get there.
Holy shit.
I want to say thank you all so much, and this was really the funnest and really awesome. And
you're amazing, Charlie.
Charlie, I never thought I'd play with you, man. It was so much fun, though. It was, man.
You never think you're gonna play with you, so. Bye.
Thanks, Charlie. Thanks for coming on. Okay, so that brought us to the next round, which was true or false, where Dan and Dina got safety, and it ended with Marcelo leaving. So let's talk about that there.
I really thought that I was safe.
I voted for Renzo. I was with you.
Thank
you.
you.
I thought I was going home. I was just like,
yeah.
I thought I made a valid point. I thought that we were in the final 6 with people who are looking at gameplay, and like I thought that I had everyone's back besides Renzo in that whole room, and so I was like, Alex, like we had that bond with the tether. Like I finally built a connection with him, with everyone, and Dan too. I was like, Dan pulled me aside rounds before, and he was like, me and you, Marcelo, we're gonna make it, whatever. I believed it, whatever, because you gotta believe shit like that. So I thought I was making a valid argument that was like, listen, Renzo, we all were working together. The fair way is for you to get out. But at the same time, that is also a good reason to get me out, is because, I don't know, I made it obvious. And I don't know, I'm confused. Like, I really thought I was safe, but I think Dan turned it all around when he brought my name up.
Like when Dina and Marcelo said that my gameplay is just the worst, I was like, there's no way for me to win this game because the jury doesn't believe in what I do, and what else can I do? So I was just like, oh, okay, maybe it's my time to go. But I know that Alex and I and Dan are kind of working together at that point, and my only way to move forward is to convince them to vote for you, Marcelo, which I did not do a great job of, but I tried my best.
Are you sure it was you? Because I remember Dan was the first person was like, get Marcelo out because he's gonna win, and like then that's when all hell broke loose. I was
Dan
like,
played very Dan played very hard.
Very dirty.
The 2 rounds that fight, like very hard and very dirty, but it wasn't okay. So it's all relative, right? Because like you look at like the view, and like we had a certain view, and then there was like another view. His view was that Alex was his number 1. Alex was his pre-game alliance. Alex was for him what like I thought a lot of us were for each other. And so we were never going to get there. We just didn't know because we couldn't see the full picture. And people kept trying to tell me the full picture, and I just refused to see it. And I kept pushing against it so adamantly. And I think that's on me because I really wanted to like believe in us, and I needed to believe in myself. Do you know what I mean? Like I needed to be playing harder for me instead of just playing harder for all of us.
Yeah, that was At that point is selfish gameplay. Yeah, and I respect Dan's move. I respect it 100%. I didn't hear Renzo. I didn't hear you say my name like only after Dan brought it up, and that's, I mean, it was a good move. It was a great move, and like I was blindsided, and it was literally he waited for me to say all that shit, and then literally last 30 seconds he brought my name up, and I was like, damn. If Dan made it to finals, I would have voted for him easily just because of that move.
And one thing, Marcelo, is
100%.
that I knew that I didn't want to sit next to you at the end. Like you were someone I really wanted to work with, and we did work with each other, but I just didn't want to sit next to you. And I knew you were going that round, but like something just in me just couldn't vote for you, and I knew you were going, so I just voted for Alex. But I knew you were going, and I thought like it was like I had to. Like I didn't. I was like, you know what, it's perfect. Like just he can go.
I want to say something here because I know, Dina, you're going to have to go in a second. So I want to, Marcelo, to say to you, I mean, not to hype people up too much, but like 3 of my favorite people on Sequester went out in a row here with Charlie, Marcelo, and Dina. But Marcelo, I've always felt, and I've said this, that you had one of the most underrated games of all time the last time. I think you came back this time and you played even better than you did the first time around. You play with heart, you play with conviction, you put everything you have into the game, and I feel like that's something that people need to learn from, because that's how I play. Like I'm shaken by the end because I'm so spent, and I feel like you wear your heart on your sleeve, which is extremely entertaining to watch. And and it was nice to see you, you had every arc that you could possibly have in the matter of a few hours. Like you were crying, you were laughing, you were fist pumping, you saved yourself with an LOS. Like it was the whole roller coaster of emotions.
I cried,
in a short span. And I think you played a really, really good game, and you were one of the huge parts that made it so entertaining today.
Louie, that coming from you, thank you, man. Like I honestly, like I said it in a private DR, whatever, like that first Sequester game was literally my first time ever on a webcam. And like, that's why I forgot what's his name, Tony or something, when he said I was giving weird vibes and shit. It really bothered me because I was so uncomfortable on the camera. That's why I was kind of weird a little bit. But like, that's why people who played one time have to play again, because you never know. Like I was so confident in that game, like from the beginning, and I was not nervous and stuff. So it's like, you have to play again for sure.
Yeah, you always embrace it more the second time.
But thank you, man, for acknowledging it, because I'm very competitive in real life. My friends know any game I'm always like putting all of me on the line. Like I would love to do like a live Sequester or something. Audrey.
I'm so glad we got to meet Marcelo from this. Seriously.
Thank you, Holly. Like I honestly had so much fun playing with you guys, man. Like it was so much fun. Like. And I had no heart, and I voted for Renzo to win. I did vote for you, Renzo, because you turned my question into an answer. And I was like, what the hell? I just gave this guy the answer to my question. And I was like, and you turned it out. Like, only reason I was like kind of hard on my questioning was because, I don't know, I just wanted to put people on the spot and see how people respond in pressure. Like, but I voted for you though. And I respect, you made it to final 2 at the beginning, first time playing. So yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you. I was wondering who voted me because I know that Charlie did, so it was you.
Which is so weird that me and Charlie had the same vote, and like Louie was saying, we both had the same gameplay like kind of mentality, and like we voted the same way too. It was like, shit, that's crazy. I don't know.
So but Marcelo, thank you for joining us. You can stick around if you want, or if not, either way.
I gotta watch NXT.
Yeah, go watch NXT. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow for sure.
Watch NXT. Oh yeah, it was tonight.
Yeah, and Louie thinks like you're putting OT. Like I don't know how you're not dead yet. Like
I think I am actually.
I'm like done.
The zombie of Louie joins us.
Everyone, I love you guys. Like Dina, what I said was not personal, nothing. I just mean like Charlie. We never know what would happen, But thanks, guys. Follow me, and I'm always in the comments in the Sequester game. So please talk to me too.
Thanks, Marcelo. Have a good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye. All right, so that brings us to the next round, which was true or false. It ended with Khalid, Dina, and Alex nominated. I think all of us in the chat who were rooting for you, Dina, knew as soon as you didn't win that true or false, it was done, and you were bound for 5th place again. What was your thought? Did you know it was over?
I knew it. I knew it was over. And,
Dina, I didn't want you to go.
But Renzo got me because he got me to turn on Khalid. And as soon as Renzo got me to turn on Khalid, he had me. It was the exact same thing that Justin did. I walked in the exact same piece of shit that I walked into, like basically whatever time I played, I just did it again. But I had the same feeling in that, like, if I got to the end of this game, I was going to win this game. And if I was playing, I would get me out. So I feel like I defeated myself in that round. I was hesitating too much. I tried. I feel like I also maybe got Dan out though, which is like a personal victory maybe. Sorry, Dan, I know you're in the chat. Just because I feel like by the end of it, I knew that if I was going to go down, I wasn't going to let the person who brought me down for the reasoning that he brought me down, like, stay in the next round. Like, I thought it was insane that Dan could have Alex there and for all of us to just be like, yeah, this is totally normal.
That's exactly why I was targeting
you know,
Alex.
yeah, and
Yeah.
on top of all of that, you know, I didn't get to see Alex's game. I voted for Alex because I felt like I didn't get to see his game, but his name was always out there. And honestly, Renzo, when you told me like all the people I was working with left, it was like, ooh, like I'm the kind of player that wants to bring my people with me, that wants to know, like, wants to be manipulating the vote, wants to be an active part in the vote. And I think that it's just by virtue of it being the first game that you've played, like, you're going to be so fucking in there next time. You're going to be such a huge threat. You're going to have to be throwing names so fast, and your game is developed so much. But for me, Alex already had that game. Like, I had no idea him and Dan were working together. That veil was fully over my head until I was looking into like 2 headlights, like running me over 1,000 times over.
Dina, I was never gonna turn
so,
on you. I just want to
yeah.
let you know that until Final Four.
And I was
And the second you said
and you
my
know
name,
what?
I was like,
Renzo
no.
beat me in that. And the second I said your name, I knew it was over. I knew it was over. Like, it wasn't, you know, we could talk about my demise until like the end of days, like whatever, guys.
You're such a phenomenal
I know
player,
this is kind
Dina.
of like my,
Seriously.
thank you guys
Don't
so
even
much.
let this get to
I
you.
know this is a little bit of my swan song for like this podcast and for the last like 12 hours of people like looking at my face. But, you know, I started playing this game because I was going through like really difficult times in my personal life where I was really questioning my ability to connect with people, my ability to be strategic, my ability to push myself. And becoming a part of this community, like, really not just like engaging with it on a piecemeal level, but through the Black Lives Matters movement, everything that's been going on, like through quarantine. You know, I have people check up on me after like my apartment building got looted. Like, this is a community that I want to be a part of and I wanted to foster. And like, I feel really proud of how I played. I feel really proud and honored to like have gotten the jury that we got. I think that like I can confirm that any game I play is going to be a really fun game to watch. And that's the kind of player I want to be with Sequester. And like, no hard feelings with anyone. Like, I need to start like reading people better and I need to be more cutthroat. But like, I literally played karate from 1st through 5th grade and I had to stop because they wanted me to fight other people to keep moving up the belts. I was like, wait, but the air is like I was like, I knew all of my like things, but they were like, no, you have to like spar to like become a brown belt. And I was like, I'm cool. I don't like to spar. Hand-to-hand combat in karate was just not my thing. And I feel like, you know, even though in my professional life, it is about, you know, kind of getting what you want and creating consensus, I always create consensus. I don't create an individual vision. Maybe that's going to change, but I think it's a little bit more fun like this. So I hope we can keep playing like this for a really long time. Oh, thanks, Jonathan.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, Dina. I mean, I think, you know, as hard as it is to get 5th twice, it's such a compliment to you in the fact that you are such like a ray of light and also so strong. And like, when anyone gets there, they know, well, Dina has to go because there's no possible way against any jury whatsoever combined of any amount of people that they can stand against you. And does that suck that you keep going out 5th? Yes, it does, but it's also such a compliment to you because you're just great and people adore you and you've gotten people to adore you in such a quick amount of time. So, I mean, take that as a badge of honor, I guess, and hopefully you get over the 5th place hump soon.
On Thursday.
You know, I'm so well, I'm so excited to play prom. I feel like it's just going to be such a fun group. I am really deep into the orgs now, so I am going to plug that I'm actually playing another org that started today. So I was fully double dipped today. But if you guys wanted to watch Josh's BB9 Homegrown, they have a viewing party. And that's been like a really fun thing. And the great thing about that is that it takes period over like a longer period of time. So it feels like all of the stuff we did at pre-gaming, but then we get to do it like over 3 weeks for like every vote. And so I'm just really enjoying this experience. You know, I moved to Sacramento. I don't have a lot of in real life friends around here. Thankfully, I have an incredible partner. But other than that, all my friends are either somewhere around the world or on the East Coast. So you guys are all my friends. I love, like, this community has really been like a mental health outlet for me and a personal confidence booster kind of as I navigate some difficulties. And I just feel very blessed. I'm going to shut up. I'm super tired. I want to eat my pizza now. You guys are going to see my face hopefully for a really long time on Thursday. I hope everybody just I hope everybody wants to play with me. I love you guys so much. And it's really just a pleasure and an honor to be a part of your community, to know you and to love you. And, you know, Heidi and Freckles have so many aunts and uncles. They're just the best.
Oh, yes. Thank you for showing them more this go around. You listened to my advice and they were on camera. I realized that very early on, and I appreciated that very much. And I promise, regardless of anything, I will try my best to draft you tomorrow because I felt bad that I didn't. But anyways, thank you, Dina. Thanks for coming on.
That's so much. So, love you, Dina.
Thank you guys so much.
Bye. Okay, so that brings us to the final four. Dan, Renzo, Khalid, Alex. Dan immediately went after you. Like, as soon as the round started, he was gunning for you. What were your immediate thoughts? Were you initially, your thought was you were going to target him as well? Or what was your thinking?
Yeah, I was only going to target Dan. I didn't even want Dan to be in the final four. I wanted Dina to be in the final four because I knew, like, my ideal scenario was me, someone else, Dina, and Dan at final four, because I know that Dina wouldn't have dragged me. She would have dragged someone like Dan or like if Dan got, you know, like, I don't think she would have dragged me over like anyone. So when I got to that situation, I knew I had to target Dan. I absolutely knew it. And I knew I had to target Renzo because, like, or to get Renzo to vote with me. And I always thought that if I ever got to final four, my brain would just fry. And thankfully it didn't, because, like, it's worked. Like, I managed to convince Renzo to vote for Dan, and then Alex voted for Dan in the revote too. And I honestly really, really thought I had it. Like, once everyone voted for Dan, I looked at my notes and I was like, okay, I was literally preparing my jury speech. And then Dan was like, okay, I'm not dragging Alex. And I was like, and I literally put my notebook down and I was like, oh my God, he's dragging me. And I knew it. And I was so frustrated.
It's happening over and over in all these minis now. They are not, they're dragging the best player. It's the new trend.
I know. And it's so annoying because what even annoys me a bit more is that after the game, Dan sends me a message and he's like, I was so bitter. I was salty. And I was like, couldn't you have realized that while you were playing? Like, you could have realized that while you were playing and I could have made it to final two, you know? And I guess he was right that I did have friends in the jury with Marcelo, with Dina, and even Charlie said he had, like, I had his vote after, you know? So like, on one hand, I was really proud of the game I played, and, like, I was so proud of Renzo and Alex for getting there. But on the other hand, I can't help but feel disappointed because I know that if I made final two, like, I could have won.
Yeah,
you know,
I think you would have had it if you made final two.
Yeah, well, hopefully soon. But it was, you know, I had to like literally throw everything out there. I tried to get Dan to talk for as little as possible. Like, I tried to talk as much as I could. I think that worked. And I just think if Dan just realized that, like, I don't know, you know, you just never know how people are going to drag.
Yeah, I mean, Dan and Alex basically had a breakup on camera you know,
Mhm.
while it was going on. Like they had the whole range of emotions. They went in really strong. I mean, Alex said basically nothing. Dan fought for about 15 minutes, and then it all shifted on its head, and they were not happy with each other there for a while. So, I mean, you did that. Like you put a wedge in that, which was, you know, good to see. Renzo, what was your thinking while all this was going on? I mean, were you thinking just try your best to stay out of it?
No, my thinking was, what will be my path to the top two? In all honesty, like I know that Dan and Khalid were talking a lot, but I think I was talking to myself as well. Like when these were all happening, because I know that Dan. I've been working a lot with Dan and Alex, going to the top three, or I mean top four, and then in retrospect, I think I should have been more vocal in what I was thinking, so that it could have been added in my resume. Because in all honesty, what was you say? Scarlett and Dan are both speaking, but I was just discerning on my own which is a better player and which will give me to the top two, if that makes sense. And I thought that Dan's gameplay was better than yours, Scarlett, at that time. And I knew that if Dan was gonna go, he might bring, like, I think you're gonna bring me. You're gonna drag me for sure.
I
And
was.
yeah. So I know that Dan, there's a better chance for me that not being dragged. So that's why I told I'm gonna go to the wheel. Like there's no I'm not gonna change my vote. I'm gonna vote Dan out of the game. If that makes sense.
Do you remember, Renzo, in Final Five when I told you that I wanted a Final Two with you?
No.
Do you remember?
No.
Okay, well, I did. It was with Dina, I remember, and I was like, Renzo, if you vote Alex out, I promise, I want you Final Two done. And I just want to say that I actually meant that. Like, I actually meant that because I knew that if Dan and Alex got to Final Four, like that reduced our chances of getting to Final Two by like this much. You know, like so.
But in all honesty, Khalid, I cannot beat you as well. So when I was down with like you, great gameplay, Dan, great gameplay, Alex, not as great as yours and Dan's, in my perspective, like with the information I have at that time, I was rooting for Alex to be on my top two as well. So what would be my best path to be able to do that?
I do think that was your best bet, Renzo. Like you ended up with the best possible, you put yourself in the best possible situation to have a shot at winning. Like going into that final two, I thought you had a real shot at possibly pulling it off, where I don't know if you would have had that, you know, with Khalid in the mix. So I think you played the final four really well, you know, even though I think a lot of us were rooting for Khalid, obviously, to make it to the end. But yeah, so
I just saw Dan's comment that like he wanted Alex to get to the end, or he dragged me because he wanted Alex to have the best shot at winning. And I don't know, like I guess part of me understand that, but I also feel it's more satisfying to see like two of the better players battle it out, rather than like have someone who's played a really good game played against someone who's also played a really good game in Renzo. But I just feel like having like those top two perceived players like bash heads would have been so like it would, I don't know, like something in me just sees that as like the perfect conclusion to like any sequester game, you know. It's what creates those like 4-3 like drama, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So that brought us to the end of, I mean, what were your thoughts before we get into the final two? Any final thoughts for Salad? I mean, obviously you're going to stay here, but any thoughts on the game overall for you that you took away from this as compared to your last time? Very different game for you.
Yeah, my first time playing, it was Dash's Mini. Literally like it's June 8th, so like here it's like 7 a.m. I haven't gone to sleep yet. It's like almost 8 a.m. But it was like a month today that I played, and I was 18th. Like I didn't do that well at all. And like I think I got out on like the safety roulette, and I was like the first person to leave the room. You know, so I made like a dumb rookie mistake, and I've been watching Sequester Minis like every weekend since, and I've just learned so much, I feel. And I'm really proud of the way that I played, honestly. Like I really gave it my all, and I like played with my heart. And I'm just like, I never say that I'm proud of myself, but I'm actually proud of myself for playing such a strong game. And I know that I wouldn't have been okay with myself. I wouldn't have lived with myself if I didn't play my hardest, if I didn't give my 100%. So at the end of the day, like whether I was first, second, third, maybe not 18th, but like first, second, third, fourth, like all that matters to me is that I gave it my all, and like that's all that matters to me. And I can't wait to play again. And Renzo, I can't wait to see you play again, because you're gonna kill it again and you're gonna win. And I feel like anyone who from this cast who plays again, it was just such a good cast. Like they're all gonna play such amazing games when they come back.
Yeah,
I'm just really proud of everyone.
I mean, they're trained. Anybody who managed to survive in this game where everybody was playing so hard is clearly a shark, as Audrey would say. They're a shark. Renzo, I guess let's get final thoughts. Obviously, you went to the final two with Alex. Did you think that what was your thinking going in? Did you think you had a good shot at it? Did you think you were the underdog?
In all honesty, like probably at the top 8, I knew that I don't have a good shot of even making it at the top 4. Because at that time, I know that everybody that I really connected with was not in the game anymore. And it makes sense because everybody had a pregame and I had 0 pregame. So I think that could have been like a big retrospective learning as well. And I think I could have been more intentional with the words that I've been saying. Maybe if I created a story that would have been, but yeah, I've been all over. I think the experience is just overwhelming. I really learned a lot, and I've really blessed to like work with very good players. And I myself surprised myself. I would say that I wasn't proud in all the decisions I've made, but I stand by it, given especially with the information that I knew at that time. Because in all honesty, I did not have a lot of like screen time with Khaled, and I did not have a lot of like opportunity to talk with Dina and even people before that. So it was kind of difficult. I'm all over the place, but thank you so much. And yeah, I think to answer the question, I don't think I had a shot going to the jury. It would be a big, it would have been a big, I don't know, but yeah.
I think, Renzo, I mean, we're going to wrap this up, but I think give yourself more credit in the fact that, as compared to some of these people, you weren't experienced in the game, right? Like you had so much less experience than so many of these people playing. And sure, maybe you didn't make the flashiest moves, but you played a really solid game. To look at what you were up against to get second place is absolutely incredible. Like, we're not talking about people who are just playing their first mini. We're talking about seasoned people who study the game, know the game, and you got second place in them. So I was very impressed with that. And I think if you could do that, your next game will be stellar. So
100%.
Kudos fly from me. All right, so we're going to wrap this up. 2 more things that we need to do. The final vote was 5-2. Alex wins. I'm going to show your socials here quickly. Be sure, give a follow there. And there you go. Once again, I'm gonna keep no Twitter. Come on, got a Twitter. We need a Twitter, Renzo.
I think I have a Twitter, but I'm not just active.
Okay, let's get. We gotta get that going. Okay, and then I am going to bring in PM real quick because he wanted to have the final say of the night since he did create this mini. So give us the overall. I don't want to hear about your game. I want to hear the overall arching, what your thoughts were.
So from the beginning of this mini, Dan approached me like, let's do this. And I'm like, yeah. And because Dan doesn't know a lot of people and he knows that I know quite some people. So we got this thing. I have to say this. I didn't expect this to get this much hype. I really was so happy that people were so excited for this game. And I didn't think we could form a cast more than 5 people. So to get 20 people willing to play, like internationally willing to pay like $25 to play this game, just that was like enough for me. So just talking through about the pregame thing. So here's the deal. I'm just happy that people cared enough about the game I hosted. Like I that was really it. The fact that you cared enough to pregame, to find people, that it shows that you want to play this game, and that's all I care about. The reason why I don't review the cast is I want it to have a difference. I want it to be different than just regular themed minis. I feel like I want it to be, you know, if I have like countries represented, it would be more of like more of a interesting and more of a, how to say it, it would be more of an epic cast reveal than just, you know, like just saying who was playing, representing which country. I feel like it brought a very exciting element, like, and I think it brought people to watch the show, like who's gonna be on it, like who am I competing against, and the pregame thing, I don't care. And I really was so happy with this mini because I have to be honest, some of the past few minis, it got dirty. I feel like it crossed the line at some parts. I am not sure, but I haven't seen it cross the line at this one at all.
Oh, no,
and I was very
not.
scared because this has my name on it. This is the first ever public private mini ever. So I'm gonna set the tone for this, and I have no motto to go by. Like I have no one to like just follow. So that's why it became, I got more stressed for this game more than myself as a player, because and I have to say this, I did not cast anyone. It was first come, first serve. These 20 people were the first 20 to pay me and to like fill out the form, and that's how I got the cast. So that's another risk that I'm taking because I didn't pick people like, you know, I don't know Renzo, I don't know Neve. So like I don't know any like some other people as well. So it was a big risk that I was willing to take because I don't want to exclude anyone. I feel like I want to give everyone a fair shot, and it's an international themed. So that's why I moved the time up earlier, so that I can get the Europe, like the people from the Europe zone to play it.
Thank you.
And for the Asian zone to play it as if it's like, you know, at night. So I want to set that distinction. And thank you so much for covering this. I did not expect you to cover this. I honestly thought that, okay, I actually have this. We're going to go up against the recap of the salaries mini. Like, are we going to be able to compete against that? And I'm like, oh shit. Oh my God. I saw the schedule and I'm like, fucking hell, you're moving the time for my game, which I don't know what you did, but thank you so much. Like, thank you for giving us the exposure, and thank you to all the players and for all the viewers, especially Dan and Alex who helped created this. Actually, Alex brought that up, that he doesn't want the cast to be revealed because he doesn't like the pre-game dirty stuff. Ironically, he won, so I'm not sure if it's that his tactic or not, but thank you so much for supporting this game. It had my name written all over it, and I couldn't be more happier. Just final thing, I actually have a form. So like just a feedback form for players, viewers to fill in. I'm gonna tweet it out now on my Twitter, and I'm gonna share it in my private chat, and I don't know if you can screen it, but yeah. So that will be the form I want you to fill in to just get the feedback, because I'm hosting another international themed mini.
Oh, breaking news.
Yes, it will be next month. And the theme of it is War of the Worlds. So I want you to form teams of 4 from your continent. So North America, Asia, South America, Europe, Australia. So form teams of 4. And
Genius.
I will set up the form. So this is not on it, but I'm just gonna announce it. I will set up teams of 4, and from your continent. So it's like War of the Worlds theme, and it will be next the first month of the Sunday. So it will be the first Sunday of the month next month. So 5th of July.
I am definitely excited for that. And PM, I'll say, you said, I mean, I said it to start the show, but I'll say it once more again. You set the bar so high with these, private minis that they're going to have a lot to live up to now, because this was fantastic. You already know my feelings. It's one of the best ones I've watched, and I've watched them all since the first one I played. So, yeah, this was quality entertainment. I've been covering it all for 8-9 hours now, and I have loved every second of it. So this was phenomenal. Thank you for a whole bunch of entertainment.
And just to say, and the same rules still apply. It's first come, first serve. That's gonna be I'm not gonna pick people. It's if you form teams of I was said I'll have to form later this week or maybe next week, but I do not cast people. Okay, I feel like Audrey had that's not my thing. I'm gonna give everyone an equal chance. If they want to play $25, go for it. So War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds.
We'll be there. Team Antarctica.
Genius idea.
For the win.
Thank you so much, PM. I just want to say really thank you so much, PM. This is amazing. And Louie and Podquester and TR. It's so nice and it's such an honor being here.
As well. Thank you
and
for setting up the draft. And by the way,
seriously.
The point where I decide, yes, the honor, and the point where I decided I'm gonna host the next mini was last night when it was the final 5, and the people arguing all had different accents, and it was just so fun. It was Dan and Alex had a British one, and Renzo had a very Filipino, and then Dina came in, and I was like, okay, this works.
It needs to happen.
And a lot of people want to compete. I saw it in the post I posted. A lot of people want to compete. So this is another chance for you to compete again. So that will be War of the Worlds. Yes,
awesome.
There it is.
Thank you, all 3 of you. I'm going to move you backstage. Also, we love the random fact that 2 British Alexes won back-to-back minis. What are the odds? Very slim. Thank you, all 3 of you. Thank you, Khalid. Thank you, Renzo. Thank you, PM. We're going to move you backstage. I am going to close out here. We're going to bring on TR, everyone's favorite TR, because we cannot close the show without thanking him. He is all tucked snugly into bed.
Oh, I'm so comfy, Louie. This is going to be you in a few minutes, but I mean, not necessarily in my bed, but in your own bed, my friend. I just want to say, War Dog dubbed him Slutty Louie. I'm dubbing him Sleepy Louie. I am so proud of you, Louie. This man right here, he came in clutch for me and helped me out. I had a long week of podcasting, and I normally don't sleep, and it's normally fine, but it all caught up to me, and I passed out near the end of last night's mini, and so I was gonna host this morning's after show, and Louie filled in. And then I was struggling to keep my eyes open at the end of the international mini. No offense to anyone playing. I just am so tired. And Louie again came in clutch. So thank you, Louie. You've been doing 13 straight hours of podcasting and Podquester stuff. And it's great.
It's my dream. It's everything I could possibly ask for. If I could do one thing in my life, it would be on reality television, commentate on reality television. So here we go.
More. I'm right there with you, buddy. And you know what? Who knows? One day this might just be our full-time job talking about bullshit strategy all night long. You've been going, man. You've been going. Not to rub it in, I enjoyed myself a nice little nap. I got some Z's of my own, and let me tell you, the water's warm, Louie.
I'm going right to bed. I gotta work in the morning, so we'll see.
We gotta get Louie to work. Oh my God.
All right, let's play this outro, shall we? Here we go.
Great.
Bye, everybody.
Bye. Like and subscribe.